supposed to be the third game in the World Series this afternoon.
Allowing Jose Canseco to score, and he fails to get Dave Parker at second base, so the Oakland A's take
I'll tell you what, we're having an earth.
We were told by someone who was on the scene. You can see they didn't have a clue.
You're seeing a car that attempted to drive over this 50-foot gap in the Bay Bridge. It has been like a drama here. It has been dangling from the edge, the precipice behind me, and these folks are just getting rescued right now. It's been about an hour-long effort. It's been a frightening scene here. As you can see, just below me is where this crack in the Bay Bridge occurred, a 50-foot section. You see down there below the two cars that were on the upper deck when the bridge collapsed. They fell below. We understand that the people in both of those cars did get out safely. We do not know the extent of injuries at this point.
Again, you see the Marina District, the Jefferson Divisadero area, where these very expensive buildings have collapsed, and the fire continues as the San Francisco Fire Department tries to fight it. This was a four-story building, and that's the kind of problem. They are trying to evacuate people who may have been inside. A lot of people at home at that time or during the commute hour as the earthquake struck at 5:04 this afternoon in Northern California. We have an unofficial word, or it perhaps is official now, 7 people, we know 7 people have died in this crash, including the one, or in this quake rather, including the one when an old building south of Market collapsed on people in automobiles. And there is one other death too, perhaps one on the Bay Bridge when that section of it collapsed. But here trying to get people out of their homes, some injuries, perhaps just panic as well. And this, if it indeed is the big one that we've heard so much about, and people trying to do whatever they can to stop the fire, but part of the problem, obviously, is gas.
Store water, prepare for aftershock, prepare for 3 days of no services. You got 90 minutes of light left. You better make use of your time. Sitting here ain't doing nothing.
This is what happened here when the quake hit. Burglar alarms were set off. Power lines were swaying. As I said, power was cut off.
Everything just started shaking, and it's a plaster and lath building, and just whole sheets of plaster were coming off the ceiling and the walls.
All the rubble and the pipes from the boiler, all had fallen over, so we had to crawl over. And I held the baby so we could crawl over and hand the baby from one to another so we could crawl across all the debris in the back.
You can see these cars that were squashed almost flat. These unfortunate people were just leaving work. They were getting into their cars. The quake hit, the bricks came down, and they really didn't have a chance. The best estimate at this moment is that 4 people are dead.
What you see, obviously, is a car crushed and burning as the road buckled and it collapsed. As you could see from the ground level pictures, the upper level of 880 collapsed on the lower.
There is a section here from 18th Street all the way up to 32nd Street. This section of the Nimitz, the upper freeway ramp collapsed onto the lower freeway ramp and sandwiched all the rush hour commuters, all the traffic in between. It's unbelievable, 14 city blocks of it. We had some of the rescue workers here describing things they saw in climbing up there and trying to rescue people. One of the descriptions was that they were walking wounded on top. They were taken away, that there was an 8-passenger van that they saw sandwiched to only about 2 or 3 feet high. They are pulling bodies out from underneath this lower ramp. There were just some injuries on the upper ramp, but those on the lower ramp, there are a lot of fatalities.
Answering services are asking that all medical professionals, all doctors, please call your answering services.
They evacuated somewhere between 15 and 25,000 people from this airport tonight when the earthquake hit. It was one of the peak times, as you know, 5 o'clock.
85,000 customers are without power just in the central San Jose area, Highway 17, Hamilton, and the East Foothills.
Most of the people here are saying that they'll tough it out through the night. They have no place else to go. at least, as I said, there is food here, there is water, and they feel safe.
Right in the front of every phone book throughout the Bay Area are very valuable tips about what to do after an earthquake hits. And you can see it's very easy to find. Let me hold it up for you there on what to do. Of course, the most important thing.
And that's going to be must reading in the Northern California area. Tragically tonight, a bad day for California. ABC News will be here to keep you up to date on developments on the earthquake in San Francisco, as developments warrant throughout the night, with detailed reports on world news this morning and Good Morning America, and a complete wrap-up on World News Tonight with Peter Jennings. That's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel in Washington. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
This has been Nightline. This has been a presentation of ABC News, where more Americans get their news than from...
Mayor Tom McHenry, who was a good neighbor by calling me and saying, whatever you need, we're in pretty good shape. They didn't get damaged very badly, and offered whatever they might need, we might need. And we're handling this. What we really did need and got from San Mateo as well as from Marin was ambulance services to get people to hospitals. We've done that, but our firefighters have responded magnificently. Our police, our medical personnel, our Department of Public Works, they're on the job tonight, right now as we speak, and have been since our disaster plan kicked into action at our command post. And so we're in charge of the city. It's under control. And we're just asking people to cooperate just as they have been and respond like they have been by taking care of one another, making sure their gas is turned off, and not going out in the streets until daylight, and we got some more information for them.
We thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We'll go back to you, Bob and Suzanne.
Thank you, Wilson and Mayor Agner.
Two gentlemen that certainly have their hands full tonight.
Absolutely. For those of you who are just joining us, we do have a map to show you of where the epicenter is located, and that is in Santa Cruz. We understand, although this has not been pinpointed yet, near the Lexington Reservoir, up there in the Santa Cruz Mountains. So it's about 50 miles southeast of San Francisco, 10 miles from the city of Santa Cruz. We understand there's quite a bit of damage in Santa Cruz proper.
All right, Oakland got the worst of it. San Francisco got some of it, but what about some of the outlying communities in the Bay Area? Here's Greg Lyon with more on that.
Bob, Suzanne, we've been checking with some of the communities around the Bay, and I'll just run through some of what I know, starting with the town of Alameda. Alameda fared very well. We've been talking earlier about the fact that the Marina District of San Francisco is built on fill. Alameda has Bay Farm Island, which was also built primarily on fill. They had not a single injury, not a single report of structural damage. A couple of chimneys may have fallen. Other than that, they fared very well. Their tunnels, their bridges, everything intact. Not so lucky, the town of Berkeley. One of the things that happened in Berkeley tonight, apparently, was one of the towing companies there, Husted's Towing Company, burned in a fire. It was totally destroyed. And apparently, so were several cars that had been towed to the structure. Police don't yet know to whom those cars belong. The UC Hotel at 1040 University suffered major structural damage and has been evacuated. At 800 Bancroft, there was a chemical spill, and hazmat teams were called in for that. Burlingame, there was some high-rise hotel problems east of 101 in Burlingame. The Amfac Hotel, which is jammed with World Series fans, took significant damage in the shake. The two top floors of its elevator tower peeled away, and the hotel's sprinkler system went off, drenching all the guests. At the new Hyatt in Burlingame, engineers are checking out the corner supports on that structure, but it remains open for business. A high-rise office building at 851 Burlway had significant damage on the lower floors. Burlingame officials have sealed it off until engineers can check it out. But there were no deaths, no fires in Burlingame. Power failed shortly after the quake, and it remains spotty tonight at this hour. Finally, Emeryville, we've gotten through Emeryville. They had major structural damage to many buildings collapsing in town. There were major injuries, including at least one broken back. There were gas leaks, water leaks, fires, and there were reports of people trying to get into damaged buildings. But that apparently is under control. The police department reports they have things under control, and they have no reports of arrests at this hour.
We hope at this time that you have accounted for all your loved ones and friends at this hour. But in the event that you haven't, perhaps this information will help. San Francisco Kaiser Hospital treating 10 people with earthquake-related injuries, none in critical condition. And over at Alta Bates in Berkeley, there are 21 individuals, 4 of whom were admitted, 4 admitted, 1 in serious condition, unsure of their identity.
I'm Chuck Scarborough, NBC News in New York, and you've been watching the NBC affiliate in San Francisco, KRON, and their continuing coverage of the earthquake that struck yesterday at 5:04 in the afternoon Pacific Daylight Time. I'm struck as I look at their coverage at the number of injuries that they're reporting in the San Francisco area proper, outside of that one disastrous area on the Oakland side of the Bay Bridge. The number of injuries and admissions to hospitals is fairly low at this point, although there may be people still trapped under rubble and people who aren't accounted for. Still, it seems rather remarkable, given the extent of the damage from this quake that was 7 on the Richter scale. The number of injuries is as low as possible. I told you a few minutes ago that this quake is having wide-reaching impact, that it reached all the way across our nation to Cape Canaveral and may delay the launch of the shuttle Challenger because there is an Air Force facility in California, in Sunnyvale, that controls the Galileo space probe, the engine on that. Once the launch is made, and unless that facility is up and running perfectly, they won't be able to launch the probe. Therefore won't be able to launch the satellite itself, or launch the space shuttle. Also, the Australian market apparently has been hit by an aftershock of the earthquake. The Australian market is open, and we are told it is down sharply this morning. The stock market there, analysts say it's in response to the quake, and their all ordinaries index, that's what they call their Dow Jones in Australia, is down some 40 points. And there's also something you may or may not heard of. It's called the SPY index. It's a specific index tracking the stocks of insurance companies. And that is down now 30 points, which is understandable. The early estimates coming immediately after the quake and with the first assessment of damage in San Francisco from insurance companies in California was that damage would easily exceed $1 billion, which would, of course, make the insurance stocks tend to fall. We have on the telephone John Hodges. He's the San Bernardino County Clerk in Hollister, California. And, Mr. Hodges, can you tell us exactly where you are in relation to the epicenter of the quake in Santa Cruz?
We're about 30 miles right due east of Santa Cruz.
And how hard were you hit?
We were hit the hardest I've ever felt. And I've been in this county all my life.
Tell me what it felt like to you.
Well, I was standing in the courthouse on the second floor, and you had to hold on to the desk in order to keep falling. That's how hard it shook.
How badly was the courthouse damaged?
Well, the courthouse is a rather new building, and it didn't suffer any structural damage. The main structural damage in Hollister was due to the old buildings that were built towards the turn of the century.
What sorts of buildings were these?
These would be the downtown stores.
Are they unreinforced masonry, brick, stone,
they were
wood structure?
Masonry, especially the masonry.
Yeah, they do tend to go.
Ordered, and they decide to go.
How much damage would you estimate?
Oh, it's going to amount to a lot of money. Because a lot of buildings are going to have to be torn down and rebuilt.
Can you give me some idea of the general reaction where you were in the courthouse when the quake struck and it began to shake and you had to hold on to the desk? What were the other people doing?
Well, it was about 5 after 5, and a lot of the employees had left, but there were still some in getting ready to go, and a number of them were headed for under the desk, and a few just held onto the counter.
I know it's a very unsettling thing when a quake hits. Anybody who's been through one knows exactly what you say when you say it's unnerving to have the earth move under you. If you haven't been in one, though, it's a little difficult to describe, isn't it? Can you
Very hard to describe.
Give it your best shot.
Describe it, just you're standing on something that's shaking back and forth.
Real your feet is gone. Psychologically difficult.
Exactly.
John Hodges, thank you very much. We've been talking with John Hodges, who is the San Bernardino County Clerk in Hollister, California, who gave us some assessment of the damage in Hollister, which apparently, although the courthouse, a new structure, survived fairly well. A lot of the other structures in town, the older structures, particularly unreinforced masonry, that's the key. Those buildings, the older buildings, do tend to collapse because they're designed to withstand the force of gravity, which is strictly vertical, and they're perfectly fine at doing that. Like a lot of the buildings in Mexico City during the quake there in 1985 that were built with either unreinforced masonry or built with the more modern slab and column technique. You've probably seen these buildings going up where they'll pour a slab of concrete and then put a bunch of columns up and pour another slab of concrete, more columns. They're built perfectly well to withstand the force of gravity, vertical. But if you get any kind of a swaying motion going, suddenly these buildings can come down like a stack of cards, which is somewhat the nature of what happened to the Bay Bridge area, the approach to the Bay Bridge on Route 880 on the Oakland side of the Bay Bridge in San Francisco. It had good vertical support, but apparently that support finally swayed enough so that those vertical columns snapped and it came down and created quite a calamity there. with a great deal of loss of life. Now, we have some videotape pictures that we're going to show you once again in case you're joining us now and of the situation in San Francisco. This, fortunately, was the only serious fire in the city of San Francisco, and this was in the northern part of town. It, as you can see, took a number of buildings there, and it took quite a while to get that fire kind of contained. There was some question about whether or not it would just keep spreading and become sort of a firestorm, consuming building after building. The buildings there are wood frame and normally would have withstood the shaking fairly well of a quake, except they're built on fill land, which tends to liquefy, amplify the vibrations of a quake, and then even wood structure buildings can let go. They'll flex enough that they finally, the supports will release and they'll let go. The water was a problem there, as we've told you earlier. They had water lines that went, gas lines were fueling this fire, and gas, in fact, continues to be a problem throughout the San Francisco area where there are breaks and leaks in gas lines. That's a serious danger of other fires erupting. But they had to pump water out of San Francisco Bay and had to rig a whole series of pumpers and lines to get water onto this fire to try to put that out. And apparently it is contained and under control at this time. This was videotape taken earlier, and quite a conflagration. There was a fire that hit Boston about 18 years ago. It started in one house in one neighborhood in an area north of Boston, Chelsea, and did get out of control. It became a firestorm where it was feeding on itself, and embers were setting more buildings on fire, and the fire department was helpless to contain it. It wiped out 18 blocks of Boston. It was quite a disaster in the Chelsea area of Boston. This one looked like it was brought under control. In fact, in San Francisco, a city that has braced itself for years and years against earthquakes and has tried to make all of its new structures, anyway, at least earthquake-proof, they responded very quickly and very well. Their emergency services managed to stay together. They had communication. They had the police operating and functioning. The mayor was rather upbeat initially in the quake. He said the police department is solid. The communications are up. The fire department was getting volunteers in and extra firemen coming in automatically, and they were able to contain that fire fairly well. KRON, our San Francisco affiliate, has been doing a terrific job covering this story that affects them dearly. And if you'll recall, in 1986, there was a convention out there, the Democratic National Convention, held in the Moscone Convention Center, which is an underground, very secure area. It's actually, the entire convention center is built basically below ground. And it is as earthquake-proof a structure as you'll ever get. It's modern. It's got steel supports. It's got a domed roof. It's only about 2 stories high at the edges, and it rises in the center to much higher. And obviously, they're using this as a place to take people who've been displaced from their homes and evacuated from areas that are dangerous at this point. Let's listen into what KRON is saying.
So she's in the shelter as well. It's amazing to drive around the city tonight, I must say. It's dark. Right. There's very few lights. It's like being in a third world country almost. But I must say, those people who are out on the roads are being very polite and conscientious, stopping at each intersection. We saw a number of PG&E crews that are out already trying to fix the gas lines and the power lines.
I don't think we can overemphasize the importance of the attitude that Bay Area people have taken. We'd gotten some scattered reports earlier that after everybody ran out of their house fearing another major aftershock, families actually gathered together, pooled their resources, pooled their food, and were cooking on the front lawn and pretty much taking care of one another, which is, I think, a good statement on our character and our courage.
You know, I covered the earthquake in Armenia in February. I went to see the aftermath, and thank God it's not as bad here as it was there. But tomorrow's going to be a day where we're all going to have to kind of get a little rest and assess what's going on. And the only advice that I've been hearing the police say over and over is don't go on the roads if you can possibly help it. Stay where you are tonight. Wait till first light so we can see what's happening, because when you drive on these streets, you know there are bumps that you can't see, even with your headlights on.
Right, and then, of course, there's the fear of the aftershocks. We've had 4 already, maybe more coming.
People can check, I might say, with the Red Cross emergency numbers. If you need a place to stay tonight, if you're out on the street, call your local Red Cross, and they can direct you to a shelter.
All right, thanks, Lynn. Join.
I might just add to that, in terms of driving around, we ran into some people who had already run out of gas because gas stations aren't up yet, their pumps aren't working, so that's a concern. Save your gas for when you really may need it and stay home if you can.
Which brings up an interesting point about some of these underground tanks that could have been ruptured. Right. So, I mean, we're a very, very long way of assessing what kind of damage that gas stations have
That's very true.
tonight.
Let me, before I get to a South Bay report, quickly I want to let you know that we have an emergency medical report from the Alameda County Coroner's Office. Now, of course, the Alameda County Coroner's Office is the one handling the large number of people who have died in that 880 freeway collapse, the Cypress structure that collapsed south of the Bay Bridge toll plaza. And we have heard different figures about the fatalities. We assume from the Office of Emergency Services their latest figure is around 100. Earlier, they had said it might go as high as 250. So, at any rate, a large number of fatalities. And the Alameda County Coroner's Office at this time is asking for refrigeration companies to please contact them as soon as possible. The Coroner's Office has run out of space. So if you run a refrigeration company, if you know somebody who does and perhaps is not hearing this report, the Alameda County Coroner's Office would like to hear from you. Secondly, 2 children were rescued 40 minutes ago from the Cypress collapse, and they were rushed to Alta Bates Hospital. Now, we've been telling you about and showing you some of the rescue operations going on in that 880 overpass, the double deck there. And 2 children, fortunately, rescued 40 minutes ago. That's some of the good news that's coming out of it, because we haven't heard a rescue in the past hour or so. Their parents, unfortunately, I just read now, died in that collapse. The children are on their way to the hospital.
But the kids survived, and we expect to hear many more reports. We are hopeful we will hear many more reports of rescues in that situation.
Hopefully that information will be coming in. In the meantime, let me bring you up to date on the South Bay. We have some footage from there. We'll start with Santa Cruz. Now, what you're going to see in Santa Cruz, there is this area on Highway 17 where you saw the crack in the highway. A portion of 17 is completely closed because of this slide that went right down onto the Highway 17 stretch there in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Now, the exact location of that crack is on Summit Road. That's where the epicenter was, and that is right along the San Andreas fault line. Los Gatos is the area you're looking at now. You're seeing damage to a store, plenty of broken glass on the street, shattered store windows. Some of the merchants left their stores after the quake. Some stayed behind to pick up the pieces right after the quake. So there are shops like this taking place throughout the Bay Area. Again, we see a ladder in an office building with computers, a lot of computers in that office. Again, that last footage was from the South Bay.
And a lot of computers going to, of course, be out of operation tomorrow because of, you know, the situation that we've been talking about for the past few hours. There are, as we have reported, a number of emergency shelters here in the city. One is, of course, at the main emergency center in San Francisco, Marina Middle School, St. Ignatius School, and at Moscone Center. And now hear from a woman who lived through this quake today, as we all did, but she is very thankful tonight. Here's what she had to say about it.
So I crawled across the floor while the earth was still moving.
And what happened when you went home? I mean, did they take
Panic. I think I was in shock when I went home. We tried to grab, they wouldn't let me go back in the building, but I went back in anyway and grabbed a few things, and I think I was just in shock, and I couldn't see. It was all black.
Yeah.
There's a woman very lucky to be alive tonight, going through what, well, we've all sort of waited and feared, and it has happened. There is sadness in the Bay Area for, of course, the families who have lost loved ones, but there is still hope that those, particularly those in the East Bay who are trapped in that freeway collapse, of course, will find some salvation of sorts tonight. We will recap once again and show you the pictures that are making history here in the Bay Area, and we'll begin with this famous structure, the other bridge, we have kiddingly called it. It is the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge, and this is the cantilever section, the part leaving Oakland and heading toward San Francisco. About a 50-foot stretch of this bridge, as you can see, collapsed, falling on the lower deck, trapping 2 cars. This was the nightmare. This was the nightmare. It's called the Cypress Collapse. We are calling it the Cypress Collapse. It is a section of 880 that leads out of the city toward the east, toward Alameda. And as you can see there, the force of a 7.0 earthquake literally took this overpass and turned it into a toy. The Marina fire, 3 confirmed dead here. This is a troublesome fire that firefighters here in the city had a lot of trouble fighting because of lack of water, and for some time they had to siphon water out of the bay to fight it because all the pipes carrying water in this area were damaged or destroyed. There was a large wall that collapsed at 6th and Brannan. We were saying Townsend earlier, but at 6th and Brannan we have 5 confirmed dead. We're still checking on the whereabouts of 3 people who were missing. Down in Santa Cruz, of course, a lot of buildings and road damage. It's the story that we are seeing all through the Bay Area tonight. Virtually every county was affected by this 7.0 earthquake, an earthquake that was felt virtually the extent of the state of California, as far north as Eureka, as far south as Los Angeles, and people in Reno were rocking tonight from this one. Suzanne?
All right, well, we have given you pretty much information about the fires along the Marina District that's down by the waterfront near the Fisherman's Wharf area of San Francisco, but that's not the only place where there were fires. And so we have Austin Longscott, one of our reporters, who was at another area in the Fillmore District, and you ran into a tragic situation there.
That's right. This is one of those little tragedies, one of many little tragedies in this earthquake. This is a woman named Jardine Cobb, who came home to find her apartment dark, and she lit candles in order to be able to see. And apparently the candles set her apartment on fire. And I think we have some pictures to show you.
Should we presume that there was a gas leak in the house, Austin? Is that...
No, not as far as we know. There was no gas leak. But she lit the candle, she was talking to a friend on the telephone, and she fell asleep. And when she woke up, she saw flames. The apartment was burning. She tried to telephone the fire department. She called 911. Of course, the phones were out. And there may have been a number of those kinds of situations tonight.
Exactly, with the 911 not working.
That's right. That's right.
All right. I'm sorry, but her condition?
She's fine.
She is okay?
She is fine, and her cat, the cat who lives with her, is also fine. She was hunting for him when I got there. She found him. They have a place to stay.
So nobody was hurt in the fire, but she lost her home.
That's right.
All right. Thank you, Austin. I know you had pictures of this, but somehow in the shuffle, we'll get to them as soon as we can re-rack things. Thank you very much.
All right, we have fresh video to show you right now of the rescue effort that we are
KRON in San Francisco that we're watching here. I'm Chuck Scarborough with NBC News in New York. Our coverage of the San Francisco earthquake continues, and we can see the latest footage now coming into KRON. A casualty here, one of a number of casualties in this quake. The San Francisco officials are now saying that indeed there were 250 confirmed dead in the collapse of that double-decked section of the interstate highway in Oakland. This is according to the Highway Patrol. Now, this figure could, of course, change in disasters of this magnitude. Oftentimes, the figures do shift one way or another. We can, of course, hope that it shifts downward, but at the moment, the Highway Patrol is confirming 250 confirmed dead in that major area, the major disaster on that roadway you've seen collapsed. There are going to be many stories as the days unfold coming out of San Francisco, stories of heroics, stories of tragedy, stories perhaps of opportunity as well, taken to take advantage of this situation. We have in San Francisco Greg Jones, who was the night manager of the Majestic Hotel. Now, the Majestic Hotel was built in 1902. It was one of the few buildings that managed to survive the great quake in San Francisco in 1906, the one that was 8.3 on the Richter scale. And I'm wondering what the situation is now, Mr. Jones. Is your hotel still intact after this one?
As a matter of fact, it's in really good condition, and I don't think we're real surprised because the hotel has been through this before. She's kind of an old pro at this.
Do you have any power, any lights on in the hotel now?
No, all we have is candles and one phone line. Unfortunately, we are full of guests right now. Every room has at least one guest in it, and we also have some of the neighbors in the area staying in the hotel lobby tonight, sleeping on the sofas.
Well, this is one little problem that many people watching tonight may not have thought about, and that is, what does a hotel manager do when he's got a whole house full of guests and no power?
Well, you know what, the people have been real troopers. They kind of huddled around a couple of radios and a little portable television set for a few hours in the lobby tonight, and they've been real helpful and real cooperative. It's been good for us. Most of the staff is also here, and we're sort of staying up all night long, seeing if we can clean up what little damage there is.
I'll bet you've swapped some interesting stories, too, about this quake already, haven't you?
Yeah, and it's kind of hard keeping track of the news. I mean, there are a lot of rumors going around, but we're getting everything that anybody can hear because there are so many people listening.
What was your experience when it hit?
Well, actually, I wasn't on the property. I came over here just after that. I was in a laundromat across town, and it was pretty scary. When something like this happens, you always think that this is the big one they're always talking about. And this was a pretty big one.
So you were washing your clothes in a laundromat across town, and
Yeah, I was.
And had them on spin cycle or something when the quake hit?
Exactly.
Did you think the machine had gone nuts, or did you know right away it was a
Well, I thought
quake?
maybe it was a big truck going by, but when those little parts of the ceiling started falling on me, I knew exactly what was going on. It was kind of a drag.
Did you run straight into the into a doorway? Did you react the way San Franciscans are taught to react?
No, I didn't. I ran straight through a glass doorway and a big glass window. I ran out into the street, which is exactly what we shouldn't do.
Well, you're lucky you didn't get injured, did you?
No, not at all.
All right.
I
And
left my clothes there, though.
what are some of the stories you've heard from some of the guests in the hotel once you got there?
Well, most of the people were either here on the property or they were out sightseeing because it was kind of the end of the business, the end of the workday. Or they were people here on business and they were just traveling home. A lot of people didn't even realize there was an earthquake until they were sort of stopped on the buses or in their cabs or something. Most of the people just heard breaking glass or felt it. And for a lot of people, this was definitely their first earthquake, so they were really shook up.
All right, Greg Jones, thank you very much, and I'm glad that your hotel and you pulled through just fine.
Thanks.
Okay. Did you take the clothes with you, by the way, when you left the laundromat?
No, they're still there.
You abandoned them. Okay. Maybe they'll still be there. Who knows?
Thanks.
This earthquake, as we told you now, if the death toll is indeed as is suspected, according to the Highway Patrol, if it is 250, this would be the second worst earthquake in American history. The first being also in San Francisco in 1906, when up to 700 people were killed in that quake. That was a great quake. And by definition, a great quake has to be, I think, 8 or more on the Richter scale. And to help us define that precisely, we have Kate Hutton, who's a seismologist at Caltech with us. Kate, am I right? Is a great quake... I didn't look like Kate to me. Is this Kate?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you, is a great quake 8 and better on the Richter scale?
Yes, usually. Sometimes you hear it 7.5 and larger, but generally it's 8 and larger.
And
so this earthquake didn't make it.
This officially, though, is what, a major quake, you call this, I guess?
Yes, it's either 6.9 or 7.0, depending on which estimate you look at.
Now, were you there in the laboratory with the seismographs when the quake hit?
No, I wasn't. I had already headed for home, but my beeper went off, and I turned right around and came back.
Did you know what it was immediately?
When I looked at the records, yes. I didn't know if it was in an urban area until we got a location, but I knew it was a big earthquake.
Now, the seismographs right behind you, the drums that we see are somewhat mysterious to most folks, I think. They're kind of like the Earth's electrocardiogram, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. Here you can see the beginning of the main shock on 2 of our stations here in Southern California. So you can see it caused quite a disturbance in the electronics down here.
All right. I'm sorry. I was just getting some other information, Dr. Kate Hutton. Can you show us once again the trace that this quake made on the seismograph?
Okay, on 2 of our stations here in Southern California, here's the beginning of the main shock, here and here. And some of this other stuff here is some of the larger aftershocks that we've been recording.
And normally the trace would be just kind of a fine line or kind of a jittery line going down the center of the drum, wouldn't it?
Well, this flat part here is before the earthquake.
I see.
So
those
that
are little
means that
lines going around there.
Nothing was happening up until right there, and then the pen started going wild.
Some of your colleagues must have been monitoring this when it actually happened, huh?
Yeah, some people were here, and some people actually felt it in Los Angeles. I wasn't one of them.
When they saw that stylus suddenly take that excursion a couple of inches in each direction and start tracing that line, what was their reaction? Have they shared that with you?
Well, it's quite an adrenaline rush to see the pens doing that and the earthquake alarm going off. I understand that there was one person here who was on the phone with someone in Menlo Park when the earthquake happened, and the phone line went dead, so it must have been pretty exciting.
Is there any way scientists have come up with that they can predict an earthquake?
Well, not precisely, although it turns out that this particular area was pinpointed last year as a likely site for a major earthquake.
Lucky guess or good science?
Pardon me?
Lucky guess or good science?
Well, somewhere in between. The logic was that the fault in that area had not slipped enough in the 1906 earthquake and was likely to finish its job off at some unknown time in the next 30 years. And This one was one of a fairly long list of likely spots, and it turned out to be one of the right ones.
Mm-hmm. There have been a number of aftershocks that have hit the area since the main quake hit. Can you tell me precisely how many, and is there a display showing those as they struck?
Well, you can see some of them on the records here, some of the larger ones. We have recorded the ones that are above about 3 or 3.5, and there have been over 30 of those.
Over 30 aftershocks?
Yeah, we're not recording all of the tiny ones down here in Southern California. People are probably feeling hundreds of aftershocks in the Los Gatos area.
Is that normal to have that many aftershocks after a quake of this magnitude?
Yes, it's quite normal. In fact, this aftershock sequence is a little bit slower than normal. We would almost expect to see a few more or a little bit larger aftershocks.
Now, does that worry you? Is that something a seismologist would say, uh-oh, something's peculiar here, and we have to look out for maybe a major aftershock coming down the pike?
Well, not really, but I would say, I guess, that it's lucky for the rescuers in San Francisco having to work around those damaged buildings that we haven't been having as many and as large aftershocks as we normally would.
Do they need to be especially cautious, though? I mean, how many days do we have to worry about aftershocks that can be severe enough to cause further damage?
Well, it's normal for aftershocks to go on for weeks at an increasingly rare time scale. So the worst would probably be the next few days, but then after that, we might still occasionally have one that's big enough to cause damage.
All right, Kate Hutton, we thank you very much for sharing your knowledge of seismology with us. And are you a baseball fan, Kate?
Not really.
Okay, well, I have some news for those who are, though. We have a note on the World Series. The baseball commissioner, Fay Vincent, says the decision is going to be made late Wednesday on whether or not the series will resume and when it will resume. There are unconfirmed reports that say that the Oakland Alameda County Stadium suffered worse structural damage than the Candlestick Park area, and Candlestick, the home of the Giants, reportedly had holes in the upper deck large enough to see through to the lower stand, so there was damage to both stadiums out there. You saw some evidence of that in some of the earlier coverage. People actually were taking chunks of concrete as souvenirs away from the stadium in Candlestick Park to take home as a rather odd World Series souvenir. Although baseball fans have done even odder things, they once at Shea Stadium took the turf after a playoff game. We're going to rejoin KRON in San Francisco, our NBC affiliate, in their coverage.
Not more people injured.
This is an amazing structure built back in 1936. Engineers say it could never be duplicated again. We keep hearing talk about building another bridge side by side to take care of the commute nightmare.
Right.
But this is a bridge that, in history, could only be built once. Here's a freeway that was built, and engineers apparently assuring a lot of people that it was safe. We had no reason to doubt them. But there will be an investigation on this half-mile stretch or mile-and-a-half stretch of I-80, the Cypress overhang, or the double-tier freeway.
880. It used to be called Highway 17.
Highway
and
17, the
name
Nimitz, right.
I-880.
But there will be an investigation of that.
All right.
We're going to be here a long time.
We want to remind you that, yes, that if you have your batteries working or if your electricity is on now and you're able to receive our signal, we'll be here all night long bringing you updates. Whatever comes to us, we'll pass on to you as quickly as we can. For the moment now.
We'll be back right after this.
Well, that was KRON in San Francisco. They've taken a station break. I'm Chuck Scarborough, NBC News in New York, and we, of course, are covering the story in San Francisco as it continues to unfold, and it is a major story, a major disaster in San Francisco, the dimensions of which we are still discovering and will continue to over the next couple of days. Our coverage goes nonstop for you as long as it takes to cover this story. I'm going to take you up to 4 o'clock, and we'll take a look at some of the scenes that San Franciscans live through and that we have seen from time to time. This is the worst. This is the most frightening. And take a close look at this highway overpass. A double-deck highway is now one road. It's a sandwich, and you can see a portion of it standing on the right-hand side of your screen where the upright supports are supposed to be holding this. This is on the Oakland side of the Bay Bridge, and this is where most of the people lost their lives. This is the actual, what they're calling the cantilever section of the Bay Bridge, where a section fell down. This looks to me like immediately after the quake or during the quake, when there was a great deal of confusion. You can see quite a bit of damage to houses on the left-hand side of your screen. That probably was a two-story house reduced to one. Another one that had heaved off the foundation there, a wood frame home. Here is a rescue effort to try to save a person who was trapped in the rubble of some collapse in San Francisco. The death toll, as we've been telling you, has has risen and fallen according to various reports. The latest from the Highway Patrol is that 250 people died in that collapse of the freeway, Interstate 880 in Oakland. And there are other deaths as well. There are deaths in building collapses in San Francisco itself. There was one case where a building, an old unreinforced masonry building made of brick, collapsed and fell on top of a number of cars, and 6 people were crushed to death. There was one area of particular concern near the wharf area in San Francisco, near Fisherman's Wharf, and that you saw there where the fire broke out because of natural gas lines that had ruptured, and some spark or another set them off, and then of course they had difficulty getting enough water to suppress the fire, so there was a lot of concern that many of the old wood frame buildings in that area would catch one by one and the fire would spread, although as I've told you earlier, they have got that under control now apparently. This is interior damage. Now you think in terms of exterior damage in many cases. This is the San Francisco airport. You can see many of the ceiling tiles fell down. They wouldn't tend to do serious damage to somebody, but they could certainly cause a bit, and that was a grim scene we saw right there. A person obviously deceased in the rubble of a collapse in San Francisco. The quake struck at 5:04 San Francisco time yesterday. The San Andreas Fault, which has been the source of so many seismic events in California over the years, released some more of its pressure, the pressure that builds up when these giant tectonic plates that form the Earth's crust gradually move, and they grind against each other, and pressure builds and builds, and then along the fault lines where these two plates meet, right there through the San Francisco area down the San Andreas Fault, that pressure will suddenly release. And when it releases, there is an energy wave, a shock that spreads out from the epicenter of the release, and that's what spread through, measuring 7 on the Richter scale through San Francisco, spreading outward 250 miles. Felt as far away as Los Angeles. We're going to rejoin San Francisco now, rejoin KRON, our NBC affiliate in San Francisco.
Beginning to get a lot of information in here, and obviously the federal government will do everything that possibly can to help, but at this point we're just assessing.
Through the night, officials from 25 federal agencies began arriving at the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which will coordinate the federal response. And Rand Peterson is the associate director.
As we are in the assessment and evaluation phase, while that is going on, we have already activated our emergency support team. We are in communications with the state in Sacramento, California, and have had a number of phone calls with their emergency management community in Sacramento already. We are in communications with our FEMA personnel in San Francisco on the Presidio with the 6th Army.
Peterson said his agency will begin action once there's a presidential emergency declaration triggered by a state request. But he said the fact that the governor wasn't in California won't slow the response.
No, the state of California has a very good continuity of government program. They have a hierarchy established by the legislature. Lieutenant Governor is there, and I perceive no problems.
And Transportation Secretary Samuel Skinner was dispatched to the scene as the president's personal representative.
The president has directed that we go out and make an assessment. We're very concerned about making sure that everything possible is being done, not only by state and local officials, but by federal officials, and the effort is coordinated.
San Jose Representative Don Edwards said he was going along with Skinner to make sure it happened that way.
Well, we're going to ensure that the federal government does pull out all the stops and has total aid and transportation and everything we need. That's why we're going out.
The plane carrying Skinner, Edwards, and San Jose Representative Norm Mineta left from National Airport just after midnight East Coast time for the Bay Area. The first federal response was underway. The Federal Emergency Management Agency took considerable heat for what the victims of Hurricane Hugo perceived as a slow response to that disaster. At this point, the agency is eager not to let that happen again this time. Washington, Kevin McCullough, News Center 4.
All eyes of the nation, of course, on San Francisco and the Bay Area tomorrow, and we will, of course, know more on the extent of damage from the 7.0 quake that struck at 5:04 Pacific Standard Time this evening, this day. We're going to Anthony Moore and Tom DeVries right now. They are standing by where a massive rescue effort is underway near the 880 freeway, what was once the 880 freeway.
Well, Bob, we're standing about a block and a half to 2 blocks further from where I did my last report. While Tom was en route, we were basically kicked off the command center area along with the rest of the media. They've marshaled us here, and they've told us that they're going to have some kind of statement soon, but they haven't.
behind us is the devastation that you have seen all evening, the cantilevered expressway, just the top tier falling on to the middle tier. And we just saw a large crane came right by us, a 165-foot beam, it said on the crane, the largest in the United States. So clearly the construction effort is working to try and perhaps prop this up to keep it from falling further if there are any aftershocks. Now, Tom DeVries, East Bay correspondent, has been on that middle area, that middle cantilever, right after the earthquake happened. And Tom, you want to describe for us the kinds of things you saw?
It was the cars that had been on the upper level of the 880 freeway, of the Nimitz. In other words, they had been headed south toward the main part of Oakland and the airport and so on, were by and large thrown off the freeway. There were very few cars left up, but when we first got here at 5:15 in the afternoon, we found cars and trucks in the street. Many victims being pulled out or extricated from the mashed up vehicles that were both on the top and on the street. The bigger problem was that the amount of concrete that fell down in the northbound part of the Cypress structure and squashed the cars in between, and they are still looking. We saw dogs being brought in. Anthony and I both saw dogs being brought in to help find the victims, although, as Jerry McCune, our photographer, points out, there's been so much fire in between the two parts of the freeway, it would be difficult even for a dog, I think, to find the victims. There are very few victims. Now, at the first couple of hours, the first hour and a half, we saw a lot of people taken out. I was just over at the medical section over here at the triage center. They're sitting around waiting, drinking coffee and soda pop and waiting for victims to come out. There are very few victims evident.
That's right. It's fair to say that the rescue effort is being done in a massive scale, but individual victories are very small. We, earlier this evening, were able to see one victory. This is not far from where we're standing now. About 8 o'clock tonight, just as we arrived, you can see this van obviously crushed by the pylon that fell down. It may, in fact, have fallen off from the top. In the upper right-hand corner of your screen, an upturned bus. Now, I don't know if we're going to take some of this, but this is, well, I guess we won't. Anyway, the devastation seems to be very large, but as you say, Tom, you can't really tell if there were that many people that were trapped up there, and certainly the number of victims is left in the air right now.
There's an enormous effort now to lift the concrete section and to work around between the two sections of roadway that collapsed, leaving about 2 feet of space in many of areas, trying to find people, trying to find the cars, and then trying to find out if there's still people in them. They're tagging the cars, they're working one from the next. As I said, they're trying to use dogs now to see whether they can find people in there. This is a very difficult effort. It's going to be several days then, I think, before they finally find out what the true cost of the Cypress structure collapse has been.
And one of the reasons that they have pulled us so far away from the structure itself is because it is so precarious. As we said earlier, that 2-inch thick rebar is the only thing holding those pylons from that one section from just falling right over. Right now, that's all we can say. We really don't have any handle on the number of victims or potential victims in there. The screams that we were told of earlier, I guess, you know, have
very quiet.
Yeah, have died down. There hasn't been anything like that recently, and we haven't seen anybody taken out. But clearly the rescuers are still looking for potential victims in there, and they will be for the rest of the night.
All right, both of you, Tom and Anthony, we thank you very much for that report. We'll add that just a little while ago, we did report for the first time that at 11:40 p.m. this evening, 2 children were rescued from one of the cars that was smashed on that 880 interchange there. And their parents, from the same car apparently, their parents were found to be dead, but the 2 children were rushed to Alta Bates Hospital. And now we want to go to Belva Davis because she has been talking with former San Francisco Mayor Dianne Feinstein.
That's right, Suzanne. But before that, let me tell you about what happened today in San Francisco, in the core of our city, downtown at Union Square, the place where there was filled with tourists, last-minute shoppers, particularly around the I-Magnin store. At that corner, glass rained down on a number of shoppers on the street below. At least 5 people were seriously injured, most of them with very severe glass cuts. 2 that I talked to were out-of-towners who just arrived in San Francisco.
This is the lady who I believe lost her fingers, at least 3 of her fingers.
Actually, the gal right next to her, this is the one, and she's from Texas. And she was there with her younger brother, who is a cerebral palsy victim. He had his leg crushed. She was trying to save him, which is why she was damaged so badly in this. In all, there were 5 people with serious injuries that were taken off to St. Francis Hospital. There were other people with minor injuries. But the amazing thing to me that I-Magnins was the only building damaged this badly in the downtown area. All the buildings around it really fared very well. And there were tourists pouring in from the St. Francis Hotel, from the Hyatt Hotel, all around there. Hundreds of people, and they remained calm as emergency vehicles circled the area.
So the injuries that you spoke of there, the 5 injuries, all came from the glass falling? Not from any part of the building falling, just the glass?
Although the man who operates the flower stand right next to the store said that he felt the rumble and he did what comes naturally if you're San Francisco. He ran to the middle of the street and that saved his life. He said 20 more seconds, though, looking at the building, he thought it would have been much more serious. You mentioned former Mayor Dianne Feinstein, who had great zest for drills to prepare her for days like today. She was out today touring in the Marina District, looking at the damage, and this is her reaction to it.
I grew up here. I went to school right in this school and lived on Fillmore Street, so I know all these buildings very well, and I'm just staggered by the amount of devastation. And the thing that's bothering me is you wonder how many people are inside. And when you see, a 4-story building that's now just a pile of rubble and just came down, it's amazing. We've been looking around, and the streets are buckled, and the fissures, and the sidewalks, and the buildings just collapsed. I mean, in more than just 1 or 2.
Former Mayor Dianne Feinstein, who every year had a drill where she would dress up in her uniforms and get into the helicopter and fly off and prepare for a day like today. But nothing really prepares you for the real thing like what hit San Francisco
Yeah, she
today.
has seen in her tenure a great deal of tragedy. She was the one, of course, who came out and announced the assassination of George Moscone.
That's correct, but she was still very shaken. That is her old neighborhood. That's her old school. Tomorrow, of course, the city will be getting prepared to get back to as much normalcy as possible. We'll be out with the building inspectors as they tour the city to find out which ones are safe and which ones are not, and we'll certainly be letting you know about that tomorrow on News Center 4.
The place we were watching with great concern tonight earlier was the 5-alarm fire in the Marina District, where Wilson Van Alst is standing by now with an update on this. Wilson?
Well, Bob, we're going to show you the fire. We're also going to show you the building that Mayor Feinstein referred to. But first, this is the scene. They continue to pump water onto the scene of the fire that broke out at the corner of Beach and Divisadero shortly after the earthquake. The fire, as we understand it, was touched off by a gas explosion inside a corner apartment
building. This is Chuck Scarborough, NBC News in New York, and you're watching the KRON coverage, our San Francisco affiliate of the earthquake that struck San Francisco today. San Francisco rocked by an earthquake measuring 7 on the Richter scale, damaged by the 2nd worst quake in American history, if the death toll is as is suggested in the latest wire copy here from the California Highway Patrol. The worst, of course, also being recorded in San Francisco back in 1906. This is the damage, and obviously the fire is under control in the area that was being burned so savagely earlier in the evening. Coverage of this quake continues from NBC News in New York and from our affiliate in San Francisco with NBC News at Sunrise and John Palmer in just a moment.
There was one woman who was trapped inside that very building for some 2 hours. She had a door on top of her, and they didn't find her until very, very late in the game. By then, there was a gas cloud inside that building. They could not go in with the jaws of life to try and get the door off her. They had to cut it off by hand because the jaws of life might have touched off some of the gas that was in there. It might have caused an explosion. A devastating scene in the marina, a swath of destruction that was cut essentially from the northwestern corner of the Marina District down to the southeastern corner with buckled sidewalks and the devastating fire that we just saw on these collapsed buildings. Back to you, Bob and Suzanne.
Well, the thing that is most curious, Wilson, if I can hold you there, is the situation that firefighters found themselves in.
They got here...
Right, that they didn't have any water.
They got here with plenty of equipment. Yeah, lots of equipment. They got here with plenty of equipment, and when they tried to turn on the water mains, there was simply no water pressure. What had happened was that the same devastating jolt that had broken the gas mains had also broken some of the major water mains feeding this area. What they finally had to do was bring in the San Francisco fireboat Phoenix and use pumpers to draft water out of the bay and fight the fire much longer afterwards than they would like to have if they'd had water pressure here originally. It took them a long time to get water on this blaze.
One has to wonder whether that was sort of a last-minute maneuver, or was the Phoenix part of the contingency plan?
The Phoenix is always a part of the contingency plan, but the question is where it's going to be used. If there had been another fire, let's say south of Market, and they had committed the Phoenix to that area, my best guess is that this entire block west of Divisadero, between here and Broderick, and from Beach all the way up to Jefferson, probably would have burned. That fire was leaking roofs, and if the fireboat Phoenix had not been available to fight this fire, if it had been committed somewhere else, this thing would have been much worse than it was.
All right, thank you. Wilson Van Alst for your fine report.
This is NBC News at Sunrise with John Palmer.
Good morning. We're going to continue our coverage now of the devastating major earthquake that struck San Francisco last evening. Here at our NBC News desk in New York, we're going to bring you up to date now with the facts as we know them. The California Highway Patrol now says that 250 people died in the quake. Last night, the epicenter of the quake at Santa Cruz, about 75 miles south of San Francisco on the San Andreas Fault. 6.9 is the posting on the Richter scale. Of course, there were a number of fires. Some buildings collapsed. There was a lot of damage. As far as the deaths, again, most of them apparently occurred on Interstate 880. That's an interstate with a double deck on it. The upper deck collapsed and it fell through to the ground. One report from a hospital, the Highland Hospital, which was taking some of the people from that area, stated that we're not very busy, that most of the people from that particular area died. There have been fires. About 1 million people in the San Francisco, Oakland area are without electricity and gas this morning. It is a situation that is unfolding, as you can imagine. It has been for some hours as we learn the complete extent of the damage here. It is registered now as the second most powerful earthquake, most damaging earthquake to hit the United States in our history. The other one, of course, being in San Francisco in 1906, registering 8.3 on the Richter scale. There, some 700 people lost their lives. Again, National Guard and Army Reserve personnel, along with police officers and other law enforcement officers, are out patrolling the streets. There have been some reports of looting. It is not widespread, but they're out there to protect there. And again, as far as the death toll is concerned, the number of injuries, the injuries go into the hundreds. The death at least put now the deaths at 250 by the California Highway Patrol. As we have been doing throughout these early morning hours here on the East Coast, we have been joining our NBC station in San Francisco, KRON, following their coverage and seeing what unfolds there on their coverage. Let's go and join them now.
Now, we have Greg Lyons standing by. You're going to make some comparisons, some contrasting remarks to the Mexico quake, which you covered.
It's a lot of us here on the staff who were here tonight went to Mexico. Mexico, as you may recall, was a much stronger earthquake. It was 8.1. That's orders of magnitude stronger. Here are some pictures from the hospital in Mexico City, pictures that became famous as they searched for days for victims of the quake. The point we wanted to make here is twofold. First, that Mexico City sits on an old lake bed. That is to say, it is subject to those same liquefaction factors, that same resonance that we are speculating at this point may have taken place here in San Francisco in the Marina District, which is also built on fill. Secondly, we were a lot luckier here because we don't have nearly so many masonry buildings, especially not unreinforced masonry. This hospital, for example, was built of like a layer cake, one layer atop of another. The side walls were not tied to the ceilings and floors. Their earthquake preparedness and earthquake safety in terms of construction were probably much less than what we had here in the Bay Area. Tonight, down in the Marina District, where most of the damage took place in San Francisco at least, many of those buildings are wooden buildings. So even though many of them did collapse, many of them moved off their foundations, they did not pancake down one layer atop another like a layer cake. The results are clear. We don't know yet the death toll here in the Bay Area, but in Mexico City there were 25,000 dead September 19th and 20th of 1985.
And in some of these buildings, they were pulling out people alive days later.
That's right.
Days later.
Yeah,
right.
The babies, we remember. How long was the power out in Mexico City?
It was back on generally, I believe, within a couple of days, though there were isolated pockets where they did not get power right away. But it seemed like they had power back fairly quickly.
The latest word we have in San Francisco is that the power should be back on in 1/2 of the homes and businesses in San Francisco. And all of the power, it is hoped that all of the power will be put back on by PG&E by tomorrow morning. They didn't say whether it would be early morning, late morning, but that is their best estimate, that they would try to get all the power on by tomorrow morning. So we're going to have to just wait and see, and hopefully you're one of those who has your power restored. Again, half the city should be restored at this time. When we began at 5:04 this afternoon, when the quake just hit, the entire city was out of power. So they're making their way in restoring power, but one of the concerns is causing a surge to the system, which would again black out parts or perhaps all of the system again.
The pictures we're about to show you is the devastation from the quake that we have seen today. Pictures worth showing over and over again, merely because these are pictures we never expected to see here in the Bay Area. Some hope, not in their lifetime anyway. This is that portion of the cantilever section of the Bay Bridge that collapsed, a portion of the upper deck falling on the lower deck. You see 2 cars involved. This was the nightmare. This was the Cypress section of 880 that collapsed. It literally rippled, and a lot of those supports, as you can see, just buckle like pretzels, and the top part of the freeway came down, smashing cars in the middle. So far, 50. We are hearing more than 50 dead, although Anthony Moore and Tom DeVries, who are covering that story right now, say that the officials will be updating that shortly. This is a fire in the marina, 3 known dead here. There was a collapsed building, and this very, very hot, very, very stubborn 5-alarm fire in which fire people here had very, very difficult time putting out or keeping contained, because for a time they didn't have any water. They had to marshal in the forces of the Phoenix that was literally siphoning water out of the bay to fight this fire. And what you're seeing here is a building collapse, actually a wall that killed 5 people at 6th and Brannan. Santa Cruz, buildings, road damage. We have reports virtually from just about every part of the Bay Area, some worse than others, but this is generally the scene throughout the Bay Area tonight as people are going to bed, waking up tomorrow to see more of this. Streets ajar, the earth literally moving beneath their feet, and it was a very, very scary situation, believe me.
There's a major crack in Highway 17 over the Summit Road, and that was the crack you were seeing there. Again, I understand that a portion of Highway 17 up at the summit is still closed to traffic.
Due to some rock slides and some fires that we are still checking on right now.
And that's right on the San Andreas Fault, so you can't be any closer to it, frankly. Governor Duke Majan, who had been in Europe, has been called back into service, and I understand that we have word from him now on what is going to happen in the way of disaster relief for this area.
I did see an interview of Mr. Skinner before he left Washington, and he indicated that the federal government is certainly going to do everything that they can do and that is necessary to be of assistance. I think once they get an assessment of the situation, we will know, we'll be in a better position to know what additional aid they can render. But we need, we'll have to have the maximum use of equipment, the necessary kind of equipment to assist in the rescue and in the restoration, and of course personnel. And to the extent that the federal government can make that available, either through the military or through the Corps of Engineers or other agencies, all of that will be welcome and I'm sure will be needed.
Governor George Duke Majan returning very quickly from his trip to Frankfurt after the earthquake, after receiving news of the earthquake. Here's an update now on the power situation throughout most of the Bay Area. PG&E is telling us that approximately 1 million customers in the Bay Area were affected by a power outage shortly after that quake at 5:04. PG&E says it has restored power to approximately, this is an approximate figure, 100,000 customers so far. Crews are working right now in the South City. To the north parts of the city will go up. We're talking about San Francisco right now. But they warn that due to power surges, your power may go out again. We heard on a radio report on our way back from Sutro Tower a short while ago that officials were thinking of not trying to put the entire system back together all at once, because that would create surges and just worsen the problem. So it may take a little time for those of you listening, perhaps at a neighbor's house, if your house is still out. PG&E offices, by the way, will be closed tomorrow. Emergency crews will work all through the night. Employees are being advised to call your office to find out where you are to report to work, where you are needed the most. No damage to power stations, we understand, just power lines and some substations affected. But PG&E, very optimistic, going to work throughout the night to restore power, hopefully most of the power by tomorrow morning.
We hope. A lot of people feel a lot safer when they can control that light switch or their stove or refrigerator. By the way, if you are in a situation without power, you're advised to try to eat your frozen food first, because that'll be the first to perish, of course. Now let's go to Mark Thompson, who's been doing some... I'm sorry. We'll wait on Mark Thompson. We just got word that we're going to go back to the Cypress.
We have been watching the coverage of the San Francisco earthquake from our affiliate there, KRON, Susan Shore and Bob Jimenez on duty there, bringing residents of the San Francisco Bay Area up to date on the tragic major earthquake that struck that area at 8:04 Eastern Time last evening. The earthquake registering 6.9 on the Richter scale. The epicenter located near Santa Cruz, which is about 75 miles south of San Francisco. The California Highway Patrol estimates now, about 8 hours after the first tremors were felt, that 250 people have died. One of the major areas there of destruction was the double-decked Interstate 880, the freeway. Parts of it, a stretch of about a mile or a mile and a half, collapsed. A number of people are reported dead there. There was also damage, perhaps you just saw the pictures a few moments ago, of the Oakland Bay Bridge, where the upper level fell down to the lower level. Several cars were crushed there, and some fatalities are reported in that particular area. Again, there have been a number of fires. There have been some damage to buildings and so forth. Power is out over a wide area in the San Francisco Bay Area. Now on our open phone line, we have John Nance, who is an author and expert on earthquakes, who has written the book On Shaky Ground. Mr. Nance, thank you for joining us this morning.
My pleasure.
Tell us, are you a bit surprised at this structural damage that we have reports of this morning? When San Francisco has been earthquake-prone for a long time, everybody has known that. Supposedly the contractors knew that.
No, John, I'm really not, because even though this is one of our two most best prepared, I should say, cities in the United States, we still really overestimate the degree to which we think our structures are able to withstand this sort of thing. And this terrible tragedy could have been a lot worse, I think. If we have a 7.0 quake here, that's a large quake, but by the same token, we could easily have had an 8.5. And if it's going to do this much damage, unexpected, as you pointed out this morning, with a 7.0, you can imagine how little prepared we are for the type of quake that we know is in the works for Los Angeles and in the works in the distant future, we hope, only distant, for San Francisco.
Mr. Nance, California Governor Duke Majan, who is on his way back now, flying back from a trade trip to West Germany, flying back to the area to take a look at the situation. He said in a radio interview I heard a few minutes ago, just before leaving West Germany, that he really felt the need for an investigation to see what was wrong, because he said he was under the impression that highways such as 880 had been built to withstand an earthquake of this magnitude.
Well, one of the things that I think we need to do, not just there in San Francisco, and I applaud what the governor is talking about. I think that's exactly what's needed. But more than just what could degenerate into finger-pointing in this particular situation, it needs to be broadened to understand that wherever we have cities at risk, where you are right there in New York, John, you're at risk. We've got Boston, Charleston, Chicago, St. Louis, Memphis, Salt Lake City, and Seattle is now facing a 9.4. All of these areas have to be forced, and then the federal government really needs to be involved in this and reassessing what's going to happen when the maximum type of shaking that those cities could experience does in fact occur. We've got defense concerns about this, and we certainly have great concerns about what happens to the infrastructure of a city. And this is another good example. You just can't build a building to code and walk away from it and say, well, it's going to withstand anything that can hit it. That's not realistic.
Thank you very much, John Nance, speaking to us on our open telephone line from Minneapolis this morning, the author of the book On Shaky Ground and an expert on earthquakes and especially how to construct buildings so that they don't fall down. Again, to recap, at this hour, a major earthquake struck Northern California on Tuesday night. It struck at about 4 minutes past 8 Eastern time, a little after 5 o'clock, out there just before the World Series was to start at Candlestick Park. Incidentally, there are reports of some damage at Candlestick and at the Oakland ballpark. The Commissioner of Baseball, Fay Vincent, says that he's going to make an announcement sometime today as to whether or when and where the third game of the World Series will be played. Again, the earthquake struck just before that game was to get underway. The casualty reports that we have now to report, California Highway Patrol saying 250 people killed, 400 or so people injured. These are just round numbers. We really don't know at this stage to the extent of that. We know that the worst damage was occurred on the highway Interstate 880, where the upper level collapsed, and a number of fatalities are reported there. Also damage to the Oakland Bay Bridge. There were a number of fires, and power is out over a very wide area. The National Guard and Army Reserve troops are patrolling to prevent looting. That's the situation as we know it. We're going now to rejoin our coverage from our affiliate, KRON, in San Francisco.
Major slippage triggers the bigger fault. The interesting thing is the San Andreas fault, which we believe is indeed the center of this most recent quake, is a transcurrent fault. The Japan quakes you see, the Mexico City quakes you see, they are vertical slippage, and as a result are more destructive relative to the kind of slippage that we see here in the Bay Area. So again, we're seeing a slippage like this. It's called a transcurrent fault versus what they see in Japan and Mexico City, which is that vertical slippage. It's not much of a consolation after seeing such great destruction as we have to know that the transcurrent fault, which is what we generally have in the faults around the Bay Area, is relative to what it could be, not that bad. But nevertheless, some insight into the dynamics behind the very mechanism producing the destruction we saw today. By the way, another thing that just is interesting to note along the way, on the average, only 25 shocks of magnitude 7.0 or greater every year. Only 25, but there are roughly 1 million quakes a year. Most of them
worldwide figures.
Worldwide, and most of them are quite small. These are things that, you know, these are bits and pieces that I'm just gathering through the evening to pass along to you. I think Suzanne and Bob have made the important points to you, and that is that if you have no power and you're without water, flushing the toilet, of course, a mistake. This is fresh water that could be that is very drinkable. In fact, you know, the water in your hot water heater is drinkable as well. So if you happen to be unlucky enough to be in one of those areas that doesn't get water back flowing in the next day or two, keep that in mind as well. So these are things that we all sort of have way in the back of our mind. It takes a major event like this.
You know, we're never ready for anything like this, are we?
You know, you're right, Bob. And we talk about always having 3 days food on hand and 3 days water on hand.
And the batteries with the radio.
And I'll tell you something. I had a flashlight. I have a flashlight. And, of course, the batteries are not working. The flashlight doesn't work. I mean, so despite, and I have the 3 days food, but, you know, it's in one place in the house, and it's not near the water in the other place in the house. So it's, there are many of us who take the precautions, but really don't have our act together when the time comes. So that's why we reiterate tonight things like the toilet bowl water and things like the hot water heater water, and we hope that you'll be safe and healthy come the morning.
Yeah, and if you have candles burning, you know what can happen if things get out of control, so be very careful with them, especially if you have children in the home.
They say, by the way, that if the gas in your home is not leaking, then you should not turn the gas off. Right. It is not the thing to do just because we've had a major quake. So if you smell the gas, if you smell a leakage, then you turn it off. Don't turn it off unless you smell it. But of course, the precaution about not lighting candles would apply to everybody.
Okay, well, there's that lingering fear, of course, tonight as we attempt to get some sleep, or as you attempt to get some sleep, of the aftershocks and what they may bring. There's a monitor that you don't see right here, but this thing slides up and down as we go to remote, and it sort of rumbles, and every time that happens, it goes up and down. Rita here shakes and says, what, are we having another?
Yeah, 3 times now. Several updates, Bob. Starting with a hospital update from Letterman Army Hospital here in San Francisco. 16 treated and released there
8 hospitalized with serious injuries, including crushed and broken bones. Peninsula General in San Mateo, 4 treated and released, 1 admitted to intensive care. Pacific Presbyterian in San Francisco, 12 treated, 10 released, 2 admitted with broken bones in stable condition. A damage report, Valdez Plaza in Oakland. It's a complex for senior housing. It's received extensive damage. Elevators are not working. The complex houses about 120 elderly people. Students at UC Santa Cruz are sleeping outside. There are no reports of any damage to the dormitories, but as a precaution. Business reporting in, Pacific Stock Exchange say they will be open tomorrow. The governor's press office has released an announcement asking all non-essential employees to please stay home tomorrow. Only those involved with relief, rescue, or damage assessment should come in. And from Bechtel says only civil engineers, structural engineers, and their computer people should report because they are needed to help with the quake damage tomorrow. No other Bechtel employees should report. And we'll have more as we get it.
Thank you. All right, we're going to remind you once again of the schools that we know as of this hour that will not be in operation. In other words, if you attend these schools, don't go to them tomorrow, don't send your children to them tomorrow. The San Francisco School District will be closed. The San Jose School District will be closed. The same goes for Palo Alto. The Jefferson District School in Daly City will not be operating tomorrow, nor will Berkeley. The San Mateo Union High School District will not be open. Santa Clara City Schools will not be open. If you are a student at San Francisco State College, your classes will be canceled tomorrow. Same goes for students at Stanford, Santa Clara University. Eastside Union High School will not operate tomorrow, and all Catholic elementary schools in the San Jose Diocese will not hold classes until further notice. And if we have any changes in this list, we'll pass it along.
Okay. I just want to reiterate in Foster City, there was a big water main break, and the city of Foster City has declared a water emergency. They're asking residents there to use only the water that is...
And again, you have been watching the reports from our affiliate in San Francisco, KRN, Susan Shore and Bob Jimenez, as they report to viewers in the San Francisco area, those that have power and can watch, exactly the extent of damage and casualties to the earthquake. Again, the earthquake struck last night just after 5 o'clock San Francisco time, just before the opening of the 3rd game of the World Series at Candlestick Park. The quake lasted about 15 seconds, we're told, at least in the immediate San Francisco area. The California Highway Patrol now says that about 250 people are known to have died. Most of those people were injured in the collapse of Interstate 880. You're looking now at videotape of the biggest, most major fire that occurred in the Marina area of San Francisco. It has been burning throughout the night. It is still burning, we're told. The fire, of course, equipment has been on the scene for some hours there. In addition to this fire, there have been other smaller fires throughout the Oakland and the San Francisco area. There have been reports of collapsed buildings. And again, the major structural damage appears to have been on Highway 880, where the upper deck collapsed onto the lower deck along a period or a placement of about 1.5 miles, a number of casualties reported there. There were trouble there at the Oakland Bay Bridge. You can see there where the upper deck collapsed, falling down to the lower deck. The lower deck held, did not give way into the water. As bad as that situation looks, and it is bad, there's some reports that they think they can open 1 or 2 lanes there in the next day or two. That, of course, a major artery between the Oakland area and the San Francisco area. Again, we're looking at the fire situation there in the San Francisco area. This quake is said to be the second most serious to hit the United States in our history. The other one, of course, in San Francisco, the famous earthquake there, the tragic earthquake of 1906 that registered 8.3 on the Richter scale when about 700 people died. This quake that occurred 8 hours ago in the San Francisco area, centered near Santa Cruz, about 75 miles south of San Francisco, registered 6.9, on some scales 7 on the Richter scale, again causing widespread damage throughout the city. There's been some concern, as we have heard this morning, and some worry that there should not have been this much damage, because for a long time that area has been known to be earthquake prone, and a lot of attention has been given to construction in the area to try to make it as earthquake-proof as possible. You're looking now at more scenes of destruction in the San Francisco, the Oakland Bay area. Again, the World Series was to have been played, Game 3 of it last night. It, of course, was canceled. There were about 60,000 people in Candlestick Park at the time of the earthquake. Television coverage on ABC of that game, of course, was knocked out right at the very beginning. There was an orderly situation there at the ballpark as 60,000 people streamed out, heading for their homes, hotels, and what have you. Massive traffic jams. Some people still have not been able to get home because of the many roads that were blocked off. So again, our situation is we are following this story still unfolding because of communications. About 1 million people without power, electricity, gas, and telephones in the area. That hopefully will be restored in the next few hours. Now let's go back to the coverage of our NBC affiliate in San Francisco, KRON.
San Francisco authorities have marshaled their energies and their personnel to sort of make sense out of everything, find out what's wrong, what's broken, who needs help, try to get people to the people who need to help them out. There have been a number of distinguished visitors at this place tonight. One of them, Lieutenant Governor Leo McCarthy, who just a few moments ago, as Roland Post reported, made an urgent plea to the federal government to say, hey, we need some help, we need your money, and we need it right away. All right, let's go to the East Bay right now, where Anthony Moore is standing by for an update on the Cypress situation. Anthony?
Well, Bob, the fire department has been moving slowly but surely all along the top 2 spans of the highway that collapsed. Clearly, they're looking for any survivors, anybody who might be able to be rescued before they go to the longer process of cleaning up here. At one point, listening to radio chatter, I understood there was nothing more than a 3-foot difference between the top and the bottom spans of those things. So what you're looking at behind me is where clearly there's a lot more space than some of the other sections. It could be 1 mile to 1.5 miles long. One of the people who was first on the scene, like many people, was just a citizen on the street who heard the disaster and was able to respond first, and that's Darius Brewer. Come on over here, Darius. Now, Darius had, apparently you were up in there, Darius, on that middle section for quite some time. Tell me what you saw when you walked up there.
Okay, the first time we went up there, it was a guy in a white car, very bad crash under the car. We tried to get him out, and we couldn't force the car to try to get him out, period. So we tried to lift him off of it. Only part of the side of him was his chest was covered, but his left and his right arm was free. I mean, left hand and left leg was free.
So he was alive?
Yeah, he was alive.
You were able to bring him out?
No, we wouldn't be able to bring him out. We would only lift the car a little bit off of him so he can have more chance to breathe in through his chest.
Okay, it looks to me like the police are going to be having a press conference here, and if we can just follow this now, we're going to see if we can find out what's being said. Excuse me. Okay, we're going to try and find out what the Oakland police are saying here. I'm trying to get in here. We may not be able to see anything, but we can hear something.
Somewhere in this general area.
I have no idea.
You're saying basically at 5:05 p.m. today you started talking. Can you complete that thought?
At 5:05 today, we had a major earthquake, of course. It was centered on the San Benito fault line. Apparently, we sustained major damage to structural damage to Highway 880, which is the Nimitz Freeway, from 8th Street northbound to 32nd Street, which is approximately 1.5 miles in length. Apparently, at certain points, the upper level collapsed and down onto the bottom level there, and we have 6 confirmed.
We're going to cut away now from our coverage of our affiliate in San Francisco, KRON, to make contact now with Ira Lou Bell, who is a health officer in Santa Cruz County, California, and of course Santa Cruz was the epicenter of this major earthquake that struck a little more than 8 hours ago. Mr. Lou Bell, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
First, before you tell us what the situation is there now, I assume you felt this quake very, very definitely when it occurred.
I was leaving my office and driving in my car, and I thought at first I had a flat. I'm a New Yorker, and I've been here for 1 year. And the next thing I noticed was that I thought maybe there was a very, very strong wind blowing because the whole car was shaking. I looked up, and the house I saw right next to the road the chimney was falling down. So at that point, I knew we were having a real one.
Mr. Lubell, what is the situation there in Santa Cruz now? Can you give us a report? Do you have fatalities? Are there a number of injuries?
We, I think, have been extremely fortunate, but we have had 5 recorded fatalities at this point. We have no power. All of our hospitals are running. They've been treating lots of minor injuries, fractures. We've had several buildings collapse, private residences and some larger buildings. We've had lots of fires, which are now under control. We have numerous gas leaks, which are rapidly becoming under control. We don't know the extent of the sewerage system in the county as yet, but the first rush of the emergency is over. We now have to worry about feeding and sheltering people. We have some shelters that have been set up by the Red Cross. We've had lots of people called to volunteer to assist us. The State Health Department and our neighboring counties to the north, all of my colleagues, the local health officers have called and said, what can we do to assist? The major roads in and out of the county are at the moment closed. And while some people were up in the Bay Area and came back, it took some 4 or 5 hours to drive down over some of the back roads to get here. Our emergency operations center is operating. The cities have their operating centers operating, and we're status quo at this point. We're standing by watching for the possibility of some aftershocks, but we're concerned about feeding and power and refrigeration and possible foodborne outbreaks, illness tomorrow.
Mr. Lubell, of course, it's just after midnight there. It is dark. Do you feel that officials have a pretty good handle on the extent of damage, even though it is dark? You pretty much know.
They did quite a bit of assessing prior to the tremor was at about 5:05, and the California Highway Patrol had helicopters, and so we had some assessment. But the real assessment of the power problems, our major power supplier is out, will not be made until daylight. We have to assess the structural safety of some of the major institutional buildings first thing in the morning before we can even start operating them as emergency shelters.
So, Dr. Lubell, again, to summarize, then you say in the Santa Cruz County area, there are 5 known fatalities. How many injured?
Several hundred. We have not gathered all of the minor injuries yet. We have not even transported them. The ambulances have been restricted to life and death emergencies at this point.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ira Lubell, health officer for Santa Cruz County. Santa Cruz being the epicenter of the major earthquake that struck the San Francisco area and the Santa Cruz area, certainly last evening, more than 8 hours ago. Let's go now to KRON reporter Linda Yee. She was out at Candlestick Park there for Game 3 of the World Series that was to have been played last night in San Francisco, but of course the earthquake came and that was canceled. Let's pick up now with her report from Candlestick Park.
I have to tell you, we were on the upper level of Candlestick Park. We were with the fans. We were doing our story when suddenly I felt the entire stadium shift. We thought it was the fans at first being very excited, stomping. Then I looked up and saw the actual concrete separating back and forth from the light poles. It was the most frightening experience. You'll see the pictures are a little shaky, but this is videotape of the actual earthquake happening. You can probably hear people in the background starting to scream. I wouldn't say it was chaotic at the time. Most people really didn't know what was happening. They were stunned. And then when they actually realized what was happening, that's when the screaming started. A lot of nervous people. Down on the baseball field, you can see that the players were confused about what was going on. And then when we took a look around the stadium, we noticed that there were cracks all around the stadium. In a few seconds, you'll see some pictures of that. In fact, so much debris was falling. I talked to some people who were carrying chunks of concrete out of the stadium.
The staircase in Section 53 broke up into pieces like this. And it's really dangerous up there. But the whole thing broke into pieces, so I got my souvenir.
Just missed. Yeah, just missed. It really came down hard. Yeah, we're on the top deck. It really shook. I've lived here all my life, and it never scared me in an earthquake. That was the first one that scared me.
Oh, despite what was happening, it was really an orderly exit. I mean, some 62,000 people actually calmly walked out of the stadium. There didn't seem to be any panic. We're told that there were 2 injuries. 2 heart attack victims were taken from the Candlestick Park, and a woman who had been hit by falling debris was treated and released at Candlestick Park. As far as the game is concerned, obviously that's not a big priority now, but the baseball commissioners will be meeting tomorrow. They're going to be checking the structural damage of Candlestick Park. They're also going to look at the Coliseum, but it's unlikely that the game is going to continue, the World Series, as far as...
As Linda Yee was mentioning there, the baseball commissioner, Fay Vincent, is going to meet with other officials from the baseball commissioner's office later today, and they're going to decide what to do about Game 3 of the World Series in light of what you have just seen and have just heard about damage there to Candlestick Park. Some rather interesting souvenirs taken by some of the people there on the upper deck when parts of the concrete area of the stadium at Candlestick fell down. There are some problems, we are also told, over in Oakland with the ballpark there. And so it remains to be seen where and when the World Series will resume. So to summarize, at this hour, at about 4:36 Eastern Time, the situation is this. The California Highway Patrol now says that 250 people are known dead in the second worst earthquake to hit the United States, the worst being in 1906, also in San Francisco. Several fires are still burning in the San Francisco-Oakland Bay area. A number of buildings have been damaged. Injuries range in the 400 or 500 area. Again, these are just round figures because of the communication situation. We really can't, at this point, know the exact toll. The major damage appears to be on Interstate Highway 880, where the upper deck collapsed along a mile or mile-and-a-half stretch there, killing a number of people. One spokesman for a hospital, I think it's the Highland Hospital in Oakland, says that they're not very busy, that most of the people have brought in there were fatalities in that situation. There's also damage, as you perhaps have seen numerous times on television throughout the night, the pictures of the Oakland Bay Bridge, where the upper section, a part of it, collapsed onto the lower section of the bridge. So that's the situation as we know it now. Are we going to take a station break? So we'll come back with you with more coverage. Right now, we'll say this is NBC News. I'm John Palmer. Please stay with us for continuing coverage.
One of these days, someone's going to ask you to do something you really don't want to do. And some of you are going to do it. Could be about drugs or sex or dropping out of school, but you'll do it because you're afraid of getting put down. Isn't it dumb to do something so that someone will like you when you end up hurting yourself and hating yourself for doing it? The more you know, the more you'll learn to say no.
Just a fraction of what we spend dining out could help pick up the tab for a good cause. A small part of what we spend on sports could help keep our community in shape. Or some of our time on the phone could help answer society's problems. Won't you get involved? By giving 5% of your income and volunteering 5 hours per week, you can really help your community. This year, make it your goal to give 5. What you get back is immeasurable.
There's something you have that you need every moment of your life. But if you give it away, you'll never miss it. It's common, yet precious. Costs nothing to produce, but it's priceless. And even though you need it to live, you'll feel better when you give it away. It's blood. And now more than ever, the American Red Cross needs healthy donors. Give blood, please.
I don't understand kids. Always talking about being bored. Nothing to do, nothing on TV. When the answer is right under your nose. Books. With books, you get adventure, danger, mystery, romance, excitement, anytime you want it. The more you read, the more you know. And the more you know, the less bored you're going to be. So stop complaining about being bored all the time and do something about it. Read.
Good morning, I'm John Palmer in the NBC newsroom in New York. This is an early expanded edition of NBC News at Sunrise. We're bringing you continuous coverage of the developments concerning the earthquake in San Francisco that occurred shortly after 5 o'clock West Coast time when a major earthquake registering 6.9 or 7 point on the Richter scale hit the San Francisco-Oakland area just before the start of the third game of the World Series. The California Highway Patrol now says 250 people are known dead. That toll could go higher, certainly, as we learn more about the ramifications of this major earthquake. The injuries range from 400 upward. A number of people were crushed by falling debris. The three areas where the most damage was done, the most injuries and fatalities reported: a section of Interstate 880, the upper deck collapsing, crushing a number of cars with people inside. They're occurring, of course, at rush hour in the San Francisco-Oakland area. A major fire in the downtown area of San Francisco near the marina. And, of course, the problem there that you perhaps have seen, those vivid pictures of the collapse of a section of the upper deck of the Oakland Bay Bridge. Power is out still for about 1 million people, gas and electricity, telephone service to a number of people throughout that particular area. The epicenter of the quake was Santa Cruz, which is 75 miles south of San Francisco. NBC News correspondent Roger O'Neill is there now. Just a couple of minutes ago, Roger, if you're with us, we talked with Dr. Ira Lubell, a medical health officer there, and he reports 5 fatalities. Does that square in that particular area? Does that square with the information you have?
That is about correct, John. There's 2 fatalities in the city of Santa Cruz and a number of other fatalities in the county of Santa Cruz. Power is out in Santa Cruz. Emergency generators are powering some of the emergency headquarters that have been set up in this town. The entire downtown area of this city by the ocean of 45,000 is in shambles. It was a historic district of 100-year-old brick buildings, obviously not built to withstand earthquakes. It did not withstand yesterday's earthquake. A state of emergency has been declared by the police chief, Jack Bessett. The power is out. The water is not safe. The sanitary sewers are not working very well. A number of bridges are down. They are going to call for National Guard help here. Santa Cruz County estimates right now, without taking a good hard look, the damage to Santa Cruz County at $350 million.
And again, is it possible to assess the damage? Of course, you have darkness there now. Is it really possible to assess the extent of the physical damage to the city and the county?
Well, it certainly isn't from my perspective, John. And one of the things that I observed coming into town was that it's difficult to see any damage, but it is total darkness here. But you talk to everybody, and everybody says the same thing, that this town has been almost leveled. It may never be the same. The downtown area, no, they will let no one in it until midday Friday to try and determine if any of those buildings are structurally safe. Everybody here says this town has never experienced the shaking that it experienced yesterday.
Roger, I know you got to the Santa Cruz area after the quake had struck. Have you talked to some people? Have you heard some stories about what it was like?
We talked to the police chief who was on Highway 1 coming towards Santa Cruz when the earthquake hit. He said he was going about 65 miles an hour. He spun out. All other cars around him were spinning out, and it was just rolling and shaking, and he couldn't believe what was happening, but he knew that it was an earthquake, and it was a big one. Asked him, there have been some suggestions that this really wasn't the big earthquake that everybody has been predicting would hit this area, and Jack Bessett said, well, if this one wasn't the big one, I don't think this town can take much bigger.
Indeed. Thank you. NBC News correspondent Roger O'Neill reporting there from Santa Cruz, California, about 75 miles south of San Francisco. Quite a discouraging report there from Roger as to the extent of damage to that town, to the town's water system, etc. A very bad situation. Again, to summarize, the latest figure we have, and it has not moved as far as our information is concerned the last hour or two, the California Highway Patrol saying that 250 people are known to have died. Throughout the morning hours here, we have been joining our NBC affiliate in San Francisco, KRON. We're joining them again now to continue with their coverage to see what the latest situation is, what they have to report. Let's join that now.
Good, there are no problems there, but they want severely restricted water use for some time until they get that taken care of. And earlier we had that word from Mountain View, and they had a major break. They want water restriction there, as well as general water restrictions for the north and south face to boot. Governor Deukmejian, as you may already know, has been in Europe at a West German trade convention. NBC News caught up with him and talked to him. He is on his way back to San Francisco at this hour, but this is the interview Governor Deukmejian gave NBC News earlier this evening.
I had been under the impression that the highways had been constructed to deal with any severe earthquake, and I am very surprised to see what has happened with some of those, and I think that we are going to have some inquiry with respect to that to determine why they did not withstand a quake of the severity of this one.
Who was supposed to make sure that they could withstand a quake of this nature? Was that a federal function or a state function?
Well, it would be primarily a state function. These would generally be under the jurisdiction of the California Transportation Department.
That, of course, referring to the Cypress Freeway on-ramp to 17 southbound off the Bay Bridge that collapsed, as well as certainly the Bay Bridge, too.
And the man who's taken over Governor Deukmejian's duties while he is out of the country is Lieutenant Governor Leo McCarthy, and our reporter Wilson Van Alt has just spoken with him, as well as San Francisco's Police Chief Frank Jordan, and we join Wilson now in San Francisco to give us the latest on that.
Well, Emerald, Lieutenant Governor McCarthy was down here in the Marina District, one of the hardest hit areas in all of San Francisco by this earthquake. He said he had just finished signing, he said just minutes before we talked to him, which was only about 5 minutes ago, finished signing a letter to the White House asking for the federal government to authorize disaster relief for California, making this area and other hard-hit areas in this earthquake eligible for the kind of federal loans that it will take to rebuild. We can see some of the damage here. We showed you earlier the fire damage and the collapsed buildings. What we didn't show you is some of the buildings that are still, well, I guess you can call it standing. These things are leaning and in imminent danger of collapse should there be an aftershock in this earthquake, and clearly they are not habitable. It will be a long time before people who live there will even be able to go in after their possessions. The Lieutenant Governor McCarthy, however, said in all of this, given the magnitude of the earthquake and the potential for disaster, absolute disaster in all of this, he said he was glad that it was not in fact worse. Those same sentiments echoed by Supervisor Harry Britt, who was down here earlier tonight. He said that this earthquake is one that could have been much worse, and also one that San Francisco has to learn a lot from. We talked to you much earlier this evening about the problems delivering water to the fire here in the Marina District. He says, Supervisor Britt says, that San Francisco, because of this earthquake, will have to learn a lesson and take a look at the way it delivers water to fires and perhaps find an alternate method to its underground system of water mains, one of which broke and which caused no water to be available to fight this fire for a long time. Supervisor Britt also said that he was in the command center that the city uses to try to reach out to the various departments, the police department, the fire department, public works people, the ambulance crews, the one central command center in the city. And he said things did not go well from that venue at all. He said that the communication system was simply not up to the chore of reaching out to all those various departments, and things could have gone much, much better. He says one of the lessons San Francisco has to learn from what happened this evening was that it needs a better communication systems for its police and for its fire and for that emergency command center. Those are what Lieutenant Governor McCarthy and Supervisor Britt are saying after touring the San Francisco Marina tonight. Emerald, Evan, back to you.
Thank you, Will.
You have been watching the coverage there from San Francisco from our affiliate KRON. We have a little bit of new information. California officials have now put a price tag on the damage caused by this earthquake. They put it tentatively at this point at $1 billion. Again, the death toll, known dead according to the California Highway Patrol, 250. More than 500 now are said to be injured. A little bit earlier in the evening, NASA officials were worried about an Air Force control center in Sunnyvale, California, located near the epicenter of the earthquake. They were worried that it might be unavailable to them today for the scheduled liftoff of the Space Shuttle Atlantis. Of course, the Atlantis yesterday had been scheduled to lift off a little during the noon hour, but because of rain squalls at the Cape, that was canceled. It has been rescheduled for today. Let's check in now with NBC News science correspondent Robert Bazell. He is down at the Cape to cover that. Any other ramifications or concerns on the part of NASA dealing with this earthquake, Bob?
Other than the general human ones, no, John. That Air Force facility in Sunnyvale, which is right off Route 101, is crucial not just for this launch, it's crucial for a lot of Defense Department spy satellite missions. We haven't gotten word yet about how extensive the damage is. The Air Force said they would be checking it out during the night and would make a decision this morning. That facility is not crucial for the launch of the shuttle itself, but it would be crucial to maintain communications with the Galileo spacecraft that is the prime purpose of this mission. So at this point, we're awaiting more word as to whether that has been affected, that will be in effect on today's scheduled launch. John?
Bob, you, of course, are a native of San Francisco. Everybody has been expecting this for a long time, but it still comes as a tragic surprise, does it not?
It certainly does, and I think that that's something that's most difficult to deal with and to understand. There's earthquakes that are smaller, and I've been through a lot of earthquakes that are certainly not this big, and they're shocking and everything, but there hasn't been an earthquake this large in California since 1971 in San Bernardino, the one that caused the freeway collapse. It was very similar to the 880 collapse that we've seen in San Francisco. The magnitude was about the same. And one of the things that's most frightening about this is that as bad as this was, as many people as the mayor of Santa Cruz and Brother O'Neill was talking about before, this is not the big one. This magnitude 7 earthquake is about 10 times less powerful than the 1906 earthquake that struck San Francisco. So the potential is there for even much worse damage than this, and while there are some wonderful stories of people coming together and things did work well during the night and things could have obviously been a lot worse, there is a strong warning in this for not just Northern California, of course, which just has been struck again, but also for Southern California, where scientists have been predicting for a long time that there will be more earthquakes of this size or even greater, and sometime in the next several years.
Bob, a little while ago, we had an interview here with Governor Deukmejian of California, and he expressed some dismay at the fact that so many buildings had collapsed, particularly the transport system, that section of Interstate Highway 880 where the upper deck fell down. He said he had been led to believe that construction engineers had gone about their work preparing, sir, for such an earthquake with the power of this one. And he said there's going to have to be a lot of investigation. Don't you see a lot of that coming up?
I do, but one of the things that I would guess, and at this point it certainly is a guess that you're going to find out about that particular section of freeway, is that it wasn't so much the way the freeway was designed, it was where it was built. That is not an old section of freeway. I don't know the exact date, but I believe it was built in the 1960s. And one of the things about the San Francisco area is, and we look at that map there, is that a lot of that area that was struck hardest is near the bay, and it used to be the bay. It's a landfill. It was area that was filled in to make room for more housing and more construction of various other things. And it's that kind of area that can be the most susceptible to an earthquake shock. It behaves like a bowl of jello when the earthquake shock came through it. That area is landfill. Also, the marina area of San Francisco, where we saw just a few minutes ago the extensive damage in the fire, that is also landfill area down near the bay. And I think there's going to be a lot of hard thinking again about whether the structures that have been built, not just how they've been built, but where they've been built, and maybe take another look at ones that are built on this landfill area. Another big surprise, of course, was the Bay Bridge. That was, most engineers would have sworn that never could have happened, that the Bay Bridge could have failed in that way, because it was always anticipated that that size of an earthquake could strike in that area.
Bob, one final question. You're down there, of course, to cover the launch of the Space Shuttle Atlantis. What are the prospects for getting a launch off today?
Well, it depends on the Sunnyvale facility, whether that's up and running, and we won't know that for a while yet. NASA management will be meeting this morning. The other thing is, it depends on the weather again, like yesterday, and the forecast for today is that it's not as good as it was yesterday, but again, that's a kind of weather forecast, and as you know from many space shuttle launches, they usually don't know till the last minute.
Okay, thank you. NBC News correspondent Robert Bazell reporting there live from Cape Canaveral. We thank you for joining us. As we have throughout the hours in our coverage, we have been joining our affiliate in San Francisco, KRON, to join them in their coverage of the situation in their city and surrounding area. Let's do that again now.
We're going through some of the rubble in some of the buildings, and the fire department members have told me that they have taken many, many people out who have been injured to the hospital, and that they don't know until probably tomorrow morning who is still in those buildings.
Does this present a particular police problem for you out there?
Well, what it does right now is not so much tonight. There are people, onlookers out there around the vicinity, but nothing like what will be there tomorrow. I think we really have our work cut out for us tomorrow at dawn when people start to come in and examine and see the devastation for what it really is. I think we're all surprised at the volume, and it's turning out, I think, for the marina because it's all unfilled land. And I understand most of those buildings out there were built in the 1920s and 1930s, and they may not be as structurally sound as some of the other buildings in San Francisco. But I am quite amazed at the damage I see out there.
Again, what are you advising people who are outside the city who have to come into work tomorrow to do? What are you advising people in the city?
Well, the first reaction is that if you're coming from outside the city and you don't really have to be here, it'd probably be better off not to come for one day because we're going to be doing
to an interview there with the San Francisco Police Chief Frank Jordan.
The freeways are actually closed right now. Any freeways, overhead freeways, because there's going to be evaluated. Each one will be evaluated for structural damage. We know the Bay Bridge is closed. That certainly will not be open tomorrow. And that if you come in, there's going to be a tremendous amount of congestion. You're better off not to come in unless there's some good reason for you to be here.
Assess for me the crime situation tonight. Is that we're well into the night, and we've what's been the problem, if any?
Well, what we've had so far, as you know, that the lights are still off in most of the city. Probably about 70% of the city is still without power in terms of lights or gas. And so we have found periodically throughout the night there's been some calls about minor looting in the 3rd Street corridor, out in the Western Addition, Hayes Valley, and now just recently in the Tenderloin. But all of it has been to the point that we can jump on it right away. As soon as we hear it taking place, we respond. We have enough police officers on duty. Every police officer has been put on notice that their days off have been canceled, and they're working 12-hour days. So we have 2 shifts now going 12 hours, and we have adequate policing with additional deputy sheriffs assisting us, and we feel that we will be able to handle it through the night, but the sooner we get the lights on, the better we're all going to be.
Generally, how would you assess the whole city? Do you think the city survived better than might be expected under the circumstances?
Very definitely. In fact, I'm very proud of many of the citizens of San Francisco who really came to the assistance of the police department and the emergency services. I literally I've seen many people tonight directing traffic and out in the marina tonight, carrying hoses, assisting the fire department, doing everything they can to participate to help people who are really in need, and particularly emergency services. So I'm very, very proud of what I see of the citizens of San Francisco. They rallied behind this issue, and I'm sure, hopefully, with something like this in 1906 earthquake and fire, but it makes me very proud to see what they did tonight.
Chief, we have practiced and practiced and practiced disaster in San Francisco and what might happen. We've had the disaster. Are you satisfied that San Francisco was properly prepared?
Well, I think we are, mainly because it couldn't have come at a worse time, right in the height of the commute traffic, and the Bay Bridge is closed down, and here we are with a World Series just about to start at Candlestick Park. You couldn't get a worse congested city at the time, and it sure took us 3 or 4 hours to evaluate how we could clear some of the traffic, but we were able to do it by diverting some people all the way down to San Jose because the San Mateo Bridge was closed. But eventually we were able to divert them out through the marina over to the Golden Gate Bridge, where more lanes were made available leaving the city, and they could go then to the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge to get over to the East Bay.
Have you learned anything you do differently?
Well, in terms of, we'll do a little critique on that, I'm sure, tomorrow. Some of the things that I'm sure with all of us, with the gearing up for traffic and crowd control at Candlestick Park for a World Series, and all of a sudden have a major shift in emphasis just in a matter of half an hour. When I was out at Candlestick Park, I'll give you an example. I saw the stadium shake, and I realized that it was a major shake, but had no idea of the impact until one of the portable phones on the field with a police officer told me that the operations center wanted to talk to me, and they told me that they had, at least at that point, a series of collapsed buildings, and that they also heard that there was structural damage on the Bay Bridge. Then I realized we had a much worse condition than at first indicated. people at Candlestick Park, when they had the shake, I think they were kind of enthusiastic. They thought this was a great omen for the San Francisco Giants tonight to start with an earthquake, and then we'll really shake up the Giants and get a victory tonight. But then, about 5 minutes into it, when the news started to hit everybody in the stands, I could see that there was a great deal of concern, and I can see why now.
Now there's some questions as to whether there'll be a series, and if there is, where.
That's correct. I understand they'll be meeting tomorrow morning with the baseball commissioner to evaluate where we'll have the game. I understand there is some structural damage at Candlestick Park, and they may have to delay the series or redirect it to some other stadium. We're not sure yet.
Thank you very much, Chief Frank Jordan of the San Francisco Police Department.
Roland, can you ask the chief, can you hold him by just a moment?
One question from Evan. Is it Evan?
Yes, it is. Roland, the only reason I'm asking, only a few minutes ago, we had a report that Harry Britt was critical, among other things, of the police communication system at the height of the trouble. Does the chief have any thoughts about the adequacy of the communication system?
The question is that...
An interview there with Frank Jordan, the chief of police for the city of San Francisco, talking about the situation there, saying in essence they're going to have a major transportation and traffic control problem in San Francisco today, along with their other many problems as they cope with the aftermath of this earthquake that occurred just about 9 hours ago at about 4 minutes past 5 o'clock Pacific Coast time, just before the beginning of the World Series. You're looking now at some of the damage. This is the Oakland Bay Bridge. We have reports there that as many as 80 people may have died in the situation there. Again, all our reports of injuries and fatalities are coming in from various sources, and nothing can be confirmed at this point. One of the many fires that several continuing to burn at this hour in the San Francisco area, the biggest one in the Marina area of San Francisco. Damage to buildings throughout the area. Injuries now put at about 500, and again 250 fatalities. You can see people there trying to shore up a building. There are going to be problems throughout the San Francisco metropolitan area today. You can see one of the victims there trapped in the rubble. We have been talking with earlier with NBC News correspondent Roger O'Neill in Santa Cruz. That was the epicenter of the earthquake. And he reports, and that has been confirmed by a health officer there, that 5 people died in the county. They apparently got off very lightly, considering the fact that the earthquake registered 6.9 on the Richter scale, and it was right there in their backyard, the epicenter. Now you're looking at that big fire that's burned all night long in the Marina area of San Francisco. More and more buildings showing the effects of the devastating earthquake. It is now being said that this was the worst, the most serious earthquake to hit the United States since the quake that hit in 1906, which in San Francisco, which claimed 700 lives. So that's the situation as we have it. We're going to stay on the air, continue our expanded coverage here on NBC News at sunrise to bring you the details as we have them. And as we have been doing throughout the early morning hours, we're going to rejoin our NBC affiliate in San Francisco, KRON, and continue our coverage from there now.
This one where there are some 8 confirmed dead at this hour when a lack of water and exploding gas mains created devastation in the marina. And as the chief just said, now they're contending with dozens of houses that have also collapsed outside this area. This is 6th and Townsend, south of Market in San Francisco, where there, in fact, were 5 dead when a brick wall, collapsed on people and cars containing people outside. And there was also damage in Santa Cruz, a building and roads damaged there, and the other fatalities in the Bay Area. In fact, 6 dead is the Santa Cruz estimate at this hour, as far as we know, when a building collapsed there. The damage is widespread, and the assessment will be a long time before we know just how much it is. The roads throughout the Bay Area, including the Summit Road over the 17 that goes from San Jose to Santa Cruz, still closed because of a massive rock and mudslide and landslide at the top of the mountain, cutting off communication effectively to Santa Cruz from its primary access route. This is Highland Hospital, emergency admissions in the East Bay. Highland Hospital had to overcome some great adversity when they lost power. Initially, they had to set up their triage to deal with the crisis. in the parking lot of the hospital, in fact.
Right now we have Carl Sonkin on the phone, and he is reporting to us from Santa Cruz. The epicenter of the earthquake was 10 miles from Santa Cruz, so there's quite a lot of damage in Santa Cruz. As you mentioned, Evan, there have been some fatalities there. Carl, what can you tell us?
Well, as far as I can tell you, Emerald, Santa Cruz is virtually blacked out tonight. It was, as you said, the epicenter of the earthquake. And Evan was mentioning the possibility of 6 dead here in the Santa Cruz area. The number could go up to 14 at least by tomorrow morning when first light and rescue efforts resume in this tiny beach community. That is the possible number that is being talked about right now by officials, the possibility of 14 dead at this point. Santa Cruz's main shopping mall downtown, the Pacific Garden Mall, about 6 blocks of historical brick buildings virtually shattered. Several of the buildings crumbled, several of the buildings leaning precariously. Others have lost glass and bricks and other building appurtenances. The Pacific Garden Mall is where all of the devastation was. Some of the beach homes were also damaged here in Santa Cruz. Right now, we are here. We just got here after taking a long detour around the summit, which meant traveling about 2 hours over back roads and ways. Now that Highway 17 is, as you said, blocked. So we will have more for you in a little while out of Santa Cruz. Meanwhile, this community very hard hit. One estimate of damage we've heard talked about $350 million in Santa Cruz County alone. I'm Carl Sonkin reporting live by phone. Now back to you, Emerald and Evan.
Carl, before we let you go, did you get any information as far as the hillsides in Santa Cruz? We heard that there were some homes and there were some slides up in that area. Were you able to find out anything in that regard?
Well, basically, earlier on in the evening, there were a couple of fires in the Santa Cruz Mountains, which are directly, of course, west of San Jose. There were some fires up around Summit and Skyline we know about, and there were some earth slides up there. We drove through one. We took some pictures of roads that had been virtually cut in half as though the fault line had gone right through here. And possibly you've seen some pictures of heavy boulders down on the highway around by the Patchen Pass, which is the new name for the summit over Highway 17, which is totally blocked right now. Those rock slides were just part of what happened.
Carl, can you give us a sense of how the people in Santa Cruz are taking all this?
Well, Emerald, from what little time we've spent here at this moment, as I said, we've just arrived after a long series of detours. From what little we've been able to see, people are walking around dazed. There are some who are street people here in Santa Cruz who are kind of walking around as they often do, but most of the residents have gone off to sleep at this point, and it's hard to assess exactly the reaction right now. I'm certain one of shock and fear, obviously.
All right, Carl, thank you very much. Reporting to us from Santa Cruz, that's the epicenter of the earthquake, and Carl Sonkin just having arrived there. And he's telling us now that the earlier death toll that we got was 6, and now they fear that it could go up to 14. Again, that's in Santa Cruz.
This is interesting.
You've been watching coverage there from our NBC affiliate in San Francisco, KRON, coverage of the aftermath of the terrible earthquake that hit some 9 hours ago in the San Francisco-Oakland area, the center of it in Santa Cruz, about 75 miles south of San Francisco. Again, for those of you just getting up and learning of this, 250 people are believed to have died in the earthquake. 500 injured, damage put now at $1 billion. That is apt to go higher because, as we just heard, they're estimating damage in the Santa Cruz area and that beachfront community 75 miles south of San Francisco at $350 million. The worst damage was in San Francisco itself to the Oakland Bay Bridge and to a freeway, a section of Interstate 880 that collapsed, killing a number of people. NBC News correspondent George Lewis, I'm told, is at that location. George, if you're there, what can you tell us?
Good morning, John. I'm standing in front of the collapsed section of the freeway. It's known as the Cypress section of the 880 freeway. It goes east from the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge, bypassing downtown Oakland. It's a 2-level structure, the top level going one direction, the bottom level going the other. At the time of the earthquake, it was about a little after 5 o'clock in the evening, a very bad time, heavy rush hour, people trying to get home to catch the World Series on television. The two sections of the freeway pancaked into each other. Police at the scene said they knew of 6 people dead immediately, but they fear that as many as 100 or more may be dead, trapped inside the 2 levels of the bridge. It's hard to tell at this point how many casualties there are because it's difficult to peer in through the concrete rubble. Police will have to wait until daybreak to complete the job of assessing how many people might have been trapped in that collapsed structure.
George, as you were giving your report there, we were looking at some videotape from the area. It seems as though it's a very difficult rescue operation to get up there to try to get to those people.
Difficult and highly dangerous, John, because of the fear of aftershocks from the earthquake that could further topple this structure. So the rescue workers on top of the freeway are putting their own lives at risk as they try to see if anybody else is alive. They've heard no cries for help from the structure this evening. They are using dogs to try to see if they can find any more people in there, but it's a pretty grim scene here right now.
George, where were you 9 hours and about 5 minutes ago when this quake hit?
Coincidentally, I was in our newsroom in Burbank, California. We were discussing updating our earthquake preparedness plan for NBC News on the West Coast, and I was sitting in the newsroom of our station KNBC when their seismograph went off right in front of us, and it indicated a very strong earthquake some distance away from Los Angeles.
How was it to make your way from Burbank with all of the confusion that must have been going on to get from Burbank over to where you are now in San Francisco?
Well, we scrambled for chartered aircraft. The problem of transporting people and equipment up to the scene was complicated by the fact that San Francisco Airport was closed down. The tower was full of debris and communications were cut. The tower computers at San Francisco Airport were knocked out of commission. We were able to get into San Jose, about 45 miles south of San Francisco, and once we got on the ground and established telephone communication, which was spotty, we were able to assess where the biggest damage was, where the most fatalities might be, and that led us to Oakland.
And you, of course, are there on the scene now. Can you give us a picture of what it looks like? Is the whole area lit up with lights, and the rescue effort is going on, I assume, even though it is dark, but they perhaps will certainly be able to do better during daylight?
Yes, the area is all cordoned off. The structure is lit up quite brightly by rescuers and police. Construction equipment, they put out a call for cranes and booms. Construction equipment has been arriving here on the scene. When it hits full daylight here, the effort will be renewed in earnest to see if anybody else is alive beneath all the concrete rubble. They'll start ferreting through the collapsed freeway. The fear of aftershocks and further collapses is still very much on the minds of the rescue workers, however.
George, we've had a report from the governor's office in California listing, and I'm sure this can only be an estimate, that maybe as many as 80 people died in the collapse there of Interstate 880. Any way to confirm that ballpark figure?
It is just a ballpark figure, John, because literally only inches now separate the top layer from the bottom layer of the freeway structure, so they can't really get into it to see how many cars are trapped beneath the fallen concrete.
Thank you very much. NBC News correspondent George Lewis reporting to us from the scene where apparently there was the most damage from this major earthquake that hit the San Francisco area. That section of Interstate 880, the upper deck collapsing onto the lower deck. And as George told us, there's no way to tell the number of people that have died there, but it is a major tragedy and apparently the worst aspect of this, the most damage in this earthquake. As we have been doing throughout the evening, let's go back now to our NBC affiliate in San Francisco and join the coverage from KRON.
It's damaged to some degree, but the real reason they can't go back at this point is because there's a gas leak. Everything seems okay considering what it could have been. Things aren't as they should be, but considering what could have happened, things are okay, at least according to the people in charge here.
People with true medical problems are not sent to the Red Cross shelters. They are sent to the hospitals or triaged out. People with, cuts and bruises can be sent here.
Have you heard of anyone, aside from those people at the Cypress section of the freeway, have you heard of anyone who was actually injured?
No, I have not. In fact, I have heard that is the major and only focus in Oakland.
These people... So things are okay here now for the moment. It is a tragedy for the people involved. And of course, to some degree, it's a tragedy for everyone who lives in the neighborhood. But things could be a lot worse. The people inside have food. Those who have minor medical problems have been attended to. The children are asleep now. And the officials here say that tomorrow morning when the sun comes up, everything's going to look a lot better to everybody.
Mike, in the event someone is in a building that they're unsafe in and feel insecure in, is there room there for more?
Oh, certainly. In fact, earlier, maybe an hour earlier, they were turning away volunteers here. They literally had more volunteers than victims. There's plenty of food, there are plenty of cots, there's plenty of everything. So if anyone feels the least bit insecure, feels that perhaps their building may come down or perhaps their building is in jeopardy of moving again, they should certainly come to this shelter or a shelter similar to this in Berkeley.
All right, sir. Thank you. Mike O'Connor from Oakland.
One place where things may be turning out to be worse than earlier feared, at least the death toll is climbing, is in Santa Cruz. And we were just talking to Carl Sonkin by phone. Now we have established a picture so that we can actually see him. Carl.
Well, Emerald, I'm just going to show you one location here in Santa Cruz on the downtown Pacific Garden Mall to show you some idea of how powerful this earthquake was. I'm standing in front of Ford's clothing store on the Pacific Garden Mall, and as you can see, fronts of the facade of the store have actually fallen off. Mannequins are laying out here on the sidewalk, glass litters the whole place. And if Brian will pan a little bit to the right there, we will show you that, as I said, parts of the building have actually fallen off, and as you can possibly see through the windows to the far right there, that actually some of the ceiling of this store has fallen down. You can see ceiling joists there and clothing laying out through the broken windows, mannequins on the street. The Pacific Garden Mall is, as I said, littered with bricks. This was a historic part of old Santa Cruz, kind of a downtown shopping mall. And as we said earlier, there were at least 6 deaths out here, and there might be possibly more as dawn breaks and search resumes in this area. A little while ago, we saw some National Guardsmen walking through here, apparently, possibly to guard this area, but we aren't entirely sure. Just saw a couple of soldiers walking by. We'll have more for you as the day goes on and as the morning progresses. I'm Carl Sonkin, reporting live from Santa Cruz. Now back to you, Emerald and Evan.
Thank you very much, Carl.
We've dealt primarily, of course, with local residents coping with the devastation. Wayne Friedman, though, has been out talking to another group of folks certainly impacted by this, tourists.
After we finished going to the Bay Bridge, we passed around inside the city, and we happened to go by the Hyatt Regency and the Embarcadero. Now imagine if you were on vacation and suddenly you couldn't go to your hotel room. These are the people in the main lobby of the Hyatt Regency. 1,500 people, we're told, spending the nights down there, reading messages, trying to find their loved ones. Typical message: Peter, I'm sleeping on the floor. Randy, Mary, I'm okay. Look for me near the stage. Jack. These people don't know what to do. Here are 2 tourists from Wichita, Kansas, Virginia and John Bell.
What did it feel like? Well, you had a hard time walking. The TV flew out of the armoire. The lamps were flying around the room. It was difficult to get away from the windows and get back towards the hall, that area of the room. Were you able to stay on your feet?
We braced ourselves against the wall. It was sort of if you're in a turbulent flight and you're trying to get to the restroom or whatever in a turbulent flight and you lose your footing. It was difficult. It was like walking uphill against the wind. You had a difficult time standing up and maintaining your balance. So we just got into a doorway and we prayed a lot.
Is this a vacation or a business trip?
Business trip.
Is this is this accommodation tonight more an inconvenience or is it an adventure?
Oh, it's kind of it's an inconvenience, but it's also an adventure. I would much rather be here than on the 17th floor.
Some people would rather be outside because it is hot outside. It is hotter inside.
Why are you outside?
It's cooler out here. There's a lot of people in the basement floor in the building, and it's just not comfortable.
Where are you from?
Joplin, Missouri.
Ever felt anything like this before?
No.
What do you make of it?
I don't think I'll come back.
Where are you from?
Los Angeles.
Well, you're used to this then.
Well, not quite like this. This is the worst I've been in.
What was it like?
We were at the St. Francis and it shook and we just thought it would pass and it kept escalating, so we dropped.
Did you ever figure you'd spend your vacation in San Francisco on a park bench?
No, I didn't actually. in San Francisco, but not right here now.
What about you? Now you are, I assume you're not in some religious order.
No, this is a tablecloth.
This is a tablecloth?
Yeah, it's a nice one, too. I'm very happy to have it.
How did you...
They pass these out in the hotel, along with blankets.
So you're sleeping tonight?
Right here. It's too crowded in the ballroom.
In a tablecloth?
Sure.
When's the last time you ate?
It was about an hour ago. They passed out sandwiches in the hotel. They did a good job.
So they're taking care of people?
Very nice.
Where are you from?
Salt Lake.
They have earthquakes in Salt Lake?
Yes. Not like this.
And he adds he wants to go home to Salt Lake. Anyway, these people are taking it in relatively good humor, but imagine if you were on your vacation in San Francisco and wound up spending one of your vacation nights instead of at a luxury hotel on a park bench off of Market Street.
Or any of these folks in the lobby or on the park bench outside because of damage to the hotel or the room.
Well, they can't get upstairs in the hotel because the electricity is out. And heat also has a tendency to rise. So they're all maintaining very good humor. No one seemed very angry with the hotel. In fact, we were told there were some people who have walked in off the streets, and the Hyatt has given them a place to stay because they can't get home to the East Bay. So I don't think they want to live the rest of their lives like this. But they're making do fine with good humor, and they...
Have you heard of that, the situation with other hotels as well?
That's the only one we saw. I did pass by the Hilton earlier tonight and saw a similar scene in that lobby. So I think it might be safe to assume that several big hotels are taking care of their customers.
A stoic lot.
A lot of people simply are not sleeping tonight, I think.
It's exciting. I don't think they'd want to do this 2 nights in a row, but it's okay for one night. They're also, I might add, they don't have a lot of information about what's going on inside the city. And so we were bringing as much information to them as they were bringing to us. They were very concerned about what they'd heard had happened in Oakland and in parts of the Marina District.
Thanks, man.
It's going to be a long night and a long day tomorrow, and for a lot of students there will be no school, and we're now going to show you a list of the schools that will be closed tomorrow in San Francisco, San Jose, Palo Alto, the Jefferson District in Daly City, in Berkeley, San Mateo Union High School District, Santa Clara City Schools, and the list goes on, San Francisco State, Stanford, Santa
While our
Clara
NBC
University.
affiliate in San Francisco is giving us the school closings there in the local area, we want to recap now for those of you who may have just joined us. There has been a major earthquake in the San Francisco area. It occurred about 9 hours ago, shortly after 5 o'clock Pacific Coast time. It occurred just before the beginning of the third game of the World Series at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. There were one slight injury reported there at the park, but there have been a number of injuries elsewhere in the city of San Francisco and the Oakland area, and as far south as Santa Cruz, about 75 miles south of the Bay Area, that being the epicenter of the earthquake that measured 6.9 on the Richter scale. Casualty reports are conflicting at this hour, and they have been all evening long. The best that we can go with, we think the most authoritative now, is the California Highway Patrol, which says that 250 people have lost their lives, but there are other reports here that as many as 200 people died in the collapse of Interstate 880 in the Oakland area. Again, that unconfirmed, but as we heard from NBC News correspondent George Lewis about 20 minutes ago, there was severe damage there. You're looking now at videotape of this area of the greatest damage along Interstate 880. As George Lewis reported to us, a number of people have been trapped in their vehicles. The upper level of a section of the freeway, about 1.5 miles in distance, collapsed. It collapsed at the height of the rush hour shortly after 5 o'clock. As George told us, a number of people are trapped in their cars. The area is now cordoned off. There are trucks and cranes and ladders. The area is lit up, and they're trying to get in there to see the extent of the fatalities, injuries, and damage there. There was also damage reported on the Oakland Bay Bridge. We have seen videotape of that, where a small section of the upper level of the Oakland Bay Bridge collapsed, damaging a number of cars, and there are said to have been some fatalities there. There was a major fire in the San Francisco area, several fires. Indeed, the worst in the Marina area down near the waterfront in San Francisco. There have been reports of a number of collapsed buildings. Damage estimates range from $1 billion and higher. In the Santa Cruz area, the epicenter of the earthquake, damage there alone estimated at $380 and $50,000. The National Guard and units of the Army Reserve are patrolling areas of Oakland and San Francisco. There have been some reports of looting, nothing widespread, but they're there because many stores have been literally broken open with glass breakage and building fronts collapsing as a result of this major earthquake. The most major earthquake as far as damage and deaths are concerned since 1906, when the devastating San Francisco earthquake at that time took the lives of about 700 people. It seems odd, I guess, to talk at this hour of the morning after this tragedy about baseball, but the earthquake did strike just before the third game of the World Series was to have begun at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. Baseball Commissioner Fay Vincent says that he is going to meet with his people later today to assess the damage not only at Candlestick Park, and there was some damage there, but also at the Oakland ballpark, to see whether or not Game 3 can be played, or perhaps it will be delayed for a day or so and perhaps played elsewhere. We'll find out about that later today. For now, that's our summation of the situation, as we have been doing throughout the early morning hours. Let's rejoin our NBC affiliate in San Francisco and their coverage at KRON.
In Alameda County altogether, they're estimating 100 dead. And he was also able to provide me with the latest estimates from the varying counties around the Bay Area. And allow me for a moment to read those off to you. Latest estimates, again, coming from the State Office of Emergency Services through their ham radio network, talking with an individual in Pleasant Hill where their command office is supposed to be. In Monterey, 1 dead and 2 injured. In San Benito County, no dead and 50 injured. In San Francisco, 9 dead and 100 injured. In San Mateo, no dead, 108 injured. In Santa Clara, 3 dead and 60 injured. And in Santa Cruz, 3 dead and 70 injured. And of course, we heard from Carl Sonkin that there may be as many as 6 dead. But again, these are figures that are being compiled by the State Office of Emergency Services. And as we said, they are somewhat more liberal in their interpretation of the numbers, in that Oakland police do not consider an individual dead until they've actually been able to remove the body from the scene. Now, just recently, we watched a Oakland Fire Department truck behind me. You can see the yellowish-orange truck behind me. That is a large hook and ladder. It was just brought in. We don't know for what reason. Also, to give you an indication of the activity here, a number of satellite trucks from the various national networks, media outlets have arrived on scene. So this is clearly going to be the area where the media is going to congregate. Again, as far as getting information out from this area, we're not so sure. We're quite some distance from the accident itself, and the only updates we've had have been very sketchy and very scant. Once again, reporting from the scene of the Cypress Street accident, this is Anthony Moore. I'll put you back to you now.
Anthony, one quick question. With all the big rigs pulling in, have you seen any sign of the half-dozen big cranes they want to get in there to pick up the cement?
Yes, in fact, it was about an hour ago that a crane, clearly a private crane, billing itself as the largest in the world, pulled right through behind me from this side underneath the Cypress Expressway onto the other side. 165-foot beam crane. So at some point, and we can't say where or when, these construction cranes are going to begin trying to lift the upper deck off of the middle deck, which is supporting both decks now.
All right, thank you. Anthony Moore from Oakland. I might say we had indicated, Anthony told us there were some 70 dead. That figure now, if you add the numbers up Anthony gave us from throughout the greater Bay Area, including Monterey, I got 69, is not an official number of deaths, but the latest figure anybody seems to be working with.
And in the Marina District, there were reports that 8 people died in that fire that had happened. And
we have 13 perhaps in San Francisco, right, beyond the 9 that he gave us.
But in the Marina District, where there was an area where 12 buildings collapsed and burned, and there were fatalities there. And Vic Lee is just back from the Red Cross shelter there, and what was it like there, Vic?
Well, Emerald, there are about 400 to 500 people at the shelter, I am told. All of them, of course, from the Marina District. Now, many of the people have lost everything that they own, their apartments demolished. But most of the people there at the shelter were advised by the fire department to leave their apartments because of the danger of gas leaks. You see some of these people coming in, many of them elderly people. Some of them were injured, some seriously. I heard about 20 people were moved to Letterman's Hospital. Here you see some more of the people being moved, again, mostly old. There were people like Diane Feinstein. Former Mayor Feinstein was working there. She had arrived early on. She was helping the volunteers there. There are about 50 to 60 volunteers here at the shelter. Earlier this evening, Mayor Agnos showed up, and he talked with some of these victims. The thing that is heartening about the shelter is to watch all of these volunteers who just came out from the cold, left their own places to help out. For instance, we saw the whole entire USF basketball team. They were in their dorms, and they came out and decided to bring sweatshirts, anything they could. At first, there was a little trouble opening the shelter because they lacked porta toilets and water and food and things like that. But around mid-evening, all of those things were brought, and at this time, most of the people are sleeping at the shelter. The volunteers are still there, and they, of course, expect to keep the shelter open all night for anybody else who wants to come.
How many did you say were there? And there is room for more?
Yeah, about 400 to 500 people. I was told when I left the shelter just a little while ago, had entered. Again, most of them were advised to leave their apartments in the marina because of the danger of gas leaks.
In fact, the police chief mentioned in an interview just a few minutes ago that there were buildings that were unsafe, that they were still standing, but that they were unsafe and they would have to be demolished. So I would imagine that the residents would be from buildings like those, too.
Just around the corner, there was a building that was just almost entirely collapsed, just around the corner. And there must have been at least 50 people living in that building, so I assume most of them are at the shelter. I also heard that many people in the Marina District who are not at the shelter apparently have found other means of other places to stay tonight. Notice some people camped out in front of apartments, just simply, you know, staying in front of their apartments, wondering what else to do. So I guess people are making do.
All right, thanks a lot.
There's probably nothing more important to the folks who are home, not directly involved in tragedy, but inconvenienced certainly greatly by a lack of power, gas, electricity. George Sarkisian with PG&E is on the phone. We'd like to get an update. Mr. Sarkisian, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Evan.
Hi, we had a few minutes ago sort of a plan of action that you folks were involved in. Are you pretty much on schedule? Can you bring us up to date what you hope to get accomplished?
Sure, Evan. Well, we hope that we're still trying to recover from the earthquake that hit us yesterday. We had initially 1 million customers, that's residential homes without electric power, and almost 100,000 customers without gas. The hardest places hit were San Francisco down to the peninsula, part of Oakland, and certainly San Jose area, Watsonville, Santa Cruz. Now, as of just a short time ago, we've restored about 98% of the power in North San Mateo County. That's San Bruno, Daly City, and South San Francisco. In San Francisco, south of Lincoln Boulevard, about 90% has been restored, but north of Lincoln Boulevard, much remains out. And a problem that we're having is with the fires and with the possible gas leaks, we can't go in and restore electric power, which we're prepared to do, but we have to go in and check and make sure all gas lines are working fine and there aren't any leaks. Otherwise, if we re-energize, restarted some lines, there could be sparks and there could be more fires, etc.
What do you think is going to be the toughest area to fix?
Well, you know, the marina area certainly is bad. Parts of Oakland we have to get into, too. And even we're prepared to turn power back on to the Embarcadero and Financial District here, but we can't until in the morning when they open the offices, that we can get in there, bring our equipment and our monitoring equipment and check out, make sure there aren't any gas leaks before we turn power on.
Is it humanly possible to get it all restored by tomorrow evening, say?
Oh, gee, I don't think so. We're trying. We've got crews coming from Fresno, from north of Santa Barbara, from the Oregon border down. We're evaluating all of our vulnerabilities and weaknesses and trouble areas now, and we have a mutual emergency agreement with other utilities in like Oregon and Nevada, down in Southern California, Washington State. They will send us crews as we need them to help fix too. It's an all-out effort. We're working around the clock right now, and we hope for the best. One bit of good news is I think by now we've given power all the way back to BART, and that will help them turn their ventilation equipment on and give them better access to the tube, etc. So that's, you know, another bit of good news.
Well done so far. Good luck.
We have been watching our coverage from our affiliate in San Francisco, KRON. For those of you just joining us, we are giving you continuous coverage of the situation in the San Francisco-Oakland area following a devastating earthquake that struck some 9.5 hours ago, measuring 6.9 on the Richter scale. The fatalities, 250 people at least known to have died, 500 injured, more than $1 billion in property damage. The center of the quake was in the area of Santa Cruz, which is about 75 miles south of San Francisco. Damage estimates, again, much higher than $1 billion. As many as 1 million Northern Californians are reported without power this morning and 500,000 without gas. Vern Paul is with the Federal Emergency Management Agency in San Francisco. He's on our open line. We want to check in with him now to see what the situation is there. Can you tell us the extent from your point of view of this emergency at this hour?
Well, John, what we're trying to do is to gather the information from the state, California Office of Emergency Services, to the extent where federal agency response is needed. So far, we have not had any specific request. Robert Vickers, who is the regional director for our agency, and we're based at the Presidio of San Francisco, we're in the process of contacting federal agencies in the Bay Area to have a meeting with them in a few hours to determine what response and what capabilities they have to respond to the state, such as search and rescue, such as food that would be needed, any transportation needs from the Department of Transportation. Our agency is a coordinating agency, housing, and we, of course, work with the Red Cross. So right now we're in the tooling up process of the federal families to determine what we can do to respond to the state's needs.
Mr. Paul, how would you characterize the extent of this earthquake, the extent of the damage?
Well, all I really have heard, I was at the Presidio up until just a short while ago to our office, and we've had trouble with our phones there. But most of our information, frankly, is from the state and from the news media. I'm told that there are specific areas in San Francisco and in Oakland and that have been badly devastated, such as the Marina area that you've been reporting, and there's other areas that have been untouched. And it's an ironic situation. I've heard the mayor say that much of the city is still intact. There's a lot of glass and a lot of breakage in the downtown area, but earlier the day we saw people on television moving back and forth in a very normal fashion. So far, from what I've been able to learn, most of it again from news media, the people have been very calm, and they've reacted very favorably. We like to think perhaps maybe the earthquake preparedness programs that have been in effect for many times, as particularly in April, when the California Office of Emergency Services has a month-long campaign, have been helpful in educating and training people. The radio stations, the television stations, I think have done a phenomenal job in informing the people about the problems and what has been occurring, and also giving reassurance that local government, state government, and the federal government are there to respond. And of course, our first line is to try to save lives and reduce property damage. We're in the process of doing that.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Vern Paul there from the Federal Emergency Management Agency in San Francisco, talking about their job in all of this, which is to coordinate their relief effort there in the situation. We want to go to Mary Lou Harcherick with our NBC affiliate in Salinas, California, for a report on the situation there. Mary Lou, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, please.
Well, we were looking at the damage in Santa Cruz County. Of course, now we have 5 confirmed deaths in that area. Severe damage to the downtown area of Santa Cruz. We're located about 15 miles south of Santa Cruz in Salinas. Here in Monterey County, there has also been excessive damage done. As far as the damage estimates, we are unaware at this time because we do not have a, so to speak, tri-county emergency preparedness team, so every county is going to have to deal with this on their own. Right now, we have absolutely no power in the Santa Cruz County area and Monterey County area as well. Water is out of Santa Cruz County as well. The city has about a 3-day supply from what we understand, so they're rationing what they can. Here in the Salinas area, many supermarkets have opened up so people can get some water supplies, also some emergency equipment. We understand that size D batteries are now out because people need flashlights and that type of thing. So it's pretty bad here, but all in all, I think people are really coming together, lots of camaraderie when you go out into the neighborhoods, and people really pulling together, and the panic was about 10 seconds right after the quake, and we all felt it, and after that, you just kind of go into action and you try to pick up the pieces.
Mary Lou, thank you for that report. I want to ask you this. Have you felt any aftershocks? We have reports there were a number of aftershocks further north from you up in the San Francisco area.
From what we felt minutes after and now hours after, there have been about 5, so to speak, not terrific aftershocks, but we've definitely seen the building shake and some doors move and pictures on the wall and that type of thing. So from what we know now here in this area, there's been about 5 that we've been able to feel.
Mary Lou, where were you when the quake struck some, 9.5 hours ago?
Well, most of the staff was in the newsroom at the time. We were doing our 5 o'clock news broadcast live, and we were in a live report. Immediately, our power went off, and we went to our backup generator here at the station, and as far as I know, we're the only ones that have power in the area. Some folks around do have power generators. Everything is battery-operated, though. They're just receiving our signal from their battery-operated radios or from Watchmen's or portable TVs or what have you, but phone service is down, so to speak. To get to San Francisco, we have not been able to get out. We can only call here locally, but power is out. They are saying anywhere from 36 to 72 hours we may be without power here in the area.
Thank you, Mary Lou Harcherek from KSBW-TV, our NBC affiliate in Salinas, California, reporting there from just south of the epicenter of this earthquake, which was in Santa Cruz County. Again, the fatalities listed now at about 250 people. That's just a round figure because of darkness and the poor communications still around the area. It's impossible to know the exact number. About 500 people injured. Most of the fatalities believed to be on that collapsed upper deck of the Interstate 880 in the Oakland area. Again, the collapse occurring at the worst possible time, a little after 5 o'clock during rush hour in the afternoon. Let's rejoin, as we have throughout the morning hours, the coverage from our NBC affiliate in San Francisco, KRON. You're taking a look right now at some of the damage caused by the buckling of the highways. Let's join the coverage.
And as I was telling you, Anthony Moore, a reporter, said that some huge cranes have just arrived to continue with the rescue. And of course, this picture taken earlier today, just after the collapse. This is in the Marina District, where about 12 buildings went up in flames or collapsed, and the police chief has told us that 30 more buildings will have to be destroyed because they are just not safe. 8 people perished in this section of San Francisco. And about 400 people in the Marina District have gone to the Red Cross shelter. This is south of Market. This is 6th and Townsend, where a brick wall collapsed onto 3 cars. In those 3 cars were 5 people. They were all killed. And going on to Santa Cruz, that's where the epicenter, actually the epicenter of the quake was 10 miles from there, but most of the damage that you're seeing there is near the Pacific Garden Mall, and the roads have buckled, as in many parts of the Bay Area. In Santa Cruz, the death toll is at least 6, perhaps more. They expect it to climb some. And there have been some fires in the hill there, but they've been put out. And this here is Highland Hospital, where they had set up a triage center out in the parking lot. Lots of people coming into emergency center there.
We've talked about the power, the gas, and the electricity. After that, there's probably no single entity for most folks of import at this point in time is the communication with other people via telephone. Greg Lyons back with an update on that assessment.
That's right. Of all of the infrastructure in the Bay Area that went through this earthquake, I think probably the phone system came through the most relatively unharmed. Of 160 central offices in the Bay Area, not a single one went down. They served 9 million customers throughout the state, and they have not, in their words, have not had a major outage of any size at all. They have had what they refer to as a slow dial tone because of the volume of calls. As you can imagine, your experience probably will attest to this. You get on the phone and try to assure your relatives and friends that you're in fact safe. Well, that volume of calls caused many of the exchanges to become overloaded. There are people who sit at computer terminals and they throttle down the number of calls that exchange can handle. So you'll get a slow dial tone or you'll get a busy signal. Now, that volume of calls dropped off starting about 2 hours ago, about 1 o'clock our time. But they expect in about 15 minutes, at 3 o'clock our time, which is 6 o'clock on the East Coast, that the folks on the East Coast will start calling to see how we are.
But that has no bearing on damage to the phone company or equipment?
No. They say they have no damage to the central office equipment. Now, they may find in the morning, they may go to a central office and notice that a piece of equipment has been knocked over and has taken out a couple of lines. But basically, the system itself is intact, and if you're experiencing problems, it's because of the volume of calls. Pacific Bell says, please don't call 611, the repair service, if you're experiencing a slow dial tone, because they know where those problems are and they will deal with them as best they can. And above all, don't call anyone if you don't have to, because calling just contributes to the volume that they have to deal with.
Well, I don't want to contribute to the problem, but we did have trouble getting out here, like every place, dialing the 9 and the 1 in the area code. And for an emergency call to loved ones, I found that 90 got past that. You get an operator who
can help you, and oftentimes those calls get routed by satellite, so that if you're going through an exchange, you can short-circuit that process, go up in the sky and come back down.
I talked to my neighbor, and she was saying that her phone is at the point now where she can get calls, but she can't call out. So she's just, it's sort of a one-way communication that she can't get a hold of people. She wants to let know she's safe, but if they call her, they can get through.
Many times that's because somebody's sitting at a computer terminal trying to regulate the volume of calls through an exchange to keep the whole system going.
Bottom line, right now, before dawn, is the best time to try to make the call.
Right now is the best time, and Pacific Bell is on the phone right now to Eastern Media to ask them, please, to put out the word, don't call San Francisco. You're just going to overload our system.
Thanks, Greg.
You bet.
Joining us now is Mary Borelli from our staff, and she is one of several people from KRON who were, in fact, on the Bay Bridge when the earthquake happened. Mary, what was it like?
It was terrifying. I was headed into the East Bay on my way home, and I lost my radio signal, and then my car simply went out of control. And it was as if the pavement just dissolved out from underneath me. When things calmed down, the cars all stopped. It was commute traffic, and a motorcycle rider came back across the bridge yelling that the bridge had collapsed, the bridge had collapsed. People started saying, get off the bridge, get off the bridge.
Where were you in relation to that collapsed section?
I was, by the time I got stopped, I was on the east side of the Yerba Buena Tunnel, so I was between the Yerba Buena Tunnel and the collapsed section. And at that point, literally thousands of people left their cars and were all running back to Yerba Buena Island. We congregated there for a while, and then we were asked to return to our cars. It took a couple of hours on the bridge with all of our radios going and people trying to stay calm, and they turned all of those cars and buses around and had us drive back to San Francisco. But it was a couple of hours of not knowing if we were going to have an aftershock, of watching the helicopters, of feeling helpless, of being really betwixt and between, kind of too far away to really feel we could get anywhere safe soon.
We're glad you made it back.
So am I.
And were able to tell us about this. Mary Borelli, thanks a lot.
Going back to the command center in San Francisco for Rollin Post, and apparently another update on the situation of getting power restored with a PG&E spokesman.
Well, I have it, John Ulrich, who's the director of the PG&E for the here in San Francisco. Major jobs for them tonight. First of all, we're still standing in the darkness here. How close are you to getting power restored in San Francisco?
Well, I can look over your shoulder and see it's just a block or two away, so we're moving quite rapidly through the city. It looks like we have about half of the city, primarily the southern half, south of Lincoln, near Golden Gate Park. From there south to the south side of the city is most of it's back in power.
When do you think you'll have the whole city back?
Well, it's hard to tell. We're doing it very methodically and being very concerned about safety. That's the most important thing right now, and not moving so fast that we get ahead of being safe. And we're moving now in the Richmond area, and we're starting to move from west to east. We have a lot of damage, and homes are damaged in the marina, and that'll probably be the last area. That may be several days. We also have gas damage, and we want to make sure that all the gas facilities are safe before we bring electricity back on and before we start lighting pilot lights again for our customers.
I think we ought to emphasize that. The reason why the lights aren't on, and not necessarily because of the electricity, the reason that you have to want to clear the gas safety factor first.
If there's any indication of gas in the area, and of course people can smell it, we're not going to go and turn electricity on without making sure things are safe. And we're going to be working in the downtown area, and that'll be a primary concern in that area too.
Now, what should people do? What should a homeowner do? What should a businessman or person do in terms of power at this point in gas?
Well, they should think very clearly about what they need and what they don't need. The situation is one where we don't have all the power we need right now, and it would be very important that people use only what they absolutely need. Turn things off. If last night at 5 o'clock when the power went out, they had left some lights on, be sure to turn them off and don't use appliances that you don't need. If you have a business, think about whether you need everything at your place of business tomorrow, and don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary.
Don't use those neon signs.
No, we'll communicate very well with people to tell them how the situation is. But if there's any questions, be sure to call us. We have phone operators there, able to answer questions and try to relieve some of the tension that's going on right now. We have very experienced and very professional employees out that are trained in safety and knowledgeable, and they're here to help get power and gas back into San Francisco. That's why we're here.
Okay, let's say I'm a homeowner and the earthquake hit and I turned off my gas because I thought that was the right thing to do. Should I turn it back on myself, or should I call PG&E and have you do it?
No, I would not turn the gas on myself. I think once it's been turned off, call us, and we'll, at the appropriate time, send someone out, talk to you about when we think we can be out, and make sure everything is absolutely safe before we turn it on. If you haven't turned it off and you don't smell gas and you don't have damage in your area, don't rush out and turn it off, because you then may have to wait quite a while before we can come back and restore it. But if you have any implication or smell, then take adequate precautions.
All right, now you deal in PG&E with storms all the time and a lot of power outages and gas problems. Is this the worst problem you've faced?
Well, I haven't thought about that very much, but I live for today, and today is a very exciting day. So I hope we don't have any more like this. But it's time for people to think about gas and electric safety, and to think about its prudent use. And the next few days, we'll try and get everything back to normal. And bear with us. We're here to take care of things.
You're watching the coverage by our NBC affiliate in San Francisco, KRON, as they cover for their residents the aftermath of the major earthquake that struck their city and surrounding areas almost 10 hours ago now. Again, as far as the death toll is concerned, the California Highway Patrol says 250 people killed. The governor's office, the spokesman in Sacramento at the governor's office, says 268 people are dead. And the California Office of Emergency Services has it at about 216. So the best we can say is to give you the information that we have. Roughly 250 people are believed to have lost their lives in this major earthquake that registered 6.9, almost 7 on the Richter scale. It was centered in Santa Cruz, California. The major damage is in the San Francisco-Oakland area, especially in Oakland, along a stretch of about a mile of Interstate 880, where the upper deck of that roadway collapsed onto the lower deck. A number of people are still trapped in their cars, and we can't even estimate the number of fatalities or injuries there. One hospital spokesman, I think it was Highland Hospital, said, "We're not very busy now because most of the victims brought in from that section of roadway all are dead." There was also a major problem on the huge Oakland Bay Bridge, a major thoroughfare there connecting Oakland and San Francisco. There, a section of the upper bridge has collapsed onto the lower section of the bridge. The damage estimates range upwards from $1 billion. Again, the epicenter was in Santa Cruz, which is about 75 miles south of San Francisco. Let's go now to Kelly Brothers. Kelly is the assignment editor for our NBC affiliate in Sacramento, KCRA. Kelly, good morning. What can you tell us?
Good morning, John. We're here in Sacramento, and it's been Sacramentans have always been kind of cloaked in a little bit of safety because we always felt safer from earthquakes being this far away from the fault lines. But I tell you, this one rolled through here today.
What did it feel like, and where were you when it hit?
I actually was home loading up a car, and it was strange to give you some idea of how this quake rolled through the valley from the bay all the way up through here and into the Sierra Nevada. I was out loading a car when a neighborhood friend came running out of his house who had been watching San Francisco television, and he came running out and said there's just been a huge earthquake in San Francisco. They were knocked off the air. He had been watching it on his satellite dish. As we kind of laughed at him for a minute, and about 10 or 15 seconds later, the tremor just rolled through, nearly knocking some of us off our feet. It was really, as I said, we've had a few quakes before, but nothing like this. Then in a matter of moments, trees were swaying, chandeliers swaying, and even water jumping out of swimming pools throughout the whole Sacramento area.
Kelly, have there been any reports of major damage in the Sacramento area?
None yet. We've had a state building had some cracks in the plaster and, you know, a lot of debris throughout some of the stairwells. There have been a few reports of, you know, things falling off shelves and that sort of thing, but certainly not on the magnitude as that of what we've seen in the Bay Area.
Thank you, Kelly Brothers of station KCRA-TV, our NBC affiliate in Sacramento, California. Again, about 1 million people, Northern Californians, are without electrical power this morning. They hope to restore that later today. About 500,000 people are without gas. Now, at this hour, people along the East Coast, the eastern section of the United States, are waking up, getting ready to go to work, perhaps first learning about this. A few minutes ago, we heard on our KRON coverage in San Francisco, an official with the phone company was saying, please don't call and jam up their phone lines. But obviously, if you have relatives and loved ones who live in San Francisco, you want to find out that they're all right or what the situation is. We do know, as far as injuries and fatalities, that 9 people are reported dead. To kind of put this in perspective, 9 people reported dead in San Francisco. The major area, again, of fatalities is that 1 mile stretch or so of Interstate 880 where it collapsed, and during the rush hour at about 4 minutes after 5 o'clock San Francisco time, and that's where the great amount of the fatalities are. Let's go back now to San Francisco and join the coverage of our affiliate there, KRON.
Come out of somebody's house, and apparently they don't belong there, so we'll have to check out further what the circumstances actually are.
There's students in Houston here in California waste pollution down in Silicon Valley.
On water pollution?
No, waste pollution.
Waste pollution. Where do they go to school?
They go to school in Norway, and they're having their thesis down here.
Are they working with the university here, or?
They're working with some companies out in Silicon Valley.
Do you have any reason to believe that they would be in somebody's house they didn't know?
Oh, definitely not. They were probably...
Pardon my throat, as it dries out, it gets worse. One point we do want to make here is what brought all this about is that one of the neighbors fired a gun, apparently into the ground, not at either of the 2 men, and that's what brought them to a halt and brought in the police. So anyone, if you're out in the area and looking around, and we've seen lots of people out wandering the streets tonight, trying to get a look at what's happened, because the devastation is just hard to believe until you see it with your own eyes. It is just absolutely devastating. But be careful, because people are concerned, people are nervous, and so are the police, and they will respond quickly.
And in fact, officials are saying not to wander around and do some sightseeing. They're saying stay put.
Stay home.
Yeah.
That's the best idea. Best advice.
And earlier, the police chief said there was minor looting in other areas. This would be the Western Addition, the Tenderloin, and Hayes Valley. But pretty much everything is under control, it seems, at this point. We're now going to go to Wilson Van Alsen. He's out in the marina, and let's see what the latest is out there. Wilson?
Well, Emerald, I had a chance a couple of minutes ago just to wander around the marina in the areas that were not particularly hard hit. And I've got to tell you, it was an eerie feeling wandering up and down these streets. There is nobody in the various houses and apartments around here. All the streets are being cordoned off by security officers who will not let people in. They are worried about the looting situation. They are also worried about what of these buildings are still habitable and which ones are not. Clearly, the building at Jefferson and Divisadero that Gary showed you earlier, the one right back here, is one that people probably will never go back into. That building will have to be razed. There are other buildings that when you go inside, you find loose plaster hanging and walls akimbo, walls simply not vertical at all and give you the feeling they could collapse at any moment.
But right now, people are being kept out of the marina area. Sometimes people are being allowed in if they can show a driver's license and say that they have good reason to be there, but that good reason doesn't include going into their apartments to gather valuable effects. So a lot of people are being temporarily inconvenienced in a very bad way. On the other hand, we have tragedy also to report here in the marina. We told you earlier about the fire at Beach in the Visadero. Our best understanding about that fire, and this is subject to confirmation when the firefighters go in after dawn tomorrow, or pardon me, after dawn today, is that 2 and possibly 3 people perished in that fire. And then across the street from that, there was the building that collapsed, a 3-story building that went all the way down to the point where it looks like a 1-story building.
This is a report from the correspondent for our NBC affiliate in San Francisco, KRON. As you saw, he was reporting live there from the scene of that major fire that's been burning all night, caused, of course, by the shock from the earthquake that occurred in San Francisco a little bit after 5 o'clock Pacific Coast time, just before the World Series game number 3 was to get underway. Here's what we know at this hour. About 250 people are believed to have died in the earthquake. It measured 6.9 on the Richter scale. It was centered near Santa Cruz, California, which is 75 miles south of San Francisco. Injury estimates are 400 to 500 people. About $1 billion in damage, at least. That figure certainly expected to go higher. There have been reports of a lot of damage to buildings throughout the San Francisco and the Oakland area, but the major areas of concern, a stretch of Highway 880, the interstate in Oakland, where a number of people were trapped in their cars when part of the bridge collapsed. Our coverage on NBC News will continue momentarily. Interstate 880 in Oakland, moments after the earthquake hit. Cars falling off the bridge, others crushed. Throughout the Bay Area, officials say at least 250 people are confirmed dead and hundreds more injured this morning. The powerful earthquake, measuring 6.9 on the Richter scale, hit the San Francisco Bay Area last evening. In addition to the bridge collapse, buildings were toppled and fires burned through the night. Good morning. While rescue operations continue in the Bay Area, emergency management officials in Washington are getting ready to send in aid. We'll have live reports this morning from San Francisco and from Washington on this special edition of NBC News at Sunrise. I'm John Palmer. This is Wednesday, October the 18th. Officials in Northern California say at least 250 people are dead and more than 500 injured following that powerful earthquake that rocked the San Francisco area last night. The quake, which measured 6.9 on the Richter scale, is the second largest ever recorded in the United States. NBC News correspondent Bob Jameson is standing by with more in this report from San Francisco. Bob, good morning.
Good morning, John. San Francisco authorities will not be able to begin assessing the full extent of damage until several hours from now at first light. But it is already clear to those who have worked through the night here that given the magnitude of the earthquake, the number of casualties, and the extent of destruction in the city itself is not what it might have been. John, there is power out all over the city, which went down the moment the earthquake hit. Authorities aren't sure when that power will be restored. They say that they must first check buildings for any gas leaks to prevent explosions once the electricity is turned on. Many schools and businesses will remain closed today, while authorities check to determine the full extent of structural damage there has been in San Francisco itself.
Bob, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, John.
Where were you when the earthquake struck?
John, I was sitting in the upper deck at Candlestick Park waiting for the pre-game ceremonies for Game 3 of the World Series to begin.
And was there any sense of panic at all?
There was no sense of panic at Candlestick. Everyone knew immediately that it was an earthquake, and everyone knew that it was a very bad earthquake immediately because of the kind of jolt that practically lifted you up out of your seat. There was no panic, I think, in part because we were all out of doors and we were able to actually see the stadium roll as though you were on a sea bobbing up and down. People were too stunned in the first moments after the earthquake, I think, to panic. We saw several groups of people run down from the upper deck toward the field, but it was only a couple of small groups.
Thank you. Bob Jameson reporting live from San Francisco. Police and firefighters, paramedics, and emergency personnel have been working, of course, throughout the night in the dark to find and help those injured in this earthquake. NBC News correspondent George Lewis joins us now from the site of the Bay Bridge collapse on Interstate 880. Good morning, George.
Good morning, John. A pretty grim scene here this morning. This part of Interstate 880, known as the Cypress section, lies in ruins, and beneath the rubble, the bodies of an undetermined number of victims. The freeway collapse came at the worst possible time, evening rush hour, people trying to get home to catch the World Series on TV. When the quake hit, the top level of the freeway pancaked into a lower level, killing as many as 100 people. Some cars were thrown off the structure, falling 20 to 30 feet to the ground. A frantic rescue effort got underway almost immediately. The rescuers braving the threat of further collapses to drag victims to safety.
Things stopped, and then...
More deaths on the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge, where the earthquake collapsed the eastern part of the structure. Engineers say it will be some time before the bridge, one of the most famous in the world, will be able to carry traffic again. The authorities say they won't know the real death toll until later today, when heavy construction equipment will be moved in to pry apart the layers of the collapsed freeway. John?
George, what's the scene there now? Can you describe it for us as they go about this task of trying to get to those people that have been crushed in that situation?
Well, John, all night long, rescue workers have been scrambling over the bridge, searching for any signs of life. They say they haven't heard any sounds from beneath the collapsed freeway section for a long time. Later on, they're going to use dogs to try to search for people. They have no idea of the death toll at this point. They thought that as many as 100 might be trapped under there earlier. They've revised that downward. They say they've been able to confirm only 6 dead so far, but that seems to be a fairly low count, given the fact that this did occur at rush hour and that people here, eyewitnesses said they saw scores of automobiles trapped beneath the rubble.
Thank you, George Lewis. NBC's Jimmy Cephalo was at Candlestick Park covering the World Series for NBC News at sunrise when the earthquake hit. And Jimmy this morning is at the Central Emergency Command Post there in San Francisco. What can you tell us, Jim?
Well, John, last night during the game, before the game actually, it was very calm. I was in the parking lot when the quake occurred right after 5 o'clock. It was 30 minutes before the game was scheduled to begin, and the fans were very calm. The ones in the parking lot went into the park as if a game was actually going to take place. The ones in the stadium remained. Some of the ball players, realizing what was going on, ran onto the middle of the field, the safest area, and tried to find their families and friends. Many of the players and their wives actually seemed to be the most shaken of the group. It took about 30 to 40 minutes for the remainder of the stands to leave the ballpark, but it was a quiet, orderly crowd. Several hours afterwards, I had an opportunity to drive through the city. Most of the power was down. The traffic lights were not working, but there were many, many firefighters and policemen in the streets trying to keep order. So a very quiet crowd at Candlestick Park that accepted what happened and left very quietly. It was quite surprising, John.
Jimmy, it's difficult to talk about the game of baseball at this point, given the magnitude of this tragedy, but what about the third game of the World Series? The commissioner, I understand, is going to meet today to make a decision on this?
Exactly. Fay Vincent, the commissioner of baseball, is going to meet with the hierarchy of the sport, and there are architects looking at the stadium right now at Candlestick Park. A couple of alternatives have been being talked about. One, the possibility of moving the series to Jack Murphy Stadium in San Diego, or the possibility of going to Dodger Stadium. But right now, it does not appear that a World Series game will take place at least today or tomorrow at Candlestick Park in San Francisco.
Thanks, Jimmy. Cephalo reporting live from San Francisco. In Washington, White House spokesmen say that President Bush has been briefed on developments in San Francisco throughout the night. And last evening, the president sent Transportation Secretary Samuel Skinner to the Bay Area to assess conditions there. Meanwhile, federal emergency officials are already gearing up to help. NBC News correspondent Bob Hager is at the Federal Emergency Management Headquarters in Washington. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, John. Well, this crisis hits just as the federal government and private agencies, relief people, are still all down in the Caribbean and in the Carolinas, still cleaning up in the aftermath of Hugo. Now, on that one, they were accused of moving out slowly. So last night after the earthquake hit, the federal government moved quickly to get organized.
The Federal Operations Center here looks like this, with representatives of 25 federal agencies gathered around one table getting reports. President Bush dispatched Transportation Secretary Samuel Skinner to the scene.
Our main concern on behalf of the President and the administration and congressmen that are here and everybody else is to make sure that the humane side of this issue, that human life, everything is being done, and that we are coordinating everything that can be done.
The Red Cross also fired up a Washington operation and said they'd be sending in nurses, emergency vehicles, and more. Red Cross Vice President George Hutchins.
Yes, we know that from the Los Angeles area, they're setting up cots and the type of things that needs to open shelters and have temporary housing if that's necessary.
You know, it's ironic, just a month ago, the federal government staged a practice emergency drill out in Sacramento. 500 people went out to participate, and for their make-believe emergency, they chose an earthquake of 7.5 magnitude on the Richter scale. John?
Thank you, Bob. We'll have much more on the San Francisco earthquake and other news after this. You're watching NBC News at Sunrise.
Most dog foods are made as if this dog's body never changes. Well, it does. So he might get too much of one thing and not enough of another. That's why there's Cycle. It's specially designed to work with your dog's constantly changing body, giving him what he needs when he needs it throughout his life cycle, to keep him full of life.
Good boy, Bo.
For a lifetime.
The facts about butter and calories. Think butter has a ton of calories. Think again. Butter has just 36 calories a pat, the same as margarine. So for no more calories, you get butter's great taste, delicious dairy butter.
Ever think of shrimp for lunch? Then think Red Lobster for golden fried shrimp, crunchy popcorn shrimp, and sizzling scampi, all on one plate for just $4.95. Served in 15 minutes guaranteed, or it's free. The Lunchroom Trio, now at Red Lobster.
It's all right, I've got my card.
I like it.
I like to wander and roam, I like to call back home. I like my MCI. I like you loud and clear, I like you close and near. I get more. I like my MCI. I like my MCI.
As we have been reporting, a devastating earthquake believed to be the biggest since the so-called Great Quake of 1906 has rocked the San Francisco area. Officials there say at least 250 people are dead, more than 500 people injured. The quake measured 6.9 on the Richter scale, second only to the 8 registered by the 1906 earthquake. NBC science correspondent Bob Bazell is down at Cape Canaveral, where he has been preparing for today's rescheduled launch of the Atlanta Space Shuttle. He has more on the situation in Northern California. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, John. I am, like many other people, have friends and relatives in San Francisco, and just on a personal note, people all over the country last night were calling. Calls were pouring in to find out whether everybody was okay. I found out that my family was fine, and just the emotional feeling of that is sort of overwhelming. Just talking to my mother and her describing her plates falling off the walls in her house and the structures cracking even though there was no serious damage. This is not something that, of course, was unexpected. We've talked about this a lot. The possibility of a big earthquake striking San Francisco is always well known, but the fact that it came was of course, a great shock. As far as the space shuttle, by the way, there's a space shuttle, there's a space command center in Sunnyvale, California, which is south of San Francisco. We now have word from NASA that there was not damage there enough to prevent the attempted launch today, which is supposed to take place at 12:50 Eastern Time. John?
So, Bob, weather permitting, then, you do expect a launch today?
Well, weather permitting, but there is a big problem with the weather. It's the forecast is a 60% chance of showers that will prevent a launch, but we have to wait till this afternoon to find out about that.
Okay, thanks, Bob Bazell, for that report. Let's do a check-in now with the Weather Department and NBC's Joe Whitty. Joe?
Thank you, John. Good morning, everyone. Indeed, we do have some wet weather up and down the East Coast and a very cold situation for the Ohio Valley. We're going to see some snow in parts of the Ohio Valley. Take a look at the weather map, and you see some hefty rains down in the south, all that rain working its way up the East Coast. And look at this, snowflakes in parts of Kentucky, Tennessee, Indiana, and Ohio with a very cold wind, the coldest so far this season, and some snowflakes out west in the Colorado Rocky Mountain states. Afternoon highs, take a look at this. It is going to feel much like about the month of December in the center portion of the country. Highs there only in the chilly 30s and 40s with a very cold wind. That's my national weather. Now here's what's happening in your neighborhood. For the tri-state area, cloudy and cooler, dry, high of 52, rainy and windy tonight, rain on Thursday and Friday. More later. John?
Thank you, Joe. And coming up, more on this devastating earthquake in San Francisco, where at last report, 250 people have lost their lives, about 500 people injured.
And save all this week at our half-price sale. You'll call tomorrow. Come share our values. Wall-bound.
Why does it seem like there's never a business class seat when you need one? Am I taking the wrong flights?
TWA has nearly 3 times as many domestic flights with business class as all other airlines combined.
Ah, I was taking the wrong airline.
Upgrade and free. 2 of my favorite words.
In TWA's frequent flight bonus program, you can get unlimited free upgrades to business class after flying just 5,000 miles. Today's TWA. Find out how good we really are.
First Investors Fund for Income, a fund that seeks a high yield, has delivered a monthly dividend check without fail for over 15 years. In good times or bad, that check has been there, month after month after month. Although past performance is no guarantee of future performance, paying over 180 consecutive dividends speaks for itself. For a free prospectus, call First Investors, the prudent mutual fund people. First Investors Fund for Income, every month since 1973.
John Dryden wrote, "Where passion rules, how weak does reason prove?" You'll see.
Elizabeth Taylor's Passion, and now Elegant Whispers, your gift with any purchase from the Elizabeth Taylor's Passion collection. Available at A&S.
The best road is the railroad, Metro North.
There's no need for us to be empty. If you're pregnant or have a child under 5, you may be eligible for WIC. To find out, call this free number.
Prices were higher again today on the Tokyo Stock Exchange, closing up over 111 points. Jeff Madrick says there's reason to be encouraged about the performance of Wall Street as well.
Good morning. In some ways, yesterday's stock market action was more encouraging than Monday's big day. The market received some bad news, it digested it, and it maintained its composure. The bad news was that the sensitive trade deficit in August expanded more than expected, and stock prices started off poorly. At one point, the Dow Jones Industrials were down more than 60 points, and traders thought the jig might indeed have been up. But the Dow climbed back to finish down a relatively calm 18 or 19 points. That suggests pretty heartening stability. But back to the trade deficit, the amount by which imports exceed exports, it stood at $10.77 billion in August, up from $8.24 billion in July, and July was revised up as well. Most discouraging, exports were up 6.4%. Now, monthly trade data are not very reliable. But one reason economists have been optimistic that Friday's plunge would not turn into a stock market crash was that the trade deficit has looked much healthier now than it did 2 years ago. Industrial production was reported down as well, as was operating capacity, signs of a slowing economy. One good byproduct of the market plunge is that interest rates have come down. The question is whether they will stay down. I'm Jeff Madrick, and that's Business Today.
It has been a frantic night for rescue workers in the San Francisco Bay Area searching for survivors of the catastrophic quake, pulling victims from the wreckage of fallen buildings in the stretch of interstate highway that collapsed on itself. NBC's George Lewis reports.
The freeway collapse came at the worst possible time, evening rush hour, people trying to get home to catch the World Series on TV. When the quake hit, the top level of the freeway pancaked into a lower level, killing as many as 100 people. Some cars were thrown off the structure, falling 20 to 30 feet to the ground. A frantic rescue effort got underway almost immediately. The rescuers braving the threat of further collapses to drag victims to safety.
Things stopped, and then...
More deaths on the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge, where the earthquake collapsed the eastern part of the structure. Engineers say it will be some time before the bridge, one of the most famous in the world, will be able to carry traffic again. The authorities say they won't know the real death toll until later today, when heavy construction equipment will be moved in to pry apart the layers of the collapsed freeway.
That was George Lewis reporting. In other news this morning, 4 men are in police custody. They are being charged with the death of New York rookie police officer Anthony Dwyer. The 23-year-old cop was investigating a reported burglary and climbed to the roof of a McDonald's restaurant at 7th Avenue and 40th Street. Police say one of the 4 men allegedly pushed Dwyer down a 40-foot air shaft. Police and firefighters had a difficult time reaching his body. He died en route to the hospital. One of the suspects, Thomas Harris, was nabbed and reportedly told police the whereabouts of his 3 companions. They were picked up later in the day on Coney Island. And now at 6:52, it is time for Joe Whitty once again to tell us a little bit about all that rain that's headed our way again today.
More rain and cold air, too. Remember, 2 days ago, we were in the mid-70s.
Ah, what a memory.
Short memories, yes, indeed. Right now, it is chilly outside, everyone. In Central Park, a chilly 47 degrees with a brisk northeast wind, making it feel just a touch cooler than that. Humidity at 93%, a damp wind at that. Let's take a look at the radar pattern. You'll see coming up our way are rain patterns. One rain pattern off the coast, that's good news. Southern New Jersey has some rain right now, generally on the light side, but that cluster of storms down over the south is moving this way, and that will bring lots of moisture. Take a look at the morning satellite photograph, and you see above those raindrops, lots and lots of clouds with moisture moving in from the Gulf of Mexico, streaming up the east coast. It's due to arrive here tonight. Here's the forecast. Cloudy, basically dry today, but cold, a high of only 52 today. Tonight, rainy and windy, 45 degrees. Thursday and Friday promise to be wet days and cold days, too. Showers likely on Saturday, and perhaps by the end of the weekend, we'll turn to partly cloudy skies and a chance, finally, to dry out. So the dress of the day today, a warm jacket, high of only 52 degrees.
And an umbrella.
Yes.
Thanks, Joe.
You bet.
6:53 coming up next, antiques and quaint inns. Stay with us.
News 4 Shadow Traffic is sponsored by Mitsubishi Motors.
The world thirsts for a car that is economical, yet fully equipped, basic, yet polished, practical, yet inspiring. Some may think such a car is only a mirage. It is the award-winning Mitsubishi Mirage. Buy the special edition Mirage EXE and get air conditioning and AM/FM stereo cassette at no extra charge. Save over $1,000. On which shuttle will you find the world's most famous investor in real estate, hotels, and transportation? On the corporate jet, of course. When it's tough getting to the airport, we make it easy getting through the airport with the automatic ticketing machines of the corporate jet.
Drop everything. See Gypsy, starring Tyne Daly. Gypsy, the Broadway musical at the St. James Theater. For tickets, call 212-214-60-102.
The accused stands before you on trial for his sins.
Forgive me. I loved you all.
Liar, you only love your dreams.
Is that a sin?
Your life will be a great and lonely one.
Father, forgive me.
You belong to no one.
If living with obsession is a sin, let me be guilty.
Calvin Klein's obsession for men. I'd know him in the dark.
Now your gift with any $27 Obsession for Men purchase at A&S.
It is now 6:56. Time for a final check of the commuter scene. Here's Nancy Remy of Shadow Traffic.
Jan, we go right to Brooklyn, checking the southbound BQE, jammed up at the Koscues going toward Meeker Morgan with a multi-vehicle accident in the left lane. Northbound slows from the inbound Gowanus, which is generally sluggish from the belt in toward Industry City. Inbound Manhattan Bridge, the slowest of the lower East River crossings, with construction keeping the lower deck closed. Hudson River crossings, 15 minutes inbound at the Holland Tunnel, 20 at the Lincoln, 5 at the George Washington Bridge, 5 outbound at the Holland to New Jersey, and alternate side of the street parking regulations in effect. I'm Shadow's Nancy Remy for News 4 Morning Edition.
Vermont has quaint towns, beautiful mountains, antiques, and much more. Let's go on the road with Mike Sanford.
Vermont's steeped in history. There are more than 100 covered bridges here dating back to the 1820s, and churches even older than that. Near Burlington, the home of patriot Ethan Allen's just been restored and open to the public. Further south, in Bennington, there's a monument honoring Seth Warner and his Green Mountain Boys. In 1777, those patriotic Vermonters helped the Colonials defeat the British in one of the most important battles of the Revolutionary War. If your taste in history is more rural than revolutionary, Burlington's Shelburne Museum is chock full of Americana, with authentic buildings, steam train, and the side-wheeler SS Ticonderoga. If you're looking for some of Vermont's famous handmade goods, try the Vermont State Crafts Center in Middlebury. 250 artists create or sell their work here. When you're done, you can explore the quiet town, wander down by Otter Creek Falls, or spend the night at the 161-year-old Middlebury Inn. Rooms start at $70 a night. In our next report, the great outdoors. In Vermont, Mike Sanford, News 4 Morning Edition.
And that's it for us at 6:58. Be sure to stay tuned to Channel 4 and NBC for the latest on the San Francisco earthquake throughout this day. We'll see you again tomorrow morning for Morning Edition at 5:30 and 6:30 a.m. Have a good day.
Our new soft spots are so comfortable, you may forget you have them on. The secret is Soft Spot's unique cradle construction. It surrounds the foot in a soft leather cushion just like a slipper. The result is a great-looking shoe with the kind of comfort, that until now, you could only dream about. Soft Spots. Feel beautiful.
When Siemens says, don't miss our interest-free finance offer, it pays to listen. Because the prices you see are Siemens' famous everyday low prices. Plus, you can finance and pay no interest for 1 full year. Terrific, right? Well, it gets better. You make no payments until 1990. It's amazing. You get beautiful furniture, low prices, 1 year interest-free financing, and no payments until 1990. It's Siemens interest-free financing, celebrating Siemens' 5th new store this year in Nanuet.
Have you ever wondered what the personal computer was really invented for? Well, this is it. It's a new service called Prodigy. Connected to your computer, and it's this simple to find great values from home. This simple to shop from dozens of merchants from home. This simple to bank, book the best airline fares, get stock quotes, all from home. And it's just $9.95 a month. Prodigy, from a partnership of IBM and Sears. Finally, what the PC was invented for. See your dealer, see Prodigy, and see how you can win $25,000.
Crazy marriage rules. Next, Donahue.
People running. The police say get everyone.
Good morning. The pictures from the Bay Area can only begin to tell the story of the tragedy that's still unfolding there. The major earthquake that hit at the height of Tuesday's rush hour continues to have devastating consequences. In human terms, the death toll has reached at least 250, and authorities fear it will go much higher. An additional 600 or more injuries have been confirmed, that number too expected to soar. The physical damage is massive. Whole buildings collapsed or burned. Pavements buckled. Bridges destroyed. Power out. After working through the night, authorities in need of daylight are still digging out survivors, still assessing the damage to the beautiful Bay Area, now a disaster area today, Wednesday, October the 18th, 1989. And good morning. Welcome to Today on a Wednesday morning. I'm Bryant Gumbo, along with Jane Pauley and Deborah Norville. We greet you from Chicago this morning. We planned a celebration of sorts here, but events in California have clearly prompted a change in our plans. The earthquake that struck the San Francisco Bay Area last night measured 6.9 on the Richter scale. Scientists say it is not the big one that they've been predicting for so long, but it has resulted in a major tragedy. And so for the next 5 hours, on a special extended edition of Today on this Wednesday morning, we're going to be focusing exclusively on the earthquake story and the efforts to cope with its effects. In just a moment, we're going to be turning to Jane. You're going to have some eyewitnesses that will be joining us from the San Francisco area.
Well, the question you have to ask yourself, if you weren't there, is, what if I was? Would I rather be safe at home, was home safe, or would you like to be on the road during rush hour? Because wherever you were vulnerable to this.
Yeah. There was certainly no shortage of eyewitnesses because it struck at 5:04 Pacific time, and then shortly after Jane's done with the eyewitnesses, Deborah's going to give us an update on all the news, including our correspondents who got there, of course, after it started, but who have been flying.
Well, actually, we had some people who were there, too, because, as you know, Game 3 of the World Series was to be played last night, and so we had our team out there to cover that. Coincidentally, they're covering a different story, so we'll be talking with some of them, as well as our complement that's come in afterward.
Okay, and we're going to be doing this on the fly. We begin by going to San Francisco's Emergency Command Center in the heart of that city, where we are expecting... Okay, Mr. Farrell is not with us just yet. The Deputy Fire Chief, Mike Farrell, was to have joined us. Let's get to him in just a moment, but in the interim, let's talk to some of the people you've got on here.
Well, Helene Warwick was, like many other people in the area, simply cooking her dinner in her home, at her kitchen. She lives on the 4th floor of a structure in the Marine area. And you've been following the news, you know that that is probably not the best place to be. Helene Warwick, good morning, and how are you this morning?
I'm shaky, but I'm alive, and I feel very lucky to be alive today.
How near your home are you standing as we look at you?
Well, I'm standing about 3 blocks from my, my former home. It collapsed down. I was on the 3rd floor, similar to this building behind me, and the floor, it came down so that when I got through the building, I could walk out of my front window.
Your 3rd floor kitchen was now on ground level, is what you're saying?
That's right. That's right.
Describe the 15 seconds before you stepped out onto the ground level.
Well, it was shaking, and we San Franciscans know what to do. I went into my best structured place I have in my apartment, and I stood at my bedroom door, and it was going like this, and then the plaster started to fall. The pictures fell, and I saw my beautiful cabinet go crashing down on the floor. And then, with a sudden thrust, I hit the floor, and I got up again, and I got hit in the head with some plaster. But I managed to get up and try to get my front door open, which was jammed closed. And so then I thought, well, maybe I can get out through the fire escape, because I didn't know that I was down on the ground floor. I thought I still had to manage to get my way out of the building. And I was yelling, and then I heard Carl's voice. He said, "To the front, to the front." And I looked, and I saw a pair of legs through my window, which is very unlike what I normally see. And I walked out of my front windows to safety.
Is Carl your husband?
I'm not married.
But Carl is an important person in your life.
I'm single.
It looks like we have lost, yeah. We're ready with Brian's guest. Helene Warwick, thank you for being with us, and good luck to you.
All right, Jane, let's go now to San Francisco's Emergency Command Center in the heart of that city, where we are joined by San Francisco's Deputy Fire Chief Mike Farrell. And good morning, Chief Farrell. Chief Farrell, this is Brian Gumbel in Chicago. Can you hear me?
Yes, Brian. Yes.
We understand that Deputy Fire Chief Farrell is in the process of getting lashed up right now. We should tell you that our communications are going to prove extraordinarily difficult this morning, in part because there's so many power outages, but also in great part because most of the people who we'll be talking to this morning have been working through the night. They're low on their priority list, let's say, is a chance to join up and talk with us. We appreciate whatever time they can give us. So while he's still trying to get lashed up, let's try to catch up on the news, and for that, Deborah's got more. Deborah?
It is remarkable, Brian, that we do have any communications at all with the San Francisco Bay Area, because when you see what the extent of the damage there is, you realize that this is indeed a major event that has taken place, and people have been working round the clock. A couple of adjectives that have been used to describe what's been going on in San Francisco give you a sense of how disastrous the earthquake there has been. devastating, catastrophic, beyond imagination. The full extent of the damage in the Bay Area won't be known until dawn breaks on the West Coast a few hours from now. But initial reports from the California Office of Emergency Services indicate that at least 250 people are dead, more than 600 people are injured, perhaps as much as $1 billion in damage. But again, all of these are preliminary figures subject to change as officials get a better handle on what exactly the situation in California is. Californians have always said that when the earthquake hits, the worst possible time would be rush hour. Well, it was 5:04 p.m. local time, rush hour, when the quake rolled through California. NBC's Bob Jamieson was in San Francisco at the time. He was there to cover the World Series. He is working on a much different story this morning. He is there in the Marina District of San Francisco, where a devastating fire destroyed an entire city block, burned out of control for hours. It is now contained. And Bob, give us a sense of the situation this morning.
There were no more aftershocks, Deborah, in San Francisco during the night, but that was of little comfort. The moment of the sudden, sharp earthquake and the growing realization of the extent of the damage in the Bay Area has left this city in shock. No matter that the probability of another big earthquake has never been very far from anyone's thoughts.
When the quake hit just at the evening rush hour, thousands of workers poured from office buildings into the streets, some in panic. But few of the buildings suffered severe damage. At Candlestick Park, pre-game ceremonies for the World Series were about to begin. Candlestick rocked and girders bent.
Second base, so the Oakland A's take.
I'll tell you what, we're having an earthquake.
But the 50,000 already in their seats for Game 3 did not panic. Most sat or stood, stunned by what had happened. As some fans left with evidence of the structural damage to the stadium caused by the quake, officials called off the game, and tonight's contest is in doubt. Visible from Candlestick was a huge cloud of smoke that hung over San Francisco. It rose from the city's Marina District, where the most serious damage and all of the deaths were confined. A large apartment building burst into a roaring fire when a gas main ruptured by the earthquake exploded. Firemen fought the blaze for hours before bringing it under control. So far, they have found 3 bodies in the wreckage. 5 other people were killed nearby when a brick wall collapsed, burying them. And at least another 100 were injured. The San Francisco airport closed moments after the quake because of damage to the tower and runways. Thousands of travelers were stranded. Much of the city's transportation system, including the area's rapid transit system, shut down and have not yet begun operating. A power outage cut electricity to 1 million residents. When night fell, the city remained in darkness, but traffic moved through San Francisco with volunteers keeping watch over intersections.
It is not certain how soon power or transportation will be restored in San Francisco. Many schools are closed today, and many businesses have told their workers to stay at home. Deborah?
Bob, you reported that at the Candlestick Park, it was generally an orderly crowd that left the stadium to go on their way home. What about the rest of the city? Were there reports of panic, pandemonium breaking out as the earthquake hit?
There were some reports of panicked workers running out of office buildings in certain sections of San Francisco, and that apparently lasted for a brief period of time and then was over with.
I know it's difficult for you to get complete information where you are, and we're all struggling with that, but any missing persons reports to give us a sense of what we might be learning later on in terms of possible deaths, injuries, people who've been trapped and unable to be rescued?
There are some searches going on this morning in the burned-out buildings in the Marina District with dogs being employed to try to find if there are any more bodies inside those buildings. We've had no missing person reports per se, and Mayor Art Agnos has said he believes the death toll in San Francisco itself is 8.
All right. Thank you very much. Bob Jamieson will be checking in with you throughout the morning. After the initial quake, as Bob mentioned, there were at least 4 aftershocks. The largest measured 4.7 on the Richter scale. And while the devastation from the quake is massive and widespread, the largest loss of life seems to have occurred in Oakland on the east side of the bay. That, of course, is where that 18-block span of the Nimitz freeway collapsed, crushing perhaps as many as 200 cars. It's where we find correspondent George Lewis this morning. George, good morning.
Good morning, Deborah. It's a pretty grim scene here at the east end of the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. A section of Interstate 80, notice the Cypress section. It just collapsed, and police don't know at this hour how many bodies might lie beneath the rubble. The collapse came at the worst possible time, evening rush hour. Police said they could confirm only 6 fatalities, but feared at least 100 were dead, crushed when the top layer of the freeway collapsed into a lower level. A frantic rescue effort got underway almost immediately. Bystanders, ordinary citizens, scrambling over the concrete, putting their own lives at risk to save others. One of the civilian rescuers, Darius Brewer, talked of his effort to save a man trapped in his own car.
Guy in a white car, very bad, crashed under the car. Tried to get him out, and we couldn't force the car to try to get him out, period. So we tried to lift him off of it. Only part of the side of him was his chest was covered, but his left and his right arm was free.
More deaths on the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge, one of the most famous bridges in the world, when the eastern part of the bridge was collapsed by the earthquake. It will be some time before the bridge is back to normal. Police were out here just a little while ago trying to downplay the number of casualties here on the collapsed section of the Nimitz Freeway. They said they've only had 6 confirmed deaths so far, 40 injuries. But they don't really know the total death count. They won't know until daylight, when heavy construction equipment will be moved in here to start prying apart the collapsed sections of the freeway. Deborah?
George, is there any indication there might actually be some people still alive trapped in the rubble there?
No signs of life so far, Deborah. They've been listening for sounds. No indication of that. The authorities are going to move dogs in later on to check for the possibility of human life, but they don't think anybody is trapped alive here at this point.
Well, that is indeed sad news. George Lewis, thank you very much from Oakland. Bad as the situation in the Bay Area is, it did not bear the brunt of the earthquake. The quake was actually centered about 75 miles south of San Francisco in Santa Cruz, which is located on the Monterey Peninsula. Damage in Santa Cruz is staggering. Wide sections of the town completely leveled. NBC's Roger O'Neill has a first-hand look at the damage. He joins us now live from Santa Cruz, where the quake first struck. Roger?
Deborah, National Guard troops are now patrolling the streets of Santa Cruz, specifically the 7-block-long Pacific Garden Mall, a historic district of very old brick buildings, all of them damaged. Many of the roofs collapsed into the ground floor along the Pacific Garden Mall. There is no electricity here. The water is not safe to drink. 8 square blocks of a residential area have been evacuated because of gas leaks. It is a bit scary here as first light is beginning to approach and officials want to take a closer look. Already, however, in Santa Cruz County, officials are estimating damages at $350 million. There has been some sporadic looting, but nothing to cause police a great deal of concern. Most people are staying at home, waiting for some light to come so they can see how badly damaged their town is. Police Chief Jack Bassett told me that if this wasn't the big quake, he doesn't think Santa Cruz could take anything bigger.
I imagine there's a lot of folks that agree with him on that. Roger O'Neill in Santa Cruz, California. Thank you. As terrible as the destruction in California is, a lot of people today are taking heart in the fact that the devastation isn't far worse. Last winter's quake in Armenia, you'll recall, was of similar strength on the Richter scale, but 25,000 people died there. People this morning also taking heart in tales of rescues, like the one of a 50-year-old man whose car was flattened to just 18 inches. That man was pulled from the wreckage of his car, virtually uninjured. That's the news. Up to now, we'll, of course, be going back and forth to California.
Some of the good miracles we'll continue to explore this morning.
Yeah, you like to hear those stories in the face of all the sad ones.
They're all too few. For a third time this morning, let's try again to go to San Francisco's Emergency Command Center in the heart of that city, and Mike Farrell, who is the Deputy Fire Chief, now the Acting Fire Chief, while the Fire Chief is out of town. Chief Farrell, good morning.
Good morning, Brian.
Officially, sir, can you give me an overview? What kind of condition are you in this morning?
Well, things are pretty well settled down here now. Things were very, very hectic for the first couple of hours. For about the first four hours, we had about 400 incidents we responded to, where normally we respond to about 175 incidents in the whole 24-hour period.
Do you have any fires still burning right now? I know Bob Jameson told us the big Marina fire is under control.
The big Marina fire is under control, but we still have units on the scene mopping up, and we'll be there probably through most of tomorrow, or today, actually.
Bob also told us you have searches still underway. Have you been able to get to all areas of the city that have been hit?
We've been able to get around the city all right. We have some buildings in the marina that are not safe for our people to go in yet. We have some experts in heavy rescue coming in tomorrow. We have some dog units coming in to search for any victims that might still be in those buildings.
How big a concern are the gas leaks this morning, Chief Farrell?
That's right. That's the big fire in the marina was caused by a gas leak. That whole area down there is infirm ground. It was filled in for the 1915 World's Fair, and when the quake hit, that ground just turned to jello.
I know you've had a long night, and it figures to be a busy day. I thank you very much for spending some time with us.
You're welcome, Brian.
Deputy Fire Chief Farrell, we're going to come back in just a moment. We're moving past 16 past the hour on a Wednesday morning. We're going to go back to San Francisco, of course, and we'll go to Washington, too, to see what's being done to cope with the earthquake's effects. But first, we'll take a break. This is an extended edition of Today on NBC.
When the engine revs, you can feel it in your chest. Power. The sound of it is like a drum. Yet when you're in the car, the sound is silence. All you feel is powerful and safe. Infinity.
Les Miserables, the international musical sensation that's taking the world by storm.
On my own, pretending he's beside me.
Call Telecharge for tickets, 239-6200 for Les Miserables, the musical that makes history 8 times a week at the Broadway Theater.
The respect for David Dinkins didn't begin on primary night. 4 years ago, the New York Post called him one of the most experienced political and community leaders in the city. The Daily News saw him as mature and caring, practical and progressive. Newsday wrote of his solid knowledge of municipal affairs, his demonstrated independence. And this year, the Post saluted him for his personal integrity. Newsday said he's the right man for these troubled times. The New York Times cited his gracious dignity, the quiet roar of David Dinkins.
It's important to infinity to build fast cars, but it's more important to build perfectly balanced cars. And this harmony of balance comes from thinking about the effective speed on such other luxury attributes as comfort and styling. Infinity cars are primarily driver's cars, and the luxury experience is one that you most enjoy while you're in the car and moving. Infinity.
As Deborah noted moments ago, the epicenter of the earthquake was located along the San Andreas Fault, about 75 miles south of San Francisco, near Santa Cruz. The 12th and 16th congressional districts join near the site of that epicenter, districts represented in Congress by Tom Campbell and Leon Panetta, both of whom join us this morning from the House Press Gallery on Capitol Hill. And good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning.
I should note that you will both be flying west this morning. Until you get there, how are you getting your information? What kind are you getting?
Ours have been largely through our local offices. I've been able to contact my Monterey office, my Santa Cruz office. We have been unable to contact the Hollister office at this time. So most of it has been just scattered reports coming in from those areas. All of the most recent reports indicating very serious damage throughout those areas.
The same for you, Congressman Campbell?
Yes, I've been able to receive reports from my district manager, but principally by cellular telephone, from an automobile telephone, because the telephone lines in the southern part of Silicon Valley are cut out.
We heard how heavily your areas were hit, but we also know that earthquake contingency plans were supposed to be in place. Did they work?
Well, right now, it looks like the various disaster offices have been set up and assistance is being provided. But, you know, the problem with this, Brian, is that you never can adequately prepare for this kind of disaster. This has always been a bad joke out in California. It's turned into a nightmare.
No one's laughing.
And I'd want to add that the dangerous areas up in the mountains between the coastal range and the bay, we may not be hearing from for even later on today. So even though FEMA may be set up for the major population centers, there's a lot of people we may not hear from for quite a while.
Correct. As you get there, and we only have less than a minute left, what are your priorities?
I think the priorities are to try to assess the damages, because you've got to determine how much damage has taken place in order to decide where the disaster assistance is going to be targeted. That's the first priority.
And I'll be setting up with FEMA, with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, a center where people who have claims for damage can begin to understand how the process of cleaning up and putting in for federal insurance commences.
Gentlemen, you have a long day ahead. Thanks for spending some time. Travel safely.
Thank you.
Congressman Campbell, Congressman Panetta, we're going to come back in just a moment after another break. This is Today on NBC.
Announces the white sale. Get any of the fine mica furniture in the Room Plus store in white, and you'll save 25% even if you order the drawer fronts in color. Yes, save 25% on our famous bunk trunk collection. Save hundreds of dollars on our Moods designs. You'll even get 25% off the new Waterfall collection. And if you want anything in colors, we'll give you 20% off. Now that's a white sale at Room Plus. For the location nearest you, dial 800-262-ROOM.
Today, we're singing out. The chemical reaction is moving into action. Come on, and dream the dream. The chemical difference will put you in the lead.
Whether you're looking for the human touch or the financial edge, come to Chemical.
We'll put you in the lead.
Chemical Bank, the human touch, the financial edge.
We interrupt this program to throw an incredible curve in your plan. So hot, it's cool. So cool, it's hot. Acapulco, hotter than ever.
Want to know why car insurance rates are out of control? According to this independent audit, insurance companies have been allowed to overcharge us by $1 billion. It's a runaway gravy train for the car insurance companies, and the Republicans have just let it happen. The Democrats have a plan to roll back insurance rates by 20% and get tough on car insurance companies. So next time you hand over your hard-earned money to the car insurance companies, don't get mad. Get even. Vote Democratic.
This is going to wind up being one of those where were you at 5:04 Pacific time when the big one struck. Of course, we were in the comforts of our hotel watching it on TV and still perhaps not even quite believing what's going on. As we head towards the station break, a couple of quick pieces of business. A, Willard Scott is here. We did not ignore him. He's going to be along in our next half hour giving us weather. And B, although this is a special extended edition of Today and we're going to be on 5 hours to our local stations, we should say that we are going to keep our normal configuration. With that in mind, we'll take a station break.
Tonight, the real-life Monopoly game between Merv Griffin and Donald Trump in Atlantic City. Merv's losing. The story on NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw.
Wednesday's It's a one-day sale at A&S. Floor-wide, store-wide A&S one-day sale. 25 to 40% off men's selected designer pattern dress shirts. 40% off all men's Johnston & Murphy dress shoes. 40% off kids selected sportswear. Canon pure cotton bath towels. $4.99. Boosters combination blender food processor. $39.99. Serta's Waverly twin mattress. $39.95. Use your A&S charge or the American Express card. Wednesday's It's a one-day sale store-wide at A&S. Terrific.
Today on Live at 5, actors Renee Taylor and Joe Bologna.
Good morning. From WNBC-TV, this is News 4 New York.
Good morning on this Wednesday, October 18th, the day when we are due for more rain and lots of it. I'm Jane Hansen, 725, 47 degrees in Midtown. In the news, as you have seen, rescue workers are waiting for daylight in the San Francisco Bay Area so they can assess damage and search for more victims of the catastrophic tremor that rocked the area last night. It only lasted 15 seconds, but came right at rush hour, causing extensive damage. Buildings collapsed, people and cars were crushed, the World Series was halted. When the quake hit, seismologists at Rockland County's Lamont Doherty Laboratory sprang into action, recording nearly 7.0 on the Richter scale from the earthquake. Dr. John Bevan at the laboratory says it was not nearly the strength of the 1906 quake in San Francisco.
For instance, the 1906 San Francisco earthquake was a magnitude 8.4, which is
almost 100 times bigger than the earthquake last night. So although this is a major earthquake, California could easily experience a much larger one.
As you can imagine, scientists at Lamont Doherty in Rockland County will have a busy day examining all of the data that has been gathered from the earthquake. Here at home, a new poll out this morning gives Democrat David Dinkins a commanding lead over his Republican rival Rudolph Giuliani in the mayoral race. Yesterday, Giuliani won the backing of anti-drug activist Carlos Hernandez, whose wife was gunned down allegedly by drug dealers. Governor Mario Cuomo called himself a presidential possibility in 1992, but said on a radio talk show that it's too early to announce a run for the White House. And 4 men are in police custody this morning. They're being charged with the death of rookie police officer Anthony Dwyer. The 23-year-old New York City cop was investigating a reported burglary and climbed to the roof of a McDonald's at 7th Avenue and 40th Street. Police say one of the 4 men allegedly pushed Dwyer down a 40-foot air shaft. Police and firefighters had a difficult time reaching his body. He died en route to the hospital. One of the suspects, Thomas Harris, was nabbed and reportedly told police the whereabouts of his 3 companions. They were picked up later in the day on Coney Island. Coming up in a minute, that wet Wednesday forecast. Stay with us.
News for New York is sponsored by Mitsubishi Motors.
Astronomers tell us there won't be a total eclipse in America until the year 2017. They are very much mistaken. This is the year of the eclipse. Introducing the Eclipse by Mitsubishi. Try not to stare.
Test drive the 1990 Eclipse today at your Tri-State Mitsubishi Motors dealer.
Some people say this city just can't work. Ruth Messenger says it's got to, and can.
We can't let this city go down the tubes. When you care, you try to make it work.
Ruth Messenger. She's fought for common sense in the city budget.
These tax giveaways take money we should be using for cops and teachers.
Fought to make our neighborhoods work.
What we need to do
Making a
is
difference.
to fight together to take this city back. Corner by corner, block by
Ruth
block.
Messenger for Manhattan Borough President.
This city has got to start making sense again.
As scandals rock Congress, Americans are losing patience. The furor over congressional ethics on the next USA Today.
At 9:30 a.m. on Channel 4.
On the scoreboard, the Islanders lost to Minnesota 6-3, and the Rangers tied Chicago 3-3 in overtime. Our forecast for today calls for cloudy skies and temperatures dipping down into the 50s, a high of 52. There is a chance of some rain today. Then tonight, rainy and windy, overnight low of 45. Tomorrow, more rain. Rain will probably continue right through Saturday. Right now, it's 47 in Central Park. That's the news at 7:29. I'm Jane Hansen. Join us for Morning Edition at 5:30 and 6:30 a.m. tomorrow. See you then. Have a great day.
This year, millions of children will be victims of abuse. For a safety program on how kids can protect themselves, call 1-800-4-ADAM.
Come to a party, October 18th through the 22nd. The Big A hits the Big 3-0, a fabulous 5-day festival topped off by a wonderful weekend extravaganza. Saturday, the legendary Cap Calloway. Sunday, Mambo King Tito Puente. $1 million sweepstakes, surprises for the whole family, plus the world's greatest racing. Rain or shine, the party is on at the Big A.
New York's astronauts.
That story on News 4 at 6.
We're back now, half past the hour on a Wednesday morning, coming to you from Chicago, along with Jane Pauley, Deborah Norville. I'm Brian Gumble. What are we doing in Chicago, you say? Well, we had planned kind of an extended celebration of sorts here in conjunction with the opening of the new NBC building here in Chicago, but obviously our plans have had to change, and we are devoting our time exclusively to events in California. As I'm sure you have heard by now, a massive earthquake struck the Bay Area last night. night at the height of rush hour, 5:04 Pacific time, and the casualties are considerable. We have no hard figures for you right now, but the death toll is at least 250, at least another 600 have been injured, and the consequences are just devastating. Let's go to our normal format and begin the half hour with the news, and then we'll catch you up on some other events that are going on there. I'm sorry? Was this, did you?
My understanding was, though, that Grant Peterson was standing by.
Well, he's with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, right?
Yes.
I think we ought to hear from him then, maybe.
Thank you. I was correct.
Oh, okay.
If the earthquake stopped at 5:04, how quickly were federal emergency operations underway? Grant Peterson, whom we've been talking about, is the head of the Federal Emergency Management Agency and joins us now from, well, shall we call it command headquarters, Mr. Peterson?
That's close enough, yes, ma'am.
How fast were you up to speed after the earthquake struck?
We immediately activated our first response, which is the emergency support team, which is about 50 individuals specially trained to support 25 federal agencies who are cooperatively in a position to respond to the needs of the state as requested by the state, Jane.
That obviously is a massive response. How quickly can they respond?
They can respond very quickly. We had the full catastrophic disaster response team in the headquarters here. They were assembling by 11 o'clock, and our emergency support team was in here assembling by 9 o'clock. So we had a very quick response last night in capability.
That's pretty impressive. Am I right that you had a dress rehearsal in August and that you are very glad you did?
I couldn't emphasize that more. You know, we've had the plans in place. The plans really, in my mind, are not valid unless they're exercised. And in August, we did have a full-blown exercise with over 500 federal employees from 25 federal agencies in Sacramento working jointly with the emergency community of California, which is one of the best prepared emergency communities in the United States.
Did you learn at that time in August that you were not as well prepared as you should be and were able then to correct those flaws?
That's really, Jane, is the reason for exercising a plan, is to identify what works well and emphasize that, and to identify what you can do better. And we did have lessons learned from that, and we're, quite frankly, in the process of doing what we call a hot wash on that exercise with first draft on what we can do better.
I guess what the phase one of your operations must be to collect situationers. What are you hearing? Where do you hear the worst of the problem is, and where will you target your response?
Okay, we've been hearing primarily the same thing that you have. This is widespread damage. We have been in touch with the emergency management community in Sacramento with Mr. Medovich there, who is the state coordinator. We've also been in contact with our FEMA Region number 9 on the Presidio, and we have a team on site now with the state, FEMA, and the Army that's doing an overflight as soon as they have light to identify the key areas for immediate response.
Santa Cruz, the epicenter of the quake, do we really at this point have any idea how bad it is in Santa Cruz?
I think that the information is becoming more accurate as moment by moment, and when daylight arrives and we're able to get teams in the air, that this information is going to become more solidified and more accurate, Jane.
Well, Grant Peterson can only say carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, let's do a couple of things as we proceed. First of all, I'll tell you that we are formatting this as we go, so if you're expecting it to be as smooth as we normally try to make it, forget about it. And secondly, we're going to try throughout the morning to give you the best video possible, but it is not our intention to apologize for every single breakup. We hope you do understand that communications are difficult in an area that is clearly a disaster area right now. Deborah's going to catch us up on the news. Deborah?
Blanket apology issued and taken. I think Grant Peterson probably summed it up pretty well just a moment ago when he told you, Jane, that moment by moment the information we have becomes better and more accurate. The earthquake is the second most deadly in the history of the United States. State officials, Lieutenant Governor Leo McCarthy confirms that now at least 271 people have been killed. Hundreds more, at least 600 have been injured by the earthquake. And as bad as those numbers are, they are expected to increase as the search and rescue efforts continue. Earthquake hit San Francisco, Oakland, Santa Cruz, California. It measured at least 6.9 on the Richter scale. That qualifies it as a major earthquake. Officials describe the area as devastated beyond everyone's imagination. Correspondent Don Oliver is in San Francisco, where the mayor says going to take years to rebuild, and I've heard the estimate of $1 billion in damage. Don, good morning.
Good morning, Deborah. That's right. They're saying at least $1 billion in San Francisco alone. When day breaks, they'll begin to count the dead and look for more. The earthquake, which struck at 5:04 last night, killed at least 271 people. This area along the waterfront, not far from the Golden Gate Bridge, was the hardest hit in the city of San Francisco. Hundreds were made homeless when a score of 2- and 3-story frame buildings were shaken to the ground. On Divisadero Street, a fire believed caused by a ruptured natural gas line consumed at least a half a dozen homes. The mayor of San Francisco said the damage here could easily run into the hundreds of millions, perhaps billions of dollars. The state of California has activated 1,500 National Guardsmen, and they have 25 helicopters. They'll begin a house-to-house search at daybreak. Deborah?
All right, Don Oliver in San Francisco, thanks a lot. We should also note that one platoon from Fort Ord has also been mobilized to try to keep the peace and keep things organized in San Francisco. NBC News science correspondent Robert Bazell is in Florida for today's rescheduled launch of the Atlanta shuttle. He joins us now from the Cape. Bob, you're a Californian. Give us a sense of the magnitude of this quake, 6.9 on the Richter scale. Folks from California talk about the big one. Was this it?
No, this wasn't the big one, Deborah, but as we've seen, of course, it's a devastating earthquake. This earthquake was exactly the same magnitude as the earthquake that caused so much damage in Armenia last year. The reason for the difference, as bad as the San Francisco Bay Area damages, the reason that it was so much worse in Armenia, of course, was bad, shoddy construction. It's bad buildings built in the wrong places and in the wrong ways that kill people. So that's the reason for the difference. Still, this is not the big one. The big one was the magnitude of the 1906 earthquake, which was about 10 times stronger than the one that struck yesterday.
Bob, what about the possibility of a larger aftershock? I have seen officials with the Geological Survey quoted as saying that there could be another aftershock, perhaps as high as 6 on the Richter scale within the next 24, 48 hours. What's the likelihood of that happening?
Well, the likelihood is pretty high, but you have to remember that a 6, because this is a logarithmic scale, a 6 is 10 times less powerful than the one that struck yesterday. So I think the consensus among seismologists is that area of the fault that ruptured yesterday, that was the worst of it. There's not going to be a stronger aftershock. There may be other aftershocks, but they're not going to be as strong.
Okay, the question is it going to be strong enough to cause even more damage given the unsteady situation right now of some of the buildings out there?
Well, that is certainly true when you see those buildings that are sitting halfway down, and of course a magnitude 6 earthquake could cause a lot more damage. That's something that's always a serious problem in any earthquake aftermath.
All right, Robert Bazell at the Cape. Launch is scheduled 12:50 Eastern Time today. We may be coming back to you for that as well. The quake hit just past 5 o'clock last night, California time. That was just before Game 3 of the World Series was supposed to have begun. The game, of course, wasn't played. The series now up in the air. NBC's Bob Costas was at Candlestick Park when the quake hit. He's with us this morning. Bob, give us a sense of what it was like when the earthquake rumbled through Candlestick.
Well, I was in the upper reaches of the ballpark, and you could really feel the ballpark sway, no question about it. Within a second, it occurred to, I would guess, nearly everyone there, that we were in the middle of an earthquake, and not a minor one at that. Even those who had not been in earthquakes before had some intuitive sense that this was a major one. The lights were on, and people might not have noticed that right away because we hadn't even reached twilight. It was just after 5, as you said. But for those who did look up at the light standards, you saw them flick on and off for a second as the power was fading, and then eventually the lights went off. The scoreboard also flickered. It had been reading "Welcome to Game 3 of the World Series." It flickered and went off. I didn't see this next part myself, but several people told me that they saw girders in the stadium sway. Players who were in the dugouts and milling around got a sense of what to do, and they ran out toward the middle of the field, I guess feeling that that was the safest ground away from any structures. But while there was concern, and while people were definitely shaken, no one panicked. And they left the ballpark in a very orderly fashion, and in fact, not even all at once. They sort of meandered out. People got the notion to leave in dribs and drabs.
We saw some of those folks leaving with pieces of concrete. How sturdy is this stadium? Can any more ball games be played there?
I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you, but I think the question is, can more games be played there? The first thing I can say, although there won't be an official announcement until this morning, it is very close to a 100% certainty that there will be no World Series game anywhere tonight. It is also very likely, not certain, but very likely, that no more games will be played at Candlestick Park. Or if games are played at Candlestick Park, they'll have to cordon off a portion of the upper deck and not let anyone sit there. The other thing they'll have to assess come daybreak is whether or not there's any structural damage to the Oakland Coliseum, because it's so nearby. If both Bay Area ballparks are unplayable, they might have to go to Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, would be the nearest available ballpark.
So much for the series by the Bay. Bob Costas in San Francisco, thanks for staying up through the night to be with us this morning. As we should note, California's Lieutenant Governor has declared a state of emergency around the Bay Area. Jane talked just a moment ago with the FEMA officials. Federal government is getting involved. Lots of relief coming in.
Okay, we're going to talk to the Lieutenant Governor McCarthy. Also, we should note, in just about a half hour from now, when we begin our second hour, Willard Scott has obviously joined us for a check of the weather. I apologize for your absence a little bit earlier. It was our doing, not yours. You were here waiting. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning to you. Well, I think everyone, our hearts go out to everybody in San Francisco and the Bay Area. I know I was up half the night because our daughter lives about 400 miles north of there, so I spent half the night trying to call her, and that wonderful feeling when that voice on the end of the phone says hello, and everybody's okay. Not everybody is okay out there. We're reminded the power of nature with Hugo just 2-3 weeks ago. Anybody that's ever been on Lake Michigan, and just a twinkling, as the Bible says, it can be all over. So for those of you out there, our hearts are with you. We'll do everything we can to help work with you. The weather here in Chicago, as we say, the hawk is at work this morning. It is windy. It is very windy. Wind chill is 20 degrees. You name it, we've got it. We've got some rain. We've got some sleet. We've got some snow. We've got some wind. We've got everything but warm temperatures. But they had it last week. It was 85 degrees. A dramatic change. We're not alone here in this cold air. It's all over the plains in the upper Mississippi. Look at the rain today. Even some snowflakes in the Green and White Mountains and western New York State, but heavy rain in the mid-Atlantic and the southeast today. This is not the rain remains or remnants of Jerry. This is a whole new storm system centered down in Georgia, and this system, as it moves up the east coast, going to produce heavy rain and even snow tonight in the mountains of maybe North Carolina, Virginia, back up. This is light wet snow, but very cold, very windy, very dramatic change in temperature. Weather-wise, the western states are still best, and the Rocky Range, terrific. Now, here's what's happening in your world even as we speak.
For the tri-state area, cloudy, cooler but dry, high of 52. Tonight, rainy, windy, low of 45, and more rain on Thursday and Friday.
And if you're flying today anywhere in the Ohio Valley, anywhere in the southeast, anywhere in the northeast, look out for showers and heavy rain and thunderstorms. And a quick Hattie Rich now of Pasadena, Texas, is 104. Happy birthday. And now here's Brian.
We can fly, we just can't find a plane, but therein lies another story.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later.
I heard about that.
Oh, boy.
I slept the whole night. You'll be happy to know.
43 past the hour. Back in a moment, right after this.
Yeah, they called me.
Last March, something big went down at Sears. Something so big that people stopped, listened, and then changed the way they shopped. We lowered prices on over 50,000 items. And as promised, we're keeping them low.
I got a flat tire. Now my stomach's on fire. My day. And my Lanta, too.
Introducing My Lanta 2 Roll Packs for double strength antacid relief wherever you are.
Because my life takes my Lanta 2.
This is new Hellman's cholesterol free.
Will I like it?
It has 0% cholesterol.
Will I like it?
It tastes 100% Hellman's.
I like it.
I knew you'd like it.
I knew I'd like it.
New Hellman's cholesterol free. A new way to bring out the best.
Oh, boy!
Can I get to that seat, please? Is this seat taken? Oh, it's crowded.
Aren't you glad you used Dial?
We are sorry to
Don't you wish everybody did?
to be a slight delay.
Ever think of shrimp for lunch? Then think Red Lobster. For golden fried shrimp, crunchy popcorn shrimp, and sizzling scampi, all on one plate for just $4.95. Served in 15 minutes guaranteed, or it's free. The Lunch Shrimp Trio, now at Red Lobster.
At 45 past the hour, we go back to San Francisco's Emergency Command Center, where we are grateful to have on the line Harry Brophy, who is the Assistant Fire Chief of the city. And good morning, Chief Brophy.
Good evening.
Chief Brophy. Harry Brophy in San Francisco.
I do. But I'll tell you what, that's a great idea.
Okay, we obviously have our wires crossed with Assistant Chief Brophy there. Again, as we told you at the top of the hour, we are trying to get guests as they become available, and we're trying to sort them out and get our lines straightened out. And I think Jane has a okay, let's go once again now. Let's see if we can go to our next guest. As we have told you, the devastating earthquake that rocked Northern California happened along the infamous San Andreas Fault. That fault is the dividing line between two continental plates, the Pacific Plate and the Northwest American Plate. Evidently, mounting pressure between the plates triggers an earthquake when one side of the fault grinds past the other. This side-swiping motion causes a rupture in the earth, and when the stress is released, this time the rupture near Santa Cruz, California, was about 35 miles wide. Here with us, as you can see from Golden, Colorado, is the Chief of the National Earthquake Information Service, Waverly Person. Mr. Person, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. We have heard that this was not the big one. Can you confirm that this was not the one that everyone had been predicting and expecting?
Well, I would say no, it isn't. Most people talking about the big one, I think they're talking about magnitude 8 earthquake that's similar to the 1906 earthquake. However, this is a strong earthquake, magnitude 6.9.
Since this wasn't the big one, did the pressure it released change the timetable on the fault?
It probably relieved some of the stress and strain right in the immediate area where this earthquake occurred, but you got to remember that the San Andreas Fault runs all the way through California, and we can't say that this has relieved any of the stress and strain for other parts of the San Andreas Fault.
Why are the numbers of probability still so high? We're hearing 20% chance of a 5.5 quake in the next several days, a 5% chance of a 6.0 quake in 24 hours. Why are those numbers still so high?
Well, the thing of it is, as you know, is we cannot precisely predict earthquakes at the present time. And what we're looking at now from an earthquake of this size, magnitude 6.9, we're looking at the possibility of aftershocks that could be in the 5 range. However, up to this point, we have not seen any aftershocks of that size. So within the next several days, we are watching very closely.
Can you say with any degree of confidence that the worst is over?
Well, I would say that looking at what has happened in the past and looking at history of an area, I would say that we have probably had the main shock in this area, and the aftershocks could last for months, but I would say that we could have aftershocks in the magnitude 5 range, and those are large enough to cause some additional damage.
Why do they last so long?
It's one of the things that we look at when the fault breaks, we don't release all the stress and strain, and we continue to get that release until it has released all the stress and strain in that particular area.
Considering the magnitude of this quake, I mean, for comparison's sake, the one that was so devastating in Armenia was 6.8. Considering the magnitude of this quake, did the Bay Area come away from this in better shape than one might think for a quake of this size?
Yes, if we look at the earthquake that we had last December in Armenia, magnitude 6.8, where we had 25,000 deaths, and so far, the death toll in this earthquake is somewhere around about 300. It's considerably different from what it was in Armenia, and that's mainly due to the building structures in the given areas.
Waverly Person in Golden, Colorado. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. 10 minutes off. We're back in just a moment. There's more ahead right after this.
Nissan took the new Stanza to the test track to prove how well it performs in the real world. The available anti-lock brakes worked flawlessly. On the banked track, the 2.4-liter 138-horsepower engine proved itself the most powerful standard engine in its class, while the front and rear stabilizer bars made short work of the slalom course. Our test drivers were very impressed.
I suppose I could just dive right into that bowl of sugar and scoop up a big heaping spoonful and dump it all over my cereal, but do I need to do that? I mean, do I need those calories? And the taste of equal is going to make me just as happy.
Equal tastes like real sugar because Equal is made with NutraSweet.
I can save a few calories here, a few calories there. Tonight, I can have ice cream. Maybe.
Equal. What a sweet choice.
Another day.
Another sandwich.
Might I suggest a proper hot lunch with lunch bucket meals? From your microwave to your table in seconds. Lunch bucket pasta and chicken, savory chicken and tender noodles.
Mmm, delicious.
So, what do you do for an encore? Oh, chili with Tchaikovsky, perhaps? Lunch bucket meals, a proper hot lunch.
Arnie's performance has been nothing short of amazing. He hasn't missed a putt all day. He's got about 15 feet to the hole. The ball should break slightly to his right. Just look at the steely determination in those eyes.
This is what a golf course would look like if it had the Lanier Copier performance guarantee.
He's done it again.
Lanier Copiers, guaranteed to be up and running at least 98% of the time.
We're going back to the Emergency Command Center in San Francisco. David Werdiger is there. He is the Director of Health for both the city and county of San Francisco. Mr. Werdiger, thank you for taking some time to join us.
No, I'm glad to be with you.
As I say that, it looks like we have lost the picture. Do we still have the audio with Mr. Werdiger?
I hear you.
Good. Well, let's go with it anyway. We have been watching pictures of relief work, of people being rescued, of people being taken on stretchers. What I want to know is, where do they go? What is the situation in San Francisco's emergency rooms today?
Well, all of the hospitals were up and running, except for one that lost its boiler, so that we had many places to take casualties. Also the Army Hospital in the Presidio. I think we may have lost connections.
Now, I still hear you, Mr. Werdiger.
They were losing their picture, and they were just going it on.
Mr. Werdiger, please go right ahead. We still hear you.
Running. We were out of electric power in the city, as you probably heard, and so all of the hospitals were running on diesel auxiliary emergency standby units, and remarkably, they were all working. Our dispatch center for ambulances was on a automatic backup diesel generator, and so power was kept in all of the hospitals, all of the dispatch centers, all of the operating rooms. We had, as it turned out, ample ambulances in San Francisco. In addition to our own supply, we were loaned ambulances from nearby counties, and so I think at the peak we had about 30 ambulance vehicles at work, mostly down in the marina where the major fire occurred, but elsewhere in the city as well.
Mr. Werdiger, I
would say that our greatest problem initially was just finding out where most of the problems were. There was a little confusion at the very beginning, but the command post thereafter, I thought, operated very smoothly. We had here, as you may know, in one spot, the health director and the chief paramedic, that is myself, and the chief of paramedics. Our ambulance dispatch unit is connected to us. Fire dispatch is here. The head of public works is here. The mayor turned back from the ballpark and was here to oversee the entire operation. And I think it actually turned out to be a very smooth job of coordination. We were lucky in a lot of respects on the timing, because at 5 o'clock, I was in my office when the quake occurred. I could go right downstairs to our ambulance dispatch center, and from our ambulance dispatch center, I could come here to the command post. So that all occurred within about a 15-minute period. I was in touch the entire time, as was our paramedic crew.
Mr. Werdiger, in the meantime, do you have any advice?
I'm not hearing anything from
No, Mr. Werdiger is not hearing me any longer, so I thank you very much. We'll get ourselves reorganized here and be back after this.
Presenting the Olympus Infinity Twin. It takes wide shots. It takes close-ups. It's compact. It's weatherproof.
The Olympus Infinity Infinity Twin.
Because two lenses are better than one.
Betty, how do you do it? Your new creamy deluxe frosting. How could it taste so good and have no cholesterol? Ooh, darling, how do you do the sweet things you do?
You sweet talker, Betty Crocker.
I'm Linda Ellerby. If you talk with people around America, you'll find a lot who like the taste of Maxwell House coffee. They say it tastes rich, like these people.
I like the Maxwell House. I like the rich taste.
I like it a lot. It has a deep, rich flavor that really comes through.
Maxwell House, it has a rich flavor the way I like my coffee to taste. It had a very rounded taste, very rich.
Oh, it's that full, rich taste that's great when I go fishing at 5 o'clock in the morning.
People say Maxwell House has a good, rich taste. Have you tasted it yourself?
Most dog foods are made as if this dog's body never changes. Well, it does. So he might get too much of one thing and not enough of another. That's why they're Cycle. It's specially designed to work with your dog's constantly changing body, giving him what he needs when he needs it throughout his life cycle, to keep him full of life.
Good boy, Bo.
For a lifetime.
Nissan took the new Stanza to the test track to prove how well it performs in the real world. The available anti-lock brakes worked flawlessly. On the banked track, the 2.4-liter 138-horsepower engine proved itself the most powerful standard engine in its class. While the front and rear stabilizer bars made short work of the slalom course. Our test drivers were very impressed.
As we set to close down our first hour, let me I know we've got to get to something there. Let me say something that is not an apology, it's an explanation. We have said it before, and we're going to try to say it as the day goes on. We are dealing with a disaster area every time we go to the Bay Area, and so communications are not as perfect as we or you would like them, or as we've come to expect. Deb?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. Everyone in America obviously is interested in the story that's going on in San Francisco. There is equal interest in Japan. I ran across a story in The Wire which said how they were broadcasting live on Japanese television all of the coverage of the earthquake and the aftermath of it.
The World Series, which
is also of great interest to Japanese baseball fans. Toshishi Kaifu has offered his assistance, and they will be sending a team over to try to help. Interestingly enough, there are more dollars spent in Japan on earthquake preparedness than in this country. They spend about $100 a person in Japan to make sure that everything is set in the event of an earthquake.
Really?
In San Francisco, the figure's about $19 a person.
And yet Jane's guest did, in fact, say that drill had done a considerable amount of good, right? The gentleman
They'd had a practice run in August.
Yeah. We're going to come back in just a moment. Only the first of 5 hours done. Back with more right after the station break.
Robert Loggia as Mancuso. The critics call him first-rate, outstanding, and superb. Robert Loggia is Mancuso FBI, Friday.
Francesco Rinaldi is so close to my mother's sauce, and sometimes I like Francesco Rinaldi better. Mom, I'm sorry. Yours is still the best.
If you shop for fun,
It's perfect for him.
shop for someone.
You won't believe what I found.
Shop to see what's hot.
It's great.
Shop for what you haven't got. Follow our lead to Woodbury Common. You'll find over 90 factory direct outlets and everyday savings up to 60%. Woodbury Common Factory Outlets. Designer fashions, brand name housewares, sportswear, fine china, crystal, and more. Everything points to it.
Slept through Les Mis.
See a show that's much more engaged.
You're not in the know till you've seen our show. Forbidden Broadway.
Apple Birmingham.
Carol Channing Rash.
And Liza's hairdo turns gray.
Phantom Chandelier.
Made Civic a sneer.
Forbidden Broadway.
At Theater East, call 838-9090.
Did police cover up for a drunk driver on the next Inside Edition?
We're back now at 8 o'clock on a Wednesday morning, October the 18th, and you were looking at some footage from when the quake hit in the Bay Area last night during rush hour, 5:04 Pacific time, 6.9 on the Richter scale, and as we continue throughout this morning, we're still trying to sort out the consequences. Back in Chicago, I'm Bryant Gumbel, here with Jane Pauley, Deborah Norville. This has been an adventurous morning, but for the viewers too, I'm sure. We're trying to keep you apprised of the latest developments in the Bay Area in the wake of the earthquake, and that is proving a little bit difficult as a result of the huge devastation that the area has suffered. In terms of numbers, the numbers, we're still fudging on them just a little bit because the death toll, the injury count, we won't get final figures on that for some time to come. We do know that the death toll from the earthquake was the worst in Oakland. That's where part of Interstate 880 collapsed at the height of the rush hour. NBC News correspondent George Lewis is in Oakland this morning, where crews worked through the night looking for victims that were perhaps still trapped. And George, what have you got? Good morning.
Good morning, Brian. It's a pretty grim scene here. The real work of looking for the final victims won't really begin until daylight here. They've been picking through the rubble of the bridge, sort of looking for people. They say they found no signs of life tonight. It came at the worst possible time, the height of rush hour, 5 in the afternoon, when people were going home, many of them trying to get home in time to catch the World Series on television. The top level of the 2-deck freeway collapsed into the second level, trapping a lot of cars beneath. Eyewitnesses said they saw scores of cars crushed beneath the rubble. Throughout the night, a number of people have gathered at a union hall, volunteers who want to work on this freeway collapse, who want to dig the people out. One of them is here with us, Scott Connor, who's a master carpenter. Do you think there are people still up there trapped alive?
Well, I think basically until the last person is pulled out, until the last vehicle is removed, I have to live with the hope that somebody is alive in there.
You've had a great deal of frustration, I know, among the union members not being able to get to the freeway to work on it. What are they telling you?
Well, that's the whole point. I've been here since basically before 9 o'clock this evening, and I think the biggest problem is finding somebody in charge, okay? There's been a lot of different organizations out here, all good, but the point is if this is the best disaster planning that Alameda County has, I think we're in a lot of trouble.
All right, the authorities have told us earlier that they're afraid of aftershocks, of further collapses, that they don't want anybody else killed. Are you willing to take that risk?
Myself and other fellows that were with me, fellows that bridge builders as well, because basically that's been my background. I'm a Class 1 carpenter, and that means I've worked on heavy concrete structures for the last 18 years, and I did offer my services. But the fact is these gentlemen would deal with problems. Sir, if I was given the equipment and materials, I'll deal with solutions. I can stabilize every inch of that bridge as well as lift off all those sections. And within a 15-mile radius of where as we speak and where we are standing right now is the equipment, is the materials to facilitate taking care and coming up with a solution.
All right, thank you very much. A man who wants to go to work on this bridge, but as yet has not been given permission to do so. Bryant?
That's something we can pursue a little bit later with the assistant fire chief when we go back there. But one quick thing, maybe you can help me out. Governor George Deukmejian is flying back right now, but he was on a trade mission to Frankfurt, West Germany. He noted that in 1972, all of the elevated highways and bridges in the Bay Area were supposed to have been retrofitted, reinforced in the event of an earthquake. Was this one not retrofitted?
We don't know that yet, Bryant. 75% of the bridge structures on the freeways in California were retrofitted with special metal fittings which were supposed to prevent this from happening. And the governor said before he left Frankfurt that he expects there will be a major state investigation into what happened here because this wasn't supposed to happen, in his words.
Yeah, George, just one other quick thing. I mean, and I know you're as close to the site as you can get. Can you give us a guess as to how many cars could be trapped on 880?
We don't know for sure, Bryant. One eyewitness who was helping to pull victims out of the rubble said earlier he saw scores of cars because the top level of the freeway is pancaked into the middle level and there's only about a couple of feet of clearance. The rescue workers can't really see in there, and until the heavy equipment is moved in at the break of dawn, they won't know.
Okay, George Lewis, thanks very much. Let's get caught up on the rest of the news, and Deborah's got more. Deborah?
Brian, following up on that just a moment ago here on the wires, an item moved quoting the Lieutenant Governor's office is saying that 253 people died on the collapsed section of the highway that George Lewis is standing right in front of. The total casualty figure at present is 271 people in Northern California dead in the San Francisco Bay Area. Hundreds of people, at least 600, were injured in what is the worst U.S. earthquake in more than 80 years. It is the second worst in American history, the worst, of course, being the 1906 quake in San Francisco, which time more than 700 people were killed. Tuesday's quake in California measured 6.9 on the Richter scale. NBC News correspondent Bob Jamieson was in San Francisco when the quake hit. He's with us this morning with more. Bob, good morning again.
Morning, Deborah. Deborah, the good news here in San Francisco at the moment is that apparently a search of the Marina District, where there was that terrible fire during the night and other dramatic earthquake damage, a search of that area by authorities using dogs has apparently turned up no more victims. So that if the casualty count holds, that would mean that only 8 people lost their lives in the city of San Francisco itself. City this morning, several hours still before sunrise, has not had any appreciable restoration of power. The city is still in darkness. That is causing all sorts of additional problems. As an example, any number, hundreds, perhaps even thousands of hotel residents, tourists here, people here for the World Series, spent the night in the lobbies of their hotels. There have been a number of people on the street, businessmen who were unable to get to their homes, joining the homeless on the streets in San Francisco. And there's no clear idea yet of when even basic power will be restored to this city of 700,000.
Bob, what about the problem with the gas system there? Many gas lines were broken. That, of course, was the cause of that devastating fire there in the Marina District. Has that been rectified at this point, or still working on that as well?
The public utility crews are working to identify all of those gas leaks and to repair them. And that's one of the reasons that they are moving slowly to restore electricity, because they want to make certain before they turn on the electricity in a building that there is not leaking gas, because that could create another explosion.
All right. Bob Jamieson in San Francisco. We'll be checking back with you later this morning. Very hard hit as well was Santa Cruz, California, about 75 miles south of San Francisco. That is where the quake was centered. 5 people are confirmed dead in Santa Cruz. Damage estimates from city officials there, at least $350,000. There is no firm figure on the total damage in Northern California, but one early estimate is that it could top $1 billion. State officials have now officially asked the federal government for help. Correspondent Robert Hager is at the Federal Emergency Management Agency in Washington, where efforts are being made to put that help together. Bob?
Good morning, Deborah. Yes, the telefax just arrived here from California's Lieutenant Governor, Leo McCarthy. He formally asks the federal government for disaster assistance, so that'll set in motion a number of different things, culminating probably in a few hours in President Bush declaring 7 Bay Area counties of California a federal disaster area. Well, that can mean federal help in clearing. It can mean physical help by the Corps of Engineers. It can mean financial aid, dollars for repair work, and federal grants for rebuilding.
They're coming in.
Representatives of 25 federal agencies are gathered around one table here, poised to organize help. Transportation Secretary Samuel Skinner left for San Francisco to direct the federal effort there.
Our main concern on behalf of the President and the administration and congressmen that are here and everybody else is to make sure that the humane side of this issue, that human life, everything is being done, and that we are coordinating everything that can be done.
The Red Cross is also gearing up, sending in emergency vehicles, nurses, and equipment described by Red Cross Vice President George Hutchins.
Yes, we know that from the Los Angeles area they're sending up cots and the type of things that needs to open shelters and have temporary housing if that's necessary.
Marlon Fitzwater, the presidential spokesman, just arrived here at the Federal Emergency Management Administration. He's going upstairs now to tour that command center that we saw in our pictures. We have one rather hopeful report from the military out there. A Defense Department statement says that military damage, that is damage to military installations in the Bay Area, has been only light to moderate.
Deborah?
Well, that is good news to have. Bob Hager in Washington, thank you very much. And that is a quick look at what is going on. Of course, we'll be going back and forth to all our correspondents.
Yeah, we will.
And
again, we continue to hope to have Lieutenant Governor Leo McCarthy in just a little bit. But
I'm not him. I don't want to disappoint
you. That's all right. No, never disappointed. Everything's on a hope and a prayer this morning. But our hopes and prayers are with the people out there who really have problems. I mean, getting this thing on the air is minor by comparison.
Well, we've had quite a day, and you all have had quite a night because you were up all night trying to get back and do it. I don't know how much you've talked about that, but my heart goes out to you. I slept all night. I was going to stay here all day. You know, this is Ronald McDonald country because the McDonald's headquarters is here. I just came over from the McDonald's in the Wrigley building. I had a big, what do you call it, sausage and egg sandwich and a nice cup of coffee. Being the original Ronald McDonald, it's like a Catholic going to Rome, I would think. It's visiting the Vatican. I've returned to my roots. Anyway, we had some delays this morning. Charlotte, North Carolina, Newark, Boston, pretty much all over the East Coast because of heavy rain. Downpours 2 to 4 inches expected. Flash flood watches and warnings in effect. You name it, we've got it. Here in Chicago, we have rain, we have hail, we've had some snowflakes. Nothing serious, but we've had windy conditions. Just a typical summer day in beautiful downtown Chicago. Really and truly, though, the cold air is beginning to move in. Will affect the eastern states by tomorrow, even more so. For instance, Bismarck, North Dakota is 14 degrees this morning, and that cold Canadian air will be drifting on across into the Ohio Valley tonight and tomorrow. We'll talk about some more weather goodies. The West Coast, weather-wise, is just beautiful, and all the way up and down the coast. We'll talk about that later. Here's what's happening in your world, even as we speak.
For the tri-state area, cloudy, cooler but dry, high of 52. Tonight, rainy, windy, low of 45, and more rain on Thursday and Friday.
And if you'll permit me, just a couple here. Martha Siebert of Spirit Lake, Idaho, is 100 years old today. Tilly Heister of Medford, Oregon, is 102. The only state that I've never been in to do a remote is Idaho. I've been there personally, but we've never done a remote.
Is that a request?
Well, if they don't... That's the message.
We're going to come back in just a moment and continue with our special extended edition of Today on NBC.
On which shuttle will you find the world's most famous investor in real estate, hotels, and transportation? On the corporate jet, of course. Where is this plush business club with roomy leather seats? Oh, right now, at about 20,000 feet.
If either of you is outside of a 100-mile radius of your house, then you're on your own, and the other spouse will not hold you accountable for whatever happens.
On the next Donahue, unusual rules for marriage. How far will some people go?
Are you guys able to have sex outside of your marriage or not?
I was pregnant. And the joke in our marriage for the 9 months is, well, whose baby is it?
Crazy marriage rules. Next Donahue at 4 on Channel 4.
What the incredible Vax machine can do. It vacuums rugs. It cleans upholstery. It mops and dries floors. It unclogs drains. It vacuums glass. It cleans wood floors. It circulates cleaning solution deep into carpets and removes hidden dirt. What it can't.
Hello? Hello?
Introducing Vax, the cleaning, washing, sweeping, mopping, vacuuming machine. See a demonstration today at Brand Central at Sears.
What's there to do in the Cayman Islands? You don't know us at all, do you? 3 little islands in the Caribbean, where the people come and they feel so free and they play all day. The Cayman Islands, just a few know of us, but those who know us love us.
Jet nonstop from New York to the Cayman Islands, now from just $399. Call your travel agent.
Come, see why those who know us love us.
When it comes to going to San Francisco's Emergency Command Center in the heart of that city, I'm doing a little worse than Jose Canseco. He's in a slump, and I'm 0 for 3 on this try, but let's go again. Let's go there now and join Harry Brophy, the Assistant Fire Chief. Chief Brophy, good morning.
Good morning, Brian. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, sir. Thanks for taking some time to be with us. Can you give me a status report?
Well, right now we still have companies on the scene out in the marine area, which was the hardest hit part of San Francisco. It was a very rich part of the town. Elderly people, and it took an awful blow. Fire took down about 6 buildings. There's about 30 buildings that are going to have to come down. the underground system of water pipes and gas pipes, that all has to be replaced.
You don't have any fires burning out of control right now, though,
No.
I understand. Chief Farrell told me that. How big a concern right now are gas leaks?
The gas leaks are a concern. The PG&E did an excellent job. They great response on it, and they cut off what they could. But we don't know what the final results are going to be because there's some areas that we don't even know that are leaking yet. As we smell them, we call them out, and we don't want to turn on any lights or anything that might ignite them. It is still a scare, and we're going to play it with caution.
So what are your priorities today, then, Chief Brophy?
To assess the damage in all of the facilities that the public expect, we have to check our railroads, our high-rise buildings, our barge system going under the bay. All these things are going to come under consideration today to see where the fire department stands as far as we're concerned, but the other emergency outfits will be working with us also. Then we'll have a little rescue to do in some of the buildings that are crumbled down in that Marina district.
George Lewis, one of our correspondents, about 10 minutes ago, we were talking with him, was talking with a gentleman who I believe was a carpenter, and he was saying that carpenters, welders, iron workers, all of those gentlemen would like to help, but they feel that they're unwanted, that they're being kept back from being of any assistance. Do you not welcome their assistance?
No, that's not the right terminology I'd use. I'd say that what we haven't done is we haven't planned good enough yet, but maybe we can from this experience to be able to use all their talent and their desire because, believe me, the emergency, we will welcome those kind of people.
Okay. Assistant Fire Chief Harry Brophy in San Francisco. Again, a busy morning. Thanks for spending part of it with us.
Okay.
Jane?
Chief has raised some questions that I'd like to put to our next guest. The toll in lives and property from last night's quake is certainly a lesson in the need for strict safety standards and preparedness. A lesson not lost on Fred Grimgold, professor of architecture and an expert on dealing with the aftermath of earthquakes, joins us now from our Washington bureau, and thank you. We're looking at pictures of crumbled buildings, as the chief just called them, in the Marina District. In that terrible fire, 3 people were killed in the Marina because of a gas leak. I'd seen somewhere that the buildings in the Marina area were widely thought to be very vulnerable even before this happened. What kind of building would have been vulnerable there?
Well, actually, the buildings in that area are primarily wood frame and stucco structures, fairly light construction, which we didn't assume to be the primary problem. The most serious problem that we have recognized in San Francisco is really that of unreinforced masonry buildings, like the building south of Market that collapsed and took 6 lives.
I'm thinking of what the buildings are built on in the Marina District. The soil evidently is very soft, and locals call it jello.
Well, this is something that we recognized even back in 1906, and that is there is a very close correlation between building failure and soft soil in San Francisco. We've seen that around the bay now as a large area has been shaken by this earthquake. The soil conditions also were definitely a factor in the failure of those on-ramps to the Bay Bridge.
Are you surprised at the difficulties on the highways? I think Bryant discussed this earlier, and there had been some rebuilding to strengthen them for an earthquake, and yet...
Well, there was a major program, as was mentioned earlier. 75% of the freeway overpasses were strengthened in a very significant program, and I think it was assumed by most people that this problem had, in fact, been dealt with. It may be that in the case of these particular on-ramps, the elevated parts of the highways related to the bridge construction, that the evaluation didn't indicate serious weakness.
Well, let me move on to Christine Boyd, who is the manager for Orange County, California's Disaster Planning Board, and she joins us in our Burbank newsroom. Perhaps you were listening as back up in San Francisco, a bridge engineer was complaining that no one was in charge and the relief and rescue at the Nimitz Highway collapse. Do you think that is probably the weak link in emergency preparedness, the actual heavy lifting that's required in such a tragedy?
That's one of the weak links. I think that also coordination, being able to communicate with the units in the field and with the centralized authority that's going to be prioritizing how to respond to the needs is also a difficult problem. Communication is always one of the major issues that comes up. As far as heavy equipment is concerned, yes, there is not a major store of heavy equipment on hand waiting for an earthquake to happen.
So we find that public officials need to learn to coordinate with the private sector to make those materials available as quickly as possible.
Maybe you heard the FEMA executive feeling very good that there had been a dress rehearsal in the San Francisco area for a disaster only in August. Does that make you want to schedule a dress rehearsal in your area right now?
We have one scheduled to happen next week regarding the San Onofre nuclear generating station. And so we do drill on a regular basis. Sometimes it's for earthquakes or for other emergencies, but anytime you drill on any type of disaster situation, you are preparing for all kinds of disasters that could occur.
Deborah pointed out that the Japanese and earthquakes are an even more common event in those islands, but the Japanese spend about $100 per person on earthquake preparedness compared up in the San Francisco area with $19. I don't know what your number is, but is there any doubt you should be spending more?
Not in my mind, but it's human nature to procrastinate, and it's human nature to think, well, it's going to happen to the other guy. And those tendencies of human nature tend to find their ways into public policy. Well, now that we're so close to the other guy, we may be the next guys down here to have it happen. So I think this is going to change certain aspects of public policy in Southern California.
All right, we'll leave it at that just for now. We thank you for being with us, and Professor Krimgold as well. We'll be back in a moment. This is Today from Chicago on NBC.
Drop everything. See Gypsy, starring Tyne Daly. Gypsy, the Broadway musical at the St. James Theater. For tickets, call 212-246-0102.
The accused stands before you on trial for his sins.
Forgive me. I loved you all.
Liar, you only love your dreams.
Is that a sin?
Your life will be a great and lonely one.
Father, forgive me.
You belong to no one.
If living with obsession is a sin, let me be guilty.
Calvin Klein's obsession for men. I'd know him in the dark.
Now your gift with any $27 Obsession for Men purchase at A&S.
Every Christmas is cruel and sad and lonely.
8 years ago, Philip Lamonaco, one of New Jersey's most decorated state troopers, was laid to rest. He'd been gunned down in cold blood while out on patrol. A tragic loss for New Jersey, but especially for his young family.
I disagree with Congressman Florio because he feels the death penalty right now is okay. It's time that New Jersey uses the death penalty to fight the crime and drugs. Jim Cotter will make the death penalty a reality in the state of New Jersey.
Looks like a fun.
It feels like a sneaker.
Looks like a fun.
It feels like a sneaker.
New shockproof, pain-proof, Easy Spirit dress pumps with the same insides as the Easy Spirit sneakers.
Looks like a fun.
It feels like a sneaker.
Easy Spirit dress. Shall we walk? Where can I get them?
At Macy's.
Far down the list of importance as pertains to Northern California now is the World Series, but it is interesting. I mean, tonight's game, I think, like Bob said a little bit earlier, 100% won't be played. But you wonder, in the spirit of things, if they even want to play it up there at all.
I think, you remember, was it Hello, Dolly? We need a little Christmas. A little World Series somewhere might be good medicine.
Somewhere, but maybe not the Bay Area.
Maybe not the Bay Area.
Yeah. We're going to come back in just a moment. 25 past. Station break.
Vicky, a master manipulator,
I guess you really need to see me.
who will do anything
Obviously.
to get what she wants. Vicky only on Another World.
Wow.
Believe it or not, it's Alexander's.
Wow.
Dedicated to quality.
Wow.
Believe it or not, it's Alexander's.
Wow.
Dedicated to quality.
Today on Live at 5, actors Renee Taylor and Joe Bologna.
Good morning. From WNBC-TV, this is News 4 New York.
Plan for a wet Wednesday on this 18th day of October. It's 8:25. I'm Jane Hansen. Right now, 47 degrees in Midtown. As you have seen, rescue workers are waiting for daylight in the San Francisco Bay Area so they can assess damage and search for more victims of the catastrophic tremor that rocked the area last night. It only lasted 15 seconds, but came right at rush hour, causing extensive damage. Buildings collapsed, people and cars were crushed. When the quake hit, seismologists at Rockland County's Lamont Doherty laboratory sprang into action, recording nearly 7.0 on the Richter scale. Dr. John Bevan at the laboratory says it was not nearly the strength of the 1906 quake in San Francisco.
For instance, the 1906 San Francisco earthquake was a magnitude 8.4, which is almost 100 times bigger than the earthquake last night. So although this is a major earthquake, California could easily experience a much larger one.
Scientists at Lamont Doherty will have a busy day examining all of the data that has been gathered so far from the earthquake. In the trial of Stephen Smith, the man accused of murdering Dr. Catherine Hinnett, a homeless man testified that Smith strutted around a men's shelter in New York City wearing the dead woman's fur coat. Governor Mario Cuomo called himself a presidential possibility in 1992, but said in a radio talk show that it's too early to announce a run for the White House. And a 13-year-old New Brunswick boy back from a 5-week kidnapping adventure in Puerto Rico is glad to be home so he can see his friends and get back to school. Beglio Jimenez was allegedly taken to Puerto Rico by a drifter the family befriended. Yvonne Figueroa, who has a history of mental illness and who police believe kidnapped 5 other boys, did not hurt the youngster. Jimenez returned from Puerto Rico with his father to a rousing welcome.
I have faith in God. I know he's coming back.
Jimenez can thank a couple of local police officers in Puerto Rico who spotted him and recognized his face from posters circulated throughout the island. In a minute, we'll tell you all about today's forecast. Stay with us.
This is the art of Martex. Brilliant design. Luxurious fabrics. Lavish touches. Martex for bed and bath. Extraordinary in every detail.
Hey, I'm a businessman. I want to fly in business class. My company wants me to fly in business class. Why does it seem like there's never a business class flight when I want one? Hello?
TWA has nearly 3 times as many domestic flights with business class as all other airlines combined.
Amazing. An airline that listens.
Today's TWA. Find out how good we really are.
Think of banks for saving money, but think of Champion for borrowing money. We specialize in second mortgage home equity loans. When your bank says no, Champion says yes.
On the scoreboard, the Islanders lost to Minnesota 6-3. The Rangers tied Chicago 3-3 in overtime. We will have a cloudy and a cool day. Our high will only reach 52, and there is the chance of some rain. Then tonight, lots of rain and pretty windy. Our overnight low, 45. For tomorrow, expect some more rain. In fact, it will probably rain right through Saturday. Right now, it's 47 in Central Park. And that's the news at 8:29. I'm Jane Hansen. Join us for Morning Edition at 5:30 and 6:30 a.m. And stay tuned to NBC and Channel 4 throughout this day for the latest on the earthquake in San Francisco. Have a good day.
Thinking about having a baby? Think about having the test for the AIDS virus first. Call this number for free advice and testing. It's a good idea.
A 10-year-old girl was killed by a drunk driver.
We believe that she never knew what hit her.
The driver had 5 prior convictions and had killed 2 other people. But he had connections. His father was a lieutenant on the police force.
I begged the father 10 years ago to please take his license away.
After his mother's death, this man had pleaded with police, but they did not listen. On Inside Edition, was it a cover-up that ended in the death of a young girl?
Inside Edition, 9 a.m. on Channel 4.
Crazy marriage rules. Next on A Youth.
Back now, half past the hour on a morning after the earthquake, and I guess that's the way to phrase it on this morning, not just a Wednesday morning. I'm Brian Gumbel, along with Jane Pauley and Deborah Norville, and we are in Chicago, and therein lies a bit of a story that I guess since we've talked around it all morning, we can get to. We are here for a celebration of sorts, and obviously when the news changed last night, we wanted to get to the news. Timetable wouldn't allow us to get to San Francisco, and the odds worked against us on getting to New York. Was that a fair way of putting it?
Well, yes. We were all given a half hour at approximately 12:20 here in Chicago time to organize our bags, to get in a van to head to Midway Airport for a charter flight, which in the middle of the night would whisk us back to our home studio and newsroom in New York City.
But
that was the plan.
Never came.
That was the plan, that's right.
I think our families are hearing about this adventure for the first time,
well, that's
too.
true.
We haven't had a chance to tell them what's been going on.
Let's put it this way. We were there, and the jet was ordered, but the jet was in Bloomington.
Indiana.
And that's right, and they couldn't quite get off the ground because there was a problem with a mechanic who couldn't get in to help them out with the difficulty. And long story short, we hung around at the airport for a while and never quite got there. But in any event, we are grateful to be in Chicago and trying to keep you apprised of all developments there. I mentioned all that story only because we've talked around it so much you had a right to know what was going on.
Enough said.
Let's get caught up with the news, and Deborah Norville's got that.
Well, it doesn't really matter where we are because the story today is out on the West Coast. Officials in California confirmed that at least 271 people were killed in Tuesday's devastating earthquake. The quake was centered about 75 miles south of San Francisco. The Lieutenant Governor of California has now declared a state of emergency in 7 counties in the San Francisco Bay Area. The quake measured 6.9 on the Richter scale. It killed 271 people, injured hundreds more, and left damage of more than $1 billion. The quake collapsed part of Interstate 880 in Oakland, California, causing an upper level of the highway to drop onto the lower level, trapping and crushing hundreds of cars. The quake couldn't have come at a worse time, the height of the evening rush hour. It is still not certain how many people were killed at that part, but many were. A frantic effort now underway to try to free the victims who are still trapped. In San Francisco, natural gas pipelines were ruptured in a part of the city known as the Marina, igniting a huge fire that burned for most of the night. Power remains out in significant portions of the Bay Area for tens of thousands of residents. San Francisco and Oakland airports are closed, although the San Jose airport is open. It sustained only limited damage. The Bay Area rapid transit system, which links the underground areas of San Francisco and San Francisco with the other side of the Bay, Oakland, is closed down this morning. The quake, however, was not centered in San Francisco. It, in fact, was centered in Santa Cruz, which is about 75 miles south of the Bay Area. NBC News correspondent Roger O'Neill is in Santa Cruz, is on the phone with us now. Roger, we've had reports that entire sections of Santa Cruz have been leveled. Is that what you've seen today?
That is certainly the case in downtown Santa Cruz, Deborah. Of course, on Highway 17, which runs between Santa Cruz and Los Gatos, the earth has split apart the highway. It's where the experts say the epicenter was. But in Santa Cruz, they certainly didn't escape any of the damage. It's an oceanside community of about 45,000 people. It has been without power and is still without power at this hour. The water is not safe to drink in this town. Pacific Garden Mall, the downtown shopping mall in this city, was almost leveled. 7 blocks. It contains the oldest and most historic buildings in town, many 3- and 4-story buildings. The facades of those buildings are still standing, but the roofs have collapsed and all the floors inside obviously have collapsed. There were 2 deaths along the shopping mall yesterday. There were several more deaths. The official count is still not clear in Santa Cruz County. Several hundred people are spending the night in evacuation centers because of gas leaks in town. Homes have crumbled. Many more have damaged. The state of emergency was declared a long time ago, and National Guardsmen are now patrolling some of the streets in Santa Cruz. In the county itself, the estimate of damage already placed at $350 million. There is the only one bit of good news that we have heard all night, and that is the earthen dams up in the mountains that supply the water to these communities are holding. There is no damage, at least no apparent damage to them. So that element of risk is not facing the people of Santa Cruz this morning.
Indeed. me, that is good news. Roger O'Neill in Santa Cruz, California. We should also note that the nuclear power plants in that area have been checked out. Officials there say that they are safe. They have not been compromised in any way. All of this is information that federal officials are eager to receive, and just moments ago, Marlon Fitzwater at the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the presidential spokesman, came out to give reporters there a bit of an indication of what the White House is learning about the situation in California. Our correspondent, Robert Hager, is there, and he joins us now with a live report. Bob, what are you hearing?
Morning, Deborah. Well, when Marlon came by, what he told us, he said that the president was very concerned that he'd had two briefings early this morning, one from Sununu and one from the FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. He said that Vice President Quayle will probably get airborne over the San Francisco area about 10 o'clock Eastern time, so that would be 5 o'clock on the coast. I've still got that wrong. 7 o'clock on the coast, so that would be first daylight there to take a look at the damage. He also said that the president has not yet signed the papers making the 7 Bay Area counties a federal disaster area, but he said that was irrelevant because all this federal aid would be coming shortly. He also said that later on this morning the president will probably himself have something to say about the situation out there. Deborah?
Bob, how big a pool of federal money is there? Just a couple of weeks ago, we were reporting on a different disaster. You were down in South Carolina talking about the federal money for the victims of Hurricane Hugo. Comes out of the same pot, doesn't it?
It does indeed, but I think they can open the doors there. I think there would be quite a bit available. Now what it comes in is the form of aid for clearing up itself. Some of that is physical work, loaning the Army Corps of Engineers, even a consideration of activating the regular Army if they need that. On the other hand, then there's a lot of financial grant money available for putting people up temporarily and for then giving people up to $10,000 to do repair work on homes, and then even more down the line.
All right, Bob Hager at the Federal Emergency Management Agency in Washington. Thank you for being with us. We should note, despite the magnitude of this earthquake, 6.9 on the Richter scale, officials at the U.S. Geological Survey say this was not the big one. More to come.
Yeah, that's kind of bad news, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, Deborah, thank you. Let's go for a check of the weather. You got any good news for us?
Well, I think the nicest news that I could give you this morning is that we are here in one of the greatest cities in the world. You went to school here. Jane cut her teeth here. Deborah, you became a legend in this town along with Jane doing the news on good old Channel 5. And that's the reason we came here, to salute it's the prettiest building in the world. Have you shown it on television yet?
We haven't had a chance to.
It is I guess they don't mind me saying it. It's a miniature of Radio City, New York. It is a lovely building. And I'm sorry that we aren't able to do that. Obviously, the whole format that we had planned has been changed by the disaster in San Francisco. And anyway, it's nice always to be in this town. It's such a lovely, it's got so much character and so many characters. So how about that? That's what makes it great. That's what makes it great. I kind of like character myself. If you're flying today, as they say, look out a couple of hubs down around Charlotte, North Carolina, because there is some rain down there and some fog. Going to be a lot of rain today down in the southern states and the mid-Atlantic. Talk about that. That's one big weather story. The other is the cold. Bismarck is 14. That's chilly. It's about 35 here this morning in Chicago, and windy, and some snow and some hail and some sleet. Paul Harvey's getting to work all right, though. He'll always make it. And you combine that with the wind, it's about a wind chill factor of 20 degrees. But there's the big map. Look at all that rain in the southeast. Dalton, Georgia. Ever heard of that town, Debbie? They're going to have all sorts of frog stranglers down there and up through the mid-Atlantic, the Ohio Valley. As that cold air moves in, you can imagine a little bit of everything in the Tennessee and the Ohio Valley. Up in the mountains tonight, there could be some wet snow. There no doubt will be by tomorrow morning. Cold temperatures, record cold for the year, and also a lot of rain and flash flooding, which of course produces delays if you're traveling. There are delays, as I said this morning, in Charlotte, in Newark, and Boston, and parts of the Ohio Valley. The western states are beautiful, sunny, and mild. Here's what's happening in your world even as we speak.
For the tri-state area, cloudy, cooler but dry, high of 52. Tonight, rainy, windy, low of 45, and more rain on Thursday and Friday.
That's all for right now. We will keep you up to date on what other weather goodies are happening. Maybe I could do one quick birthday. Would you hold my weather notes?
Sure.
I got to have these Sears glasses in Chicago. You got to have everything Sears. Martin Taraski of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, is 100 years old and sees better than I do. Jane Pauley's next.
Thank you, Willard. As soon as news of the earthquake went out, the American Red Cross mobilized its forces to help. Pete Ashen, disaster director for the American Red Cross in San Francisco, is at our affiliate there, and Pat Snyder, the National Chairman of Disaster Services at the American Red Cross, and the developer of the American Red Cross Earthquake Preparedness Program, is standing by in our Burbank Bureau. We'll start with you, Ms. Snyder. I've seen on the wires that there was a plea that people not try to get in touch with friends and family in the San Francisco area because phone calls were impeding relief efforts. Why would that be?
That's very true. The phone trunks were overloaded, and we certainly urge people not to try to call into the Bay Area at this point in time. Sometimes outgoing calls are easier to make, and we urge people to wait until their families and loved ones try to contact them from the Bay Area.
Bob Hager was discussing before with Deborah the fact that there are fixed amount of monies for disaster relief, and it occurred to me that the American Red Cross, too, might have resources strained by the Hurricane Hugo. What is the financial situation? Are you in trouble?
Well, we had already launched a campaign for $42 million following Hurricane Hugo, and this certainly puts an additional strain on the fiscal as well as the human resources of the organization. But we have always found the public to be very generous in the past, and we feel that they will come through and help us again in this troubling time.
What you need, I take it then, is first and foremost and exclusively money?
Money is the thing that we can use most, because with the money we can buy the goods and the materials to help these people get back on their feet.
We have an 800 number that I think you probably would appreciate it if we showed, 1-800-453-9000. What do you buy with the money?
Well, we buy materials for assisting disaster victims. We will provide the food, the sheltering, clothing, those kinds of needs. People who have lost some of those items up in the Bay Area, Red Cross will be assisting them in the next weeks and days to help them through this emergency phase.
Well, Pete Ashen knows all about that. He is up there, the disaster director for the Red Cross in San Francisco at KRON-TV. We heard a report that Santa Cruz might be a little worse off than San Francisco, but do you have problems as well with having no power, with suspicious water, or perhaps even food distribution in the San Francisco area?
Yeah, Jane, we've got all kinds of problems here, but we've got some wonderful volunteers who responded. Down in Santa Cruz, they were able to open 7 shelters last night, and throughout the Bay Area, we have 30 shelters open to respond to the needs of victims throughout the Bay Area. Problems of water, we've had support from water company delivering bottled water to our shelters. We've had some real heroes. We had a team of 24 Red Cross First Aid volunteers who were at the World Series at Candlestick Park. When that Candlestick was emptied, they got in a city bus, came in, and we transferred them right on to the shelter at Moscone Convention Center. So we've had some really heroes stepping forward and doing a wonderful job. One of the amateur radio operators just called in a message that we needed more baby bottles and diapers at Moscone Convention Center. As a cab driver walked in and said, what could he do? I asked him if he would stop by a grocery store, pick up the baby bottles and diapers, and the store manager called, confirmed that Red Cross would pay that $300 of supplies that he delivered to the shelter. So we do need that money, and whether it's for baby bottles and diapers or medicine for people that lost it in the terrible fire down in the marina, the Red Cross volunteers have been responding, and we hope that the rest of the country knows that they too will be hit and that they will be generous at this time to support not only Hurricane Hugo, but now another earthquake in San Francisco.
Well, Pete Ashen, we congratulate you on your compassionate work on the front lines, and Pat Snyder, thank you for being with us as well. We'll be back with more on Today after this.
The 2 toughest cops in town are coming home on video cassette. All right, get them back. It's okay. James Belushi and Jerry Lee in K-9. Bring it home on video cassette starting November 16th from MCA Home Video.
My mouth has a terrible time waking up in the morning. Come on. You know why? Most cereals bore it to sleep, but not Quaker Natural cereal. Once you taste Quaker Natural, everything else is just cornflakes.
The facts about butter and calories. Think butter has a ton of calories. Think again. Butter has just 36 calories a pat, the same as margarine. So for no more calories, you get Butter's great taste. Delicious dairy butter.
Carnation Instant Breakfast. What a delicious idea for breakfast. You're gonna love it in an instant. Nutritious, delicious, frosty, rich and creamy. Carnation Instant Breakfast. You're gonna love it in an instant.
When you get a cold or an allergy,
you need some herbal tea.
You also get a lot of advice.
What you want to do is feed a cold.
A lot of advice.
Take Judy to call me in the morning.
But the best advice is what doctors have said millions of times. Take Dimetap. Dimetap in non-prescription formulas brings proven relief. So take the advice of doctors and pharmacists.
The tea works. Huh?
And take Dimetap. The best advice you can take.
Movie of considerable note some years ago talking about the New York blackout was entitled Where Were You When the Lights Went Out? Well, the movie might yet come, Where Were You at 5:04 Pacific Time? That's when the earthquake hit on Tuesday, the height of rush hour in the Bay Area. NBC's own Jimmy Cephalo was out in the Bay Area at the time covering the World Series. He joins us this morning from San Francisco. It's good to see you're healthy, Jimmy. I'll ask the question, where were you at 5:04?
I was driving in a car at Candlestick Park right outside in the parking lot. I thought I had a blowout on the tire. It turned out to be much more severe than that. Ryan, it's something to see the nature, the calm nature of the people here in the San Francisco area. Even right after the quake at the ballpark, fans were still going into the stadium expecting fully to see a baseball game. When it was finally canceled, they waited around. Some began to chant, "We want to see some baseball," and then they slowly began to leave. Also last night, I had an opportunity to drive through some of the streets of San Francisco, and the power was completely down. Citizens were standing on the corner trying to direct traffic. Of course, the street lights were out as well. All of the lobbies, the hotel lobbies, were opened up to the general public. They allowed people in from the streets. They fed them. They gave them blankets and pillows. It was a true community spirit here in the area. And given the nature of the disaster, it's safe to say that the people of the Bay Area have reacted extremely well to it, given the situation.
I've no doubt of that, and yet, Jimmy, we get reports of looting in the city. No evidence of that?
There has been some sporadic evidence of looting in the area, but as one official said to me here at the relief center, he said on any given night in any major city you will have a certain element of crime. Many of the reports were just sporadic in parts of the city, and it ended very quickly. As a whole, the city of San Francisco responded extremely well. Many, many people were on street corners trying to help in any way they can, directing traffic, trying to give food, clothing, and shelter to those that they can. As you can see, this, I believe, is Route 880 up in the Oakland area. People doing as much as they can, trying to direct traffic and help in any way possible. Yeah. So although there were reports of some looting, generally I think you give an A+ to the people of the area.
Jimmy, I'm surprised to hear you say that you were driving around. I would have thought that motoring your way around the Bay Area would have been one of the more difficult tasks last night. Was not true?
Well, it was difficult. Much of the highways were closed. We kind of took the Magellan route. We had to take the long way around through the back streets, and all of the street lights were out, and so there were really citizens standing on the corner trying to direct traffic around. We were able to get to our hotel lobby. There were simply candles being lit. They formed a chain up to the top through the stairwell to get people from level to level, and there was a great spirit of cooperation. And so it was easier to get around than I would have imagined, but it took a great deal of caution and a lot of back road traveling.
Strange, isn't it, Jimmy? This all comes at a time when the Bay Area is having its proudest sports moment, perhaps, a Bay Area World Series. Is that completely forgotten now?
I think in many ways. I spoke to the mayor just a few moments ago, and when a reporter asked him, what do you think they'll do with the series, he said, I really don't care what happens to the series right now, and I think that's the general thought of everyone here. This community had been polarized now with two reasons. One, because they generally love both the Giants and the A's, and I think there would be a bit of sadness as to whoever happens to lose this series on the part of everyone in the area. And the second polarizing fact was this earthquake. Everyone has come together, and so it's an interesting area to stand in, and an ironic spot that we would have the first World Series in 30 years in the same area and a major disaster to occur at the same time.
Do I dare suggest that in the spirit of community and harmony and safety, is anyone even considering calling it off?
I don't know that for sure, Brian. Fay Vincent is meeting this morning with the rest of the hierarchy for Major League Baseball. We have heard some possibilities. They may move it to Jack Murphy Stadium in San Diego. They may move it to Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. But even that, the logistical nightmare would be great. What would they do with the tickets that have already been issued? Would they issue new tickets and sell those? Would they give refunds to everyone that have bought tickets to the area? And would it be fair to the teams and to the fans here in the area? It's a logistical nightmare any way they decide to go.
Interesting, because your thoughts, I think, are shared by the ball players. The comments I saw, they came out on the field and they were quick to say, you quickly realized that this is just a ball game, that we're getting out of here.
You're absolutely right.
Jimmy Cefalo, glad to see you safe, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. We're going to come back in just a moment. We're ahead right after this.
Even the worst arthritis sufferers don't have to wake up stiff and sore, because your doctor can help you find relief from the morning pain and stiffness that are often early signs of arthritis. Go off to see your doctor today and get a kick out of getting up in the morning. Pfizer, wake up to good mornings.
Good morning, Joanne.
Approved, yeah?
Right, and Steve knows about the change the exclusion of the top 10.
This is my husband, Michael. He's under a lot of pressure, but now he's doing things differently. Like taking the stairs, eating more fruit, and cutting down on cholesterol and saturated fat. That's why I cook the foods he loves with Puritan oil. Puritan has no cholesterol and is 94% saturated fat-free. I've got an idea.
The health club before dinner. Great.
Michael is feeling wonderful. And I am too.
Puritan. Make it his oil for life.
Hey, what's this stuff?
Liquid Dial.
Why'd we switch?
This one has germ killer.
Our own liquid soap had germ killer.
No, it didn't.
Didn't?
Nope.
I thought it did. What about the stuff before that?
It didn't.
It didn't?
Never.
Never?
Never, ever.
I thought it did.
You thought wrong, dear.
I did?
You did.
Most liquid hand soaps don't kill germs. Liquid Dial does because it's made with a unique antibacterial formula.
I know. I bet the stuff we had way back...
Dad, it didn't.
Nah, didn't.
Liquid Dial. It's made to kill germs.
Hey, for fast, smooth cutting, put a laser on your circular saw. That's a Master Mechanic Laser X2 saw blade from True Value Hardware Stores. It's just $4.49 as their October True Value of the month. This 7 1/4-inch blade has 20 tungsten carbide teeth with dual edges, so it can outlast regular steel blades by 50%. In October, get the Master Mechanic Laser X2 saw blade for just $4.49 at participating True Value Hardware Stores and home centers.
You could probably make a real long list of people in whose shoes you would not have wanted to be yesterday at 5:04 in San Francisco, but how about this one? A fire department dispatcher. Lieutenant Roland Lee of the San Francisco Fire Department, in fact, had that duty yesterday, and Lieutenant Lee joins us from San Francisco. Sir, you had a world of trouble last night, and am I correct in understanding that as far as you are concerned, the plans did not work?
Well, I wouldn't say it didn't work. There was a large amount of chaos. It was extremely chaotic because the whole system was overloaded, and we were understaffed to handle this kind of situation, but we did handle it. Most of the off-duty personnel did, in fact, respond, of the fire department as well as communication center.
Well, what didn't you have that you needed?
Well, we needed a lot, enough time to put out the dispatches and enough personnel to man the radios. What we had was we had to alter our emergency procedures, and because of the amount of traffic from people calling in, we couldn't handle them because, as you know, we have to answer the call and then we dispatch it. But because units are already out in the field, they were trying to communicate to us while we were trying to put out a dispatch. There were just a lot of problems.
Lieutenant Lee, do you think lives were lost as a result?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Do you think lives were lost as a result?
Oh, that was a direct result of the earthquake, yes.
And I mean, as a result of the lack of coordination.
No, I think the fire department responded extremely well under the circumstances, the system being overloaded. I'm very proud to be part of the team.
Tell me about some of the calls you took.
Well, first started out when the earthquake happened, we quickly got off the communication floor. We stood in the doorways, which is supposed to be a safe place to stand. Then I immediately ran over to the one of the computer consoles, pushed voice all the stations, and requested them to open the apparatus doors, which is one of our emergency procedures. As far as some of the incidents that happened, we had major fires happening in the Marina District. We had a high-pressure system break, and we didn't have enough units to send on a normal dispatch. If we normally send 5 or 6 units out on the scene, we only had maybe 1 unit, and we had to search for that unit to send.
Lieutenant Lee, we're lucky that this was not, as they say, the big one. What if it had been?
Well, in my opinion, this was a big one.
About as big as you could handle, I take it. Well, Lieutenant Lee, we congratulate you, too, and I can't believe you're still standing, and it looks like you're still functioning very well, all these hours after.
I'd like to congratulate all the men for doing such a fine job in the fire department, as well as all the other departments in the city.
Well, you're only human. Thank you. And we'll be back after this.
You look like a woman who's yearning to share a Jell-O pudding snack. One that's 70% skim milk yet wildly irresistible. You look like a woman who is yearning to share a
Jell-O pudding snacks. Pretty smart for a kid.
All over the country, people say they like Maxwell House ground coffee. They say it tastes rich. Willard Scott's angling for comments in Dallas, Texas.
Now, Inga Kirby, why do you like Maxwell House coffee?
Well, let you know how hard it is to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
You bet.
I like the rich, robust taste that Maxwell House has when I go fishing on the lake.
Can I have some?
You can.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. More and more people are drinking Maxwell House. How about you? Have you tasted it yourself?
Nissan took the new Stanza to the test track to prove how well it performs in the real world. The available anti-lock brakes worked flawlessly. On the banked track, the 2.4-liter 138-horsepower engine proved itself the most powerful standard engine in its class. While the front and rear stabilizer bars make short work of the slalom course. Our test drivers were very impressed.
I suppose I could just dive right into that bowl of sugar and scoop up a big heaping spoonful and dump it all over my cereal, but do I need to do that? And do I need those calories? And the taste of Equal is going to make me just as happy.
Equal tastes like real sugar because Equal is made with NutraSweet.
I can save a few calories here, a few calories there. Tonight, I can have ice cream. Maybe.
Equal. What a sweet choice.
At 7 p.m., how much does it cost to have Grandma hear her grandson's first words? With MCI's new Prime Time, this 25-minute call from Boston to Philadelphia costs 26% less. MCI's new Prime Time. Sign up now.
We are approaching 8 o'clock here in Chicago, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. It's a time normally when we would be saying goodbye to you, but not on this day. Because we are going to be staying on for another 3 hours yet, trying to keep you apprised of latest developments in the Bay Area. You are looking at a live picture from San Francisco, and as it starts to dawn there, we hope to learn more about the recovery from the effects of the quake. We're going to come back to Chicago in a moment, right after station.
Cruz. He'd go to the ends of the earth for the woman he loved.
You do anything to hurt Eden, there won't be a warning.
Then he'd go one step further.
I want you back.
Santa Barbara.
What do you hate about your medical coverage?
Filing claim forms.
Because they look more like tax forms.
With Healthways, there are no claim forms to file. That's why you'll love Healthways. Medical coverage as close to perfect as you can get.
Grand Hotel, the musical. Meet the secretary. Dictation isn't all she'll take from men. Call 246-0102 and make your reservations.
It's becoming a pattern. First, day
David Dinkins failed to file his income taxes for 4 straight years. Then he failed to accurately report campaign contributions required by law 99% of the time. Next, he hid his links to a failing insurance company. Now his campaign has paid a convicted kidnapper through a phony organization with no members, no receipts, and no office. David Dinkins. Why does he always wait until he's caught?
What do you love about Healthway's medical coverage?
Everything, because Healthways pays for just about everything.
Including baby's checkups and yours. That's why you love Healthways, too. Medical coverage as close to perfect as you can get.
Crazy marriage rules. Next on A You.
See people back now at the start of third hour of a special extended edition of Today, a morning when we are covering the effects of a tragic earthquake that struck the Bay Area at 5:04 Pacific time Tuesday night at the height of rush hour. A lot of folks racing home to watch the third game of the Bay Area World Series between the San Francisco Giants and the Oakland A's. Both cities came up losers last night, though, devastated by a quake of massive proportions. We're in Chicago. I'm Bryant Gumbel, along with Jane Pauley, Deborah Norfolk. We've been on the air 2 hours. If you're flipping on your set and saying, what are you guys still doing there? Well, we're gonna be with you till lunchtime, trying to get caught up on exactly what is going on in the Bay Area as that city struggles to cope with a major tragedy. Well, let's go on out to San Francisco, where we are joined once again by Deputy Fire Chief Mike Farrell at the Emergency Command Center. And Chief Farrell, are you with me?
Yes, I hear you.
Do you have enough manpower to face the day, sir?
I can't hear you, Brian.
I said, what kind of manpower do you have to face the day?
I can't hear him.
Hello, Chief Farrell. Can you hear me? This is Bryant Gumbel in Chicago.
You're broken up. I can't hear you.
Okay, I will keep talking like this, and we'll see if we can straighten it out. Chief Farrell is one of those people who has been on duty throughout the night. In case you are just joining us, his forces had to fight a major fire down in the Marina area, a fire that consumed, we heard, as many as 12 to 16 buildings. Let's see, Chief Farrell, are our communications any better? Are you with me now?
Yes, Brian, I understand you're asking about our manpower this morning?
Yeah, I'm curious, sir. Do you have enough manpower to face the day?
Yes, we do. We had about 300 of our firefighters come in off duty. So at the present, we're about twice what our normal strength is. Instead of 300 people on duty, we have about 600 people on duty as of right now.
And how are you going to deploy your forces today? Could you give us a pretty detailed idea of what their marching orders are on this day?
Well, the marching orders for today, Brian, will be, we're going to, when the sun comes up, we're going to start doing some searching down in the Marina District where we had that major fire, and also quite a number of buildings collapse. We have 3- and 4-story buildings that were leveled to single story. And as the sun comes up, we have some dog teams coming in. We have some heavy rescue experts coming in to give us a hand. We have shoring materials and cranes on site. And we will be starting that search and rescue effort as soon as it gets light out here.
Are you going to try to tear down some of those buildings rather than shore them up to prevent further tragedy?
I'm sure the majority of them will. I was down there, was not very light down there when I was there earlier. I couldn't really see, but to my untrained eye, quite a few of those buildings will have to be just demolished, yes.
We heard a little bit earlier a report given of 271 fatalities. Do we still expect that number to rise as your men go about the city today?
Well, in San Francisco, we have 9 fatalities. We had 6 in the south of Market area. We had a building collapse there onto some people on the sidewalk. We have 3 fatalities in the fire in the Marina District, but we fully expect, as we search those collapsed buildings, unfortunately, we expect to find some more people in those buildings.
Okay. Chief Farrell, again, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, Brian.
We're going to go back to San Francisco in just a moment. First, let's catch up on the rest of the news, and Deborah's got that. Deborah?
Thanks, Bryant. As you noted, the death toll this morning does stand at 271 from yesterday's earthquake in California. It is, we fear, a toll that is bound to go higher. The earthquake measured 6.9 on the Richter scale. It ruptured gas lines, which in turn touched off that huge fire in the Marina area of San Francisco. 3 people killed in that fire, as the deputy chief just informed us. It leveled buildings. The quake left as many as 1 million people without electrical power.
Interstate 880 in Oakland bore the brunt of the quake in terms of the numbers of lives lost. An elevated part of the highway fell onto a lower portion of the road at the height of the evening rush hour. The quake hit at 5:04 p.m. Killed many people there. The exact number still unknown. There has been one state official in California who has estimated that at least 250 people died during the collapse of Interstate 880. That is where we turn now to find correspondent George Lewis, who has been at the scene of the interstate collapse throughout the evening. He joins us as the rescuers continue to try to dig through the rubble and see if anyone might possibly be found alive. George?
Deborah, just behind me, firemen have begun climbing up on the freeway structure which collapsed. It's a double-decker affair, and what happened at 5:04 last evening happened at perhaps the worst time of day, rush hour, as people were going home to try to catch the World Series on TV. The top level of the freeway collapsed onto the intermediate level, crushing a number of cars beneath. Now, policemen aren't exactly sure how many people were trapped in the freeway collapse. They say they have 6 confirmed fatalities at this point, but the fear is that the death toll could go much higher. At one point, they were estimating as many as 100 could have been killed in this one location alone. The irony of all of this is that after the last big earthquake in California, the Silmar earthquake in the Los Angeles area in 1971, freeway bridges were ordered reinforced by the state of California. Special metal strapping was added to the freeways to prevent this sort of thing from happening again, because some of the bridges in the LA area did collapse back then, crushing some cars. So supposedly the bridges were reinforced, but the question that's going to arise, and the governor has hinted that there will be a major investigation of this freeway collapse. The question that's going to arise is, can any sort of precautions guard against an earthquake of this magnitude? Deborah?
Indeed, that's a question the governor, as you noted, has already raised. Another question is, are the resources there to adequately get through the rubble and make what rescues can be recovery of bodies, if that's the case? Is there enough official people, enough people with equipment there to help out?
There are enough people and there is enough equipment. What's frustrating some of the would-be volunteers, a number of union members we talked to earlier in the morning, who are iron workers and who are experienced in dealing with bridge construction, they want to get up there and dig around to see if there's anybody alive still left up there. The authorities...
Let me ask you real quick, just on that note about if anybody's alive. I covered the earthquake down in Mexico 4 years ago. At that time, they brought in special dog teams from Miami's Fire and Rescue Department. Another team was brought in from France. Any talk about bringing these German Shepherds in to try to locate people who may still be alive?
They have dog teams here, and they have been checking around for signs of life. They say they have found none. Now, they're being very cautious about this, Deborah, because they're afraid that an aftershock could bring this whole structure down behind me, and they don't want any further loss of life. So they're going very slow, which is frustrating some of the people who want to volunteer to get up there and look for victims.
All right. George Lewis will be checking back with you throughout the morning. Throughout San Francisco, relief centers have been set up in the wake of the devastation. Correspondent David Burrington joins us now from one of those centers in San Francisco. Morning, David. David, you hear me okay? David Burrington is at one of those rescue centers. There have been several of them set up around the San Francisco area. Some people have been staying at those rescue centers simply because their own homes have been declared unsafe, or they fear that they could be unsafe with the result of the unsettling of many of the buildings in the wake of the earthquake. Other people simply were unable to return to their homes. They were on one side of the bay when the quake happened. They happened to live on the other side. These rescue centers have given them an opportunity of a place to spend the night, a place where they can be safe, perhaps get to a telephone and call their loved ones to let them know they're okay. David Burrington is there. We'll be checking in with him later on this morning. As we've noted, there has been a declaration in the state of California. 7 counties have been declared in a state of disaster. That is the preliminary step to getting it declared a federal disaster area. That, of course, means federal money and federal assistance coming in. President Bush has already sent Transportation Secretary Samuel Skinner to the area. Vice President Dan Quayle has also gone to Northern California to help in assessing the damage. And members of California's congressional delegation also on the way home. Catherine Couric is at Andrews Air Force Base, where a special plane is being readied for their departure back to the West Coast. Good morning, Catherine.
Well, good morning, Deborah. A delegation of about 15 people, many of them congressmen from California, has just left Andrews Air Force Base. They're headed to their home districts for a first-hand look at the devastation. Congressman Congressman Don Edwards and Norman Mineta were able to go last night with Secretary of Transportation Samuel Skinner, who left around 11:30 from National Airport. Included in this most recent delegation are Congresswomen Nancy Pelosi and Barbara Boxer, as well as Congressman Ron Dellums, George Miller, Tom Lantos, and Leon Panetta. Also in this group, Senator Alan Cranston. Senator Pete Wilson was in San Francisco when the earthquake hit. He is safe. He is, we understand, at Moffett Naval Air Station at this hour. Meanwhile, just moments ago here at Andrews, congressional leaders discussed their plans.
Do about it. I want to be with my people, with my constituents in this moment of travail for them.
Right now, we want to make sure the system is working as it is supposed to.
Obviously, it's been a very harrowing night for many of these congressional leaders. Meanwhile, the C-9 Air Force plane that was used to transport them to their home district is not the only way the military has been involved. About 1,000 California National Guardsmen have been activated. Moffett Naval Air Station, which is near San Jose, has been opened up to civilian aircraft because the San Francisco airport has been closed. The USS Lang has been moved off the coast of San Francisco to assist in firefighting efforts if necessary. Meanwhile, military personnel from Letterman Hospital, from Oakland Naval Hospital, and Fort Ord are assisting with medical help. Deborah?
All right, Catherine, thanks for that update from Andrews Air Force Base. That's the latest for now. Bryant, James.
Okay, let's catch up on the latest weather. This is one gentleman we can quickly go to, and rest assured that when we say Willard, he's not going to just go. That's right. Willard, our communications are okay. Willard, right?
Yeah. Now that's, you know, any situation like this, obviously there are going to be these problems, these technical problems. And the truth is, you all are, I know that you've been up all night. You really have not had any sleep at all. And some of the reporters out in San Francisco, same thing. And while we don't expect to get a medal and extra something in our stocking for Christmas, it is always an extra challenge. And hopefully we're doing a job that can help some people.
Actually, that the technical guys are able to get us a picture and some sound there is one of the modern miracles of our time.
Unbelievable. And I was thinking, you know, in May, I guess we were on that trip on the West Coast, and that beautiful, the prettiest picture I think we have ever had on television. We're at Treasure Island at the Navy base, and we had San Francisco Bay in the background. So our hearts, everybody, our heart is in San Francisco. And I know the Red Cross, Salvation Army, and all the people. It was great to see the citizens out there directing traffic last night with all the street lights out and everything else. But anyway, we are in Chicago this morning. We plan to do our show here for 3 days. I believe we're going back to New York. Is that right? Is that the final word? We're going back to New York.
Not sure yet.
Not sure yet. But anyway, I wanted to show you one thing. Is the camera on the building? This is the building that we came to dedicate, and this is the new NBC building in Chicago, and it is a handsome building. Not just make a self-serving statement here. It's one of the prettiest buildings. It looks a little bit like, yes, it does, just a tad like 30 Rock. I still call it the RCA building. I don't care what it says on the top. It looks like the RCA building to me. A very, very pretty building, and we're proud of it here in Chicago, and it's the NBC home. Okay, let's check a couple of weather acts this morning. Heavy fog. You saw the Washington report a minute ago, Andrews Air Force Base. That's right outside of Washington. There's a lot of fog this morning in the mid-Atlantic states, the Appalachians. Heavy rain expected, 2 to 4 inches. Expect travel delays from Boston all the way down to Atlanta, even into Florida as the day wears on. There's fog, there is rain, and that is going to change to maybe some snow up in the mountains, the Appalachians tonight. Nothing significant, but here in Chicago this morning it is windy. The wind chill is 20 degrees, and with that wind blowing, there's a good chance there will be a little significant, or what you might call a little light snow expected later on tonight. Definitely cold, cold air, coldest of the season, moving into the east. The western states are lovely. Here's what's happening in your world even as we speak.
For the tri-state area, cloudy, cooler but dry, high of 52. Tonight, rainy, windy, low of 45, and more rain on Thursday and Friday.
Emma Howell of Hammond, Louisiana is 104. We wish her a very happy birthday.
Where would you like to be tomorrow?
I'd like to be wherever you are going to be. Oh, okay. With you, holding hands.
There's a diplomat. Can't tell you're from Washington. We're back in a moment. This is Today on NBC.
Notice the color in my eye.
I figured as well.
When Siemens says, don't miss our interest-free finance offer, it pays to listen. Because the prices you see are Siemens' famous everyday low prices. Plus, you can finance and pay no interest for 1 full year. Terrific, right? Well, it gets better. You make no payments until 1990. It's amazing. You get beautiful furniture, low prices, 1 year interest-free financing, and no payments until 1990. It's Siemens interest-free financing, celebrating Siemens' 5th new store this year in Nanuet.
It's the best thing since sliced bread. New Pepperidge Farm Lifestyle Breads. Moist and rich, but light in calories. A tasty way to help stay in shape for your favorite activities. Mix real fruit filling with flaky croissant pastry, and what do you get? Pepperidge Farm's Croissant Toaster Tarts. What will they think of next?
When you go to the bank for a home equity loan, do you ever get the feeling they're trying to tell you something? Once you get the message, call Statewide Capital. We'll get you money easily and quickly, even if you've been turned down by the bank. Use the equity in your home to get a home equity loan from $10,000 to $250,000 or more. No lines, no forms, and fast approvals. Statewide Capital gets you money easily. Call 1-800-DIAL-CASH. 1-800-DIAL-CASH.
Hip hip hooray, Club Perillo is coming to St. Martin. I'm Mario Perillo announcing my brand new Club Perillo in St. Martin. There's my new baby, right on the beach at the newly rebuilt Great Bay Resort and Casino. Before Mario came along, St. Martin belonged to the rich and famous. Not any longer. With my affordable prices, it now belongs to you. Yes, Club Perillo St. Martin, where you pay one low price and leave your wallet at home. For a free Perillo brochure, call 1-800-255-5000 now.
San Francisco's Mayor Art Agnos praised his citizens for what he termed a noble response, and acknowledging what could have been far, far worse, said his city was lucky, very lucky. NBC's Jimmy Cefalo, who was in San Francisco for the World Series, caught up with the mayor late last night.
Mayor, what's the status of the city right now?
Well, the city is under control. The police are in the streets, supplemented by off-duty personnel who have come back on our call. The fire department, our hospitals, emergency systems are all operational, and we have responded successfully to this major earthquake, the largest one we've had since the 1906 earthquake in San Francisco.
You've just taken a tour of the city. What is the hardest hit area?
Well, there's no question that the major, overwhelming impact has been in the marina part of the city near the Golden Gate Bridge. There we had a major five-alarm fire where some 12 buildings were burned down. There was a loss of life there. We know of 3. We need to check the rubble to see if there was more. We're not sure about how many people are missing. But more than that, there are blocks and blocks, city blocks, that have been terribly devastated, that'll have to be torn down and rebuilt, and it's going to take years to do that in the adjacent area of that neighborhood in San Francisco. It's built on landfill in the bay and particularly vulnerable to this kind of an earthquake. A lot of damage, a lot of people that are homeless there, 400 or 500 people in our Red Cross shelter there. The city has been heroic. People really began to take care of one another. They obviously cared about each other, and in the marina we saw dozens of neighbors helping the fire people because the water pressure broke as a result of the earthquake. We had to bring a fireboat in to the ocean, from the ocean, and it took 5 blocks of hoses. The neighbors helped carry those hoses from the ocean to the fire 5 blocks away and connect them because there weren't enough firefighters to do that initially. We've seen neighbors helping people who were hit by flying glass, helping elderly people get to shelters, going out and directing traffic because there weren't enough police for every corner with all the power out. And in general, San Franciscans have really responded heroically to a major disaster.
On the other side, there has been some sporadic sightings of lootings. Have you had any more reports about that?
We did get a few reports in very isolated cases. Because our police were on duty, we were able to make some arrests and get it under control. Tonight, with the power still out in about 2/3 of the city, we have about twice the amount of normal police on duty, and the city is very quiet.
When do you think the city will be back, and when will San Francisco be whole again?
Oh, it's going to take years for that part of town where we've seen the kind of devastation that I'm sure will be recorded on the cameras soon. But the rest of the city we should have up and running very soon. Right now, our buses are running. Our whole infrastructure is up.
except for that part of the city where the biggest damage was recorded. Our water system is flowing, our sewage system is still working, our fire and hospitals are all operational. We're in good shape except for that part of the city, and there we've got a lot of work to do. What are you suggesting to people living in the outlying areas? Do you want them to stay away from the city of San Francisco? Well, we're asking tomorrow that they not come into the city because we need to examine a lot of the buildings. Our city building inspectors, engineers are on the job right now, checking out buildings to determine their safety. We've closed the schools for tomorrow because we don't want children going to the schools with uncertain conditions in them. And until we have some better information and assessments, we're asking people to stay away, call their employers to find out exactly what the conditions are in their place of employment. Mayor, thank you so much.
And we'll be back in a moment. This is Today on NBC.
How do you noodle? Well, no matter how you noodle, more people enjoy noodling with Cup of Noodles, the deliciously original recipe that's much more than a soup. Remember, nobody noodles like Cup of Noodles from Nissan.
People used to say I'd grow out of my baby fat. No such luck. But as much as I wanted to feel good about myself, I didn't want to have to suffer, which is exactly why I lost weight with Jenny Craig. Now, how terrific is their program? Well, let me ask you. Do I look like I'm suffering?
Lose all the weight you want for only a $185 service fee.
It worked for this baby.
Call Jenny Craig today.
Free money!
Yes, Avenue I Brooklyn's Discount Center is giving money away to one lucky shopper every Thursday through Sunday.
Just pick the lucky ticket and step right into our money machine. Pocket money, pin money, mad money, glad money. Catch it, slip it through the money slot, and it's yours. No purchase necessary. Must be present to win.
Shop Avenue I, Brooklyn's Discount Center at Avenue I, McDonald Avenue. Call 718-252-SAVE. That's 252-SAVE. Open Thursday through Sunday.
You're up.
I'm sleeping.
You were walking.
I was walking in my sleep.
Have your coffee.
And yours is darker than mine.
Mine's decaffeinated Folgers crystals. Yours is the decaffeinated you always drink.
Did you use the same amount?
Yeah, watch. Mine's Mountain Grown Folgers.
Nice aroma.
A sip?
Yeah. I thought I was the reason you're always so bright-eyed in the morning.
Oh, you are.
Decaffeinated Folgers crystals. So dark and rich, shouldn't you switch?
As we move past 9:20 Eastern Time, let us give you a bulletin that has just moved across the wires. Communist Party Chief of East Germany, Erich Honecker, has been removed, is the story that is coming out of East Germany this morning. And we turn our attention to the news on the half hour. Deborah's going to give us more on that as we also continue to update you on all the effects of the earthquake and San Francisco's effort to come out from under it. None of us have ever been through an earthquake of the magnitude they experienced last night.
Size, no.
But we've all had a chance, I say a chance, we've all been through them.
I don't mean to imply by any means that Jane is psychic. I had a dream about one the other night. And I do not believe I was psychic. Please do not misunderstand. But the reason I had that dream is because having lived through one in my apartment in New York City several years ago, once you have that experience of being sleeping in your bed and being shaken like that, you don't forget it. And it's who knows, maybe it was a subway going under the building that caused a dream. It's a horrifying experience.
You raise a good point, and now that you do it, I'm not sure I will have the note here, but I think I ran across it that most people think that earthquakes only hit on the West Coast, but get this one. Many people assume earthquakes are primarily confined to the West Coast. In fact, more than 70 million Americans in 44 states are at some risk from earthquakes.
And you know where some of the greatest risk is? You talked with the preparedness official earlier this morning. There was a 30% chance, according to a recent survey they've done, that there would be an earthquake in the San Francisco area. There is a 60% chance that there will be an earthquake on the fault that is in Southern California. So there is a very real possibility there could be a quake 7 on the Richter scale or worse in Southern California.
Well, that's where they expected the big one would be, but...
We're going to come back in just a moment. 24 past the hour. We'll take a station break.
Vicky, a master manipulator.
I guess you really need to see me.
Who will do anything
Obviously.
to get what she wants. Vicky only on Another World.
If you needed a doctor in Manhattan, how would you find the right one for your needs? Well, here's news about a free service, the New York Doctor Line. It gives you access to hundreds of New York's best doctors at their private offices all over town. You can find out their location, their specialty, whatever you need to know. Just call, and within minutes, we'll match you up with the doctor you need. Even our number is easy. Start at 8 and count down. 876-5432. The New York Doctor Line.
Today, Alive with 5 actors Renee Taylor and Joe Bologna.
Good morning. From WNBC-TV, this is News 4 New York.
Good morning on this cloudy Wednesday, October 18th. It's 9:25. I'm Jane Hansen. Right now we have 47 degrees in Midtown. In the news, seismologists at Rockland County's Lamont Doherty lab are busy this morning checking out the data from yesterday's earthquake in the San Francisco Bay Area. On News 4's Morning Edition at 6:30, Dr. John Bevan told me about the intensity of that quake.
For instance, the 1906 San Francisco earthquake was a magnitude 8.4, which is almost 100 times bigger than the earthquake last night. So although this is a major earthquake, California could easily experience a much larger one.
Data from the Lamont Doherty gauges will be used by scientists around the country to analyze the damage from the San Francisco quake. A New Jersey boy is back home after a long kidnapping ordeal. McGee Hickey has that story.
Happy birthday to you.
Friends and relatives of Velio Jimenez celebrated the birthday he missed when he turned 13 while being held captive in Puerto Rico. Police say the 7th grader was kidnapped on September 7th from his New Brunswick neighborhood while on his way to school. His alleged abductor, 35-year-old Ivan Figueroa, a drifter with a history of schizophrenia, who police believe kidnapped 5 other boys. Figueroa had been offered a room in the Jimenez home after he befriended the 13-year-old boy.
Velio, did you ever think you'd be back home, safe and sound?
Yeah. I had faith in God. I know I was coming back.
Velio's parents didn't want to talk about their son's ordeal, saying he'd been through too much. 10 years ago, as the family was fleeing their native Nicaragua, Sandinistas reportedly grabbed Velio, put a gun to his head, and demanded to know the whereabouts of his father, a Somoza supporter. The family said while the incidents are unrelated, his Nicaraguan experience made Velio feel he could not run away from his captor.
I mean, did it make you scared that it was sort of the same thing?
A little bit.
How?
By the way, he was saying that he was going to kill my family again and stuff.
My family together, to me, is my life.
McGee Hickey, News 4, Morning Edition.
Coming up in a minute, today's rainy forecast. Stay with us.
Can a diet including Mazola bring cholesterol down? Here's living proof.
When I found out my cholesterol was over 200, I got nervous. So I cut back on saturated fats and cholesterol and used Mazola.
A clinical study with Mazola showed that corn oil was an important part of a lower-fat diet that reduced cholesterol an average of 17%.
With Mazola's help, I got my cholesterol down. I can live with that.
Mazola. Together we're beating cholesterol.
I'm Mario Perillo in St. Martin with Sato Spadato, owner-builder of the Great Bay Resort and Casino, new home of Club Perillo St. Martin. And when it comes to food, Sato Spadato's living proof that it's the best in St. Martin. Tell him, Sato.
Mangiare magnifico.
Club Perillo St. Martin, 3 sumptuous meals daily, and everything else, pay 1 low price and leave your wallet at home. Mamma mia. For a free Perillo brochure, call 1-800-255-5000 now.
Looking great. That's what it's all about.
Park East. For a free consultation, call 212-988-2500. 212-988-2500.
The Islanders lost to Minnesota and Chicago, and the Rangers tied. We will have a day that will be quite cool, a high of only 52, lots of clouds. Then tonight, rainy and windy, overnight low of 45. The rain will continue right through Saturday. Right now, it's 47. That's the news at 9:29. I'm Jane Hansen. Have a great day.
Thinking about having a baby? Think about having the test for the AIDS virus first. Call this number for free advice and testing. It's a good idea.
Live in a perfect world or get Estee Lauder Skin Defender. Only about 20% of visible aging is chronological. The majority is environmental. Skin Defender is a desensitizing barrier that helps protect your skin from environmental factors like irritants, oxidants, and UV light before they can affect its appearance. And now we'll treat you to this gift with any Estee Lauder choice of $12.50 or more. This gift is yours through October 28th at Macy's.
New York's astronauts.
That story on News 4 at 6.
Back now, 9:30 Eastern Time. You're looking at 6:30 Pacific Time, and you're looking at a live shot from San Francisco. Well, I don't know if that was a live shot. Maybe I spoke a little bit early. As you can see, some of the residents sleeping outside rather than go back into the buildings, some of which perhaps have been deemed unsafe in the wake of the huge quake that hit on Tuesday evening. We're back in Chicago. I'm Bryant Gumbel here with Jane Pauley, Deborah Norville. No, don't check your watch. We are past our appointed time, and we're going to be staying on for another 2.5 hours in order to keep you apprised of the latest developments of what happened to the Bay Area. And we're going to go out to the Bay Area right now, where we are joined by a gentleman who's from San Francisco, one of those areas that was hardest hit. Mr. Stan Lee joins us. He, I understand, is a resident of the Marina area, and perhaps it's easiest to identify that area as it was the one that was burning in prime time last night. Mr. Lee, good morning.
Good morning.
What was your experience from last night? Where were you when the quake hit, and what happened?
Oh, I was on my way back home, and I nearly got killed downtown because the bricks was falling out from the buildings on Pine Street. So I tried to evacuate as soon as possible because my girlfriend lived in the building, which all smashed up, and we lost a dog and car and cat. So I don't know what the situation is, and all night I've been trying to reach her, and all myself is very emotional, and it's just a bad experience for me.
So you have no idea where she is even?
I have no idea. The last time we talked was 4:30, and the quake started at 5:50, and our line got cut off at 4:25. I was in the office about 4:30 after that. I was on my way back. So on my way down from the street, I got cut down I got stopped by the traffic about 5:05.
How close were you to the fire in your area, the big fire that for a time burned out of control in the marina?
Oh, I saw the fire right where about, say, 2 miles away from my office. I was on my way home. I was walking home.
About 2 miles from your office?
Yes.
So you haven't even been home yet?
No, I haven't been home yet. All I got the news is that the place where I live is all smashed up. Until I tried to reach on the front of the corner of my street, I couldn't see the building. All I can see is just rocks and bricks around.
When you say it's all smashed up, does that mean it collapsed or was it caught in the fire?
It got collapsed. I mean, the garage and the first floor is all gone. Just left in the second and third floor.
So what happens to you now, Mr. Lee? How are you going to spend this Wednesday?
God, I'm just going to stay home, sleep, and try to forget, and try to call my friends, actually my family, and try to reach my girlfriend, because I'm trying to wait for her to call me, which I lost in touch with her since 6 o'clock yesterday evening.
I'm sorry, you've lost her and I've lost you. You're going to stay home. I thought home had been destroyed and was reduced to rubble. Okay.
I'm staying with some friends of mine.
Okay, and she perhaps knows where to reach you?
Yeah, she'll see me in TV tonight, hopefully this morning, and just to let her know I'm safe and I love her. Hope that we can be together again. Unfortunately, we lost our cat and dog and the car.
Well, maybe we've provided a public service. Maybe she's watching this morning and at least sees that you're safe. Perhaps she's been equally worried. We wish you the best. Stan Lee, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's start the half hour by catching up on all the news. Once again, here's Deborah.
All right, Bryant, Jane, thanks again. There has been a major change of political power in the Communist East Bloc. Earlier today, Erich Honecker, the head of the Communist Party in East Germany, was removed from office. For 18 years, he has led the Communist Party in East Germany and subsequently also the country of East Germany. Earlier today, the Politburo of the East German Communist Party met to discuss the mass exodus of East Germans to the West. As many as 100,000 people have left in recent weeks for greater freedom and more reform in West Germany. They met to discuss Honecker's role in that, and it was during that meeting that Honecker was removed from his post. He has been replaced by Egon Krenz, who has been a Politburo member for the East German Communist Party, a man who has been in charge of security issues for East Germany. A major change of power in East Germany. Honecker has been roundly criticized, not only by those demanding greater reform and freedom in East Germany, but also by those who take a more hardline view that now is the time to practice a little bit of the type of glasnost that Mikhail Gorbachev has espoused in the Soviet Union. So a major story to report from East Germany. Major story to report in this country, of course, the earthquake, the second worst ever in this country in California. This morning, President Bush assured people in Northern California that they will get all of the federal disaster assistance they need in the wake of Tuesday's devastating earthquake in the San Francisco area. The quake measured 6.9 on the Richter scale. It has killed at least 271 people. Many of those people died in the collapse of the upper level of Interstate 880 in Oakland, California. The quake hit at 5:04 p.m. local time, the height of the rush hour. Many cars on the interstate were crushed. Officials still don't know how many. The full extent of the quake devastation probably won't be known for some time. It'll be easier as the day grows and begins in California, in the San Francisco area, to get a firmer handle on exactly the extent of the damage and the number of deaths. Correspondent Don Oliver joins us now from San Francisco with an update on the situation this morning. Don?
Yes, Deborah, even though it's still dark here, the city is beginning to come alive, although there is still no power in San Francisco. There is power in the suburbs to the south, which did not have power during most of the night. The buses are running here. The Bay Area Rapid Transit is also running, but they are not going to really be able to assess the damage until daylight, until they can begin using National Guardsmen, going house to house in the areas that have been damaged the most heavily, looking for victims and looking for those people who may have survived. As you said, 270 people are now known dead. About 250 of them were killed when the upper deck of a freeway in Oakland collapsed onto the lower deck, pinning people inside their cars. In the marina section of San Francisco, about 30 buildings will probably have to be torn down because they have been damaged so heavily by the quake. There have been about 30 aftershocks, the largest of which was 4.5 on the Richter scale, but none of the aftershocks has caused any more damage so far as we know. People of San Francisco and the outlying areas have been told not to go to work today unless they have an essential job and must go to work. Schools will be closed and everyone is told to stay home, take a look at their damage, and count their blessings. Deborah?
Indeed so. Don Oliver in San Francisco. Some of the other recommendations that have been made for people living out there, in addition to staying home and not taxing the transportation system any more than possible, they've been told to fill their bathtubs with water. Right now the water system is fine, but the system could break down given the extent of the damage, and local officials have suggested that bathtubs be filled with water in the event that that should occur. The earthquake has left hundreds of airline passengers stranded. Folks who had intended to go to the San Francisco area while they were on their airplanes found that their flights were diverted to other locations or perhaps even canceled before they took off. San Francisco International Airport and Oakland Airport are closed. Hundreds of flights from as far away as Japan were affected. San Jose Airport does remain open for limited traffic in and out. That is a quick update of the situation in San Francisco and this big change in East Germany.
Okay. Deborah, thank you. We press ahead. You holding up okay? How many cups of coffee are you going to throw away?
I have started half a dozen. How many have I had? A lot less.
Here and there. How about you?
I'm a coffee drinker. As you know, I love my favorite brand of coffee, which was...
Boy, was that a straight line?
You give me I can go for an hour on this one.
That was the kind of pitch Greg Maddox threw Will Clark in game one. I mean, it was like right there.
That's Mrs. Lincoln. How'd you like the theater? Yeah. No, the fact is, I like my coffee in the morning. I like everybody's coffee, but I do have my preferences. I have my preference in weather, and to be perfectly honest, Orlando looks pretty good today at 93 degrees. Chicago, you can see what a pretty morning it is. You're seeing visiting us. Look at the clouds pass through here. We've had everything. We had sleet, we had rain, we had some snow, we've had some hail, when the sun has come out from time to time, and now we have some puffy clouds, little MGM clouds in the background. Are they beautiful?
We know that the window we're looking at is a little bit tinted also.
Yeah, that's right. So, is that right? I thought it was mine. Just the way I look. Hey, you saw the clouds anyway. Fact is, Florida's got some beautiful weather today, as does the West Coast has wonderful weather, as Rockies are in beautiful shape today. There's mostly sunny skies out there in the West. It is cold. The two big stories are cold and wet. The cold stuff comes in from Canada across the northern plains and the upper Mississippi. Arctic cold air. Cheyenne, 29 degrees. Bismarck, 14 this morning. Here in Chicago, 35. The wind chill makes it 20 if you go outside, and you have to go outside eventually. You have to. Even I don't care what your mother says, you've got to go outside. Look for some snowflakes falling along the Appalachians and also through the White and Green Mountains, Vermont, New Hampshire. And look for heavy rain in the east, the northeast, the mid-Atlantic, and the southeast. Could be some flash flooding. And of course, travel problems will occur later on this afternoon in that part of the country if you're planning to fly from Atlanta, Boston, any place in that area. Here's what's happening in your world, even as we speak.
For the tri-state area, cloudy, cooler but dry, high of 52. Tonight, rainy, windy, low of 45, and more rain on Thursday and Friday.
That's it for right now. We'll have more weather goodies. Meanwhile, here is Brian.
Okay, let's press ahead. We're moving up on 40 past the hour. Back in just a moment, right after this.
Last March, something big went down at Sears. Something so big that people stopped, listened, and then changed the way they shopped. We lowered prices on over 50,000 items. And as promised, we're keeping them low.
I got a flat tire. Now my stomach's on fire. My day. My Lanta, too.
Introducing My Lanta 2 roll packs for double strength antacid relief wherever you are.
Because my life takes my Lanta, too.
This is new Hellman's cholesterol free.
Will I like it?
It has 0% cholesterol.
Will I like it?
It tastes 100% Hellman's.
I like it.
I knew you'd like it.
I knew I'd like it.
New Hellman's cholesterol free. A new way to bring out the best.
Oh, boy!
Can I get that seat, please? Is this seat taken? Oh, it's crowded.
Aren't you glad you used Dial?
Don't you wish everybody did?
Ever think of shrimp for lunch? Then think Red Lobster for golden fried shrimp, crunchy popcorn shrimp, and sizzling scampi, all on one plate for just $4.95. Served in 15 minutes guaranteed, or it's free. The Lunch Shrimp Trio, now at Red Lobster.
Everybody in the Bay Area this morning has a story to tell, and we have talked to some of them. Earlier today, I talked to a man named Don Brown. He's the chief engineer at KRON-TV. He began by explaining how at 5:04 yesterday afternoon he came to be on the Bay Bridge.
Well, what I was doing, I was going to Oakland to prepare for the A's parade because I knew they were going to win it.
Yeah.
You know, they won 2 games, and I figured they were going to win all 4. But what happened was I was on my way on the bridge, and excuse me, I'm getting a little mixed. Let me just take this out of my ear here. But I was traveling across the bridge, and I was driving a 4-wheel Bronco, which is a pretty heavy car. And the car actually was lifted up like someone making up a bed. The seat actually lifting up the Bronco several times, putting it into different lanes. At that time, I thought I'd say, hey, I just blown 4 tires simultaneously.
I don't understand how that can happen, Don.
It was actually the force of the earthquake whipping the bridge. In my rearview mirror, I could see vaporizing concrete, and it was amazing to see that kind of Mother Nature get that mad.
Don, I'm sorry, I'm not hearing everything you have said. I understand that it was your sense that the bridge had been hit by a plane. Was that the explanation you came up with immediately?
Yes, because I could not understand why the bridge was whipping me around in that manner, and there was an awful noise like a freight train was continually ramming the bridge. So I assumed that a bomber from Alameda had ran into the bridge.
What were the other cars doing? Did you see anybody in even more serious trouble?
Yes, I did. I couldn't figure it out. The other cars on side on me were running into the side of the bridge. It was very odd because every time I made a correction in the Bronco, it took me the other direction. And the biggest thing that scared me was after getting off the Bay Bridge, I was going to take a shortcut to downtown Oakland. And then I saw Highway 17 sandwiched, which is unusual to us because I've been driving that freeway for the last 20 years. And
wonder if Don Sharp would be driving that to work today. Deserves a day off. We'll be back after this.
Nissan took the new Stanza to the test track to prove how well it performs in the real world. The available anti-lock brakes worked flawlessly. On the banked track, the 2.4-liter 138-horsepower engine proved itself the most powerful standard engine in its class. While the front and rear stabilizer bars made short work of the slalom course. Our test drivers were very impressed.
I suppose I could just dive right into that bowl of sugar and scoop up a big heaping spoonful and dump it all over my cereal, but do I need to do that? I mean, do I need those calories? And the taste of Equal is going to make me just as happy.
Equal tastes like real sugar because Equal is made with NutraSweet.
I could save a few calories here, a few calories there. Tonight, I can have ice cream. Maybe.
Equal. What a sweet choice.
Another day.
Another sandwich.
Might I suggest a proper hot lunch with lunch bucket meals? From your microwave to your table in seconds. Lunch bucket pasta and chicken, savory chicken and tender noodles.
Mmm, delicious.
So, what do you do for an encore? Oh, chili with Tchaikovsky, perhaps. Lunch bucket meals, a proper hot lunch.
Arnie's performance has been nothing short of amazing. He hasn't missed a putt all day. He's got about 15 feet to the hole. The ball should break slightly to his right. Just look at the steely determination in those eyes.
This is what a golf course would look like if it had the Lanier Copier performance guarantee.
He's done it again.
Lanier Copiers, guaranteed to be up and running at least 98% of the time.
When the quake hit last night, California Governor George Deukmejian was in Frankfurt, West Germany on a trade mission. He is winging his way back right now. In his absence, Lieutenant Governor Leo McCarthy has declared a state of emergency in 7 Bay Area counties, and he has written the president to declare the Bay Area a federal disaster area. I asked him if that action was imminent.
I'm confident that it will be. We've had 271 fatalities out of this earthquake, over 400 serious injuries, enormous damage to the freeway system in the Bay Area, particularly troublesome damage to the San Francisco Bay Bridge. Lots of small businesses have suffered damage. A lot of homes have been destroyed or suffer serious structural damage to it. There's no doubt that there will be federal emergency support coming.
We've all been working with estimates on fatalities, on injuries. What kind of numbers are you being provided with?
271 fatalities. Those are the latest numbers that we have at our command post. Most of those, of course, come out of the collapse of the Highway 880 structure over in the city of Oakland. 2 levels of the freeway over there were involved in that structure. And the vast majority of these fatalities I'm mentioning occurred in that one incident.
I know that Governor Deukmejian, as we noted a little bit earlier, was in Frankfurt on a trade mission and is flying home. But when he heard about the incident on 880, he expressed some surprise and some aggravation, it seems, because he was led to believe that all the highways had been reinforced, retrofitted in '72 for this eventuality. Had 880 not been reinforced?
We're checking that right now to get the exact information on when it was. It appears to have been that segment was constructed quite a few years back. As we build additional segments in the freeway system out here in compliance with federal and state law, of course, the designs are better and safer. And in addition to that, in California, we try to go through a system of allocating money to reinforce the freeway system. Most of the segments, the older segments, have been reinforced to be earthquake resistant. We'll have all the facts that will make them public in the next few hours about this particular segment of Highway 880.
1 million San Franciscans, as we speak, have no electricity. Another 500,000 have no gas. When realistically can they hope to have that restored?
Well, we're in part of the area that's dark right now. This is the downtown business section. In about 2/3 of San Francisco, there is lighting right now. Most of the residential neighborhoods, the utility companies indicate that lighting will be restored everywhere within a couple of hours.
Lieutenant Governor McCarthy, you've been, if my record serves me correctly, you've been living in San Francisco since you were 3 years old. So you're a veteran there.
That's right.
This change your opinion of it at all? This change your opinion of wanting to stay there?
No. You know, every segment of the country has its situations like this. Elsewhere, it's hurricanes and tornadoes and lightning storms. In California, unfortunately, it's earthquakes. But our local and state government agency people, with good help from the federal government, has done a good job in responding to this. Law enforcement agencies have done a superb job in making sure there was no looting and vandalism. And there have been many heroic acts by individual citizens who, without being asked, got into intersections when our whole lighting system went out, traffic signal system, and started directing traffic. So we're responsible.